the 15th book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 15.
The argument. Fair Paris is assailed on every part, by those of Afric and by those of Spain. From Logistil Astolpho doth depart, and takes Caligurant in his own train. Then slew Orillo, that by magic art revived, when by the brothers he was slain. Stout Sansonet Astolpho kind doth use, but Griffin of his mistress hears ill news. To win the field against our armed foes is counted honorable any ways, although it be with policy or blows. Yet bloody conquests stain the captain's praise, but chiefest honor doth belong to those whom fortune to such height of hap doth raise, to have their foe suppressed and overthrown with little loss and damage of their own. Such was the victory that you then gained, O stout Hippolito. You conquered so, when the Venetian navy had obtained with armed vessels all the stream of Po. Your policy and value them constrained, with loss inestimable thence to go. Their mariners and soldiers all destroying, our mariners and soldiers not annoying. The pagan Rhodamont did want this skill, that forced 10,000 men the trench to enter, by his commandment sore against their will, upon so perilous a place to venture, where straight the smother doth their bodies kill, and send their sinful souls beneath the centre. Himself, in safety, sees them there a-dying, still swearing, cursing, heaven itself defying. Now aggrement and hot assault and fierce gave where he thought the same was least expected. He strives the walls to batter, break, and pierce, with engines strong and rams thereto erected. Those kings, whose names I did before rehearse, brought men, some stout and some with fear infected, and such as rather wish to stand aloof than wear a corslet of the surest proof. But Agramant herein was much deceived, for where he thought them weak and unprepared, he found that manfully he was received, and that the king himself the place did guard, with thousands more, ready to be bereaved of life and limb, and such as not regard, before that they would take so great disgrace, as in their master's sight to lose their place. But here I cease, until another time, to tell of these assaults the hard success, of damage like to both sides. Now my rhyme unto the English Duke I must address, Astolpho, son of Oton, whom sometime Alcina's witchcraft held in great distress, who, like another Circe, men transformed to trees, to beasts, and fowls of shapes deformed. You heard before how all her strange deceits Melissa sage did with the ring discover, and how she gave them also good receipts, as made them all their former shapes recover. How after having scaped all their sleights, they did no longer in such fancies hover, but to be surely able to resist her, they fled unto her virtuous elder sister, where when they had with comfort great remained, desirous to their countries to retire, they asked leave of her, and leave obtained of her that never hinders just desire. But ere they went, she friendly them constrained with precious gifts to be endowed by her, such gifts as were of precious price indeed, and all their lives should stand them all in stead. But chiefly to this English Duke she gave of secret skill a little written book, containing many a precept wise and grave, the which of her most thankfully he took. These teach a man from charms himself to save, that in the same advisedly doth look, and that to find them out he may be able, the book had in the end a perfect table. Beside this book on him she doth bestow another gift, of as great price or more, an horn, in which if he do once but blow, the noise thereof shall trouble men so sore, that all, both stout and faint, shall fly therefro, so strange a noise was never heard before. When to the Duke these rare gifts were imparted, he humbly took his leave, and thence departed. And lest Alcina should by force attempt to bring him back, or work him some disease, Andronica, was with a navy sent to waft him safe till he were past those seas, and virtuous Sophrosyna with him went to see him pass with safety and with ease, so good a conductor, so sure a guide, as was not found in all the world beside. And thus he sailed along the Indian shore, and sees and leaseth sight of sundry isles, those called fortunate, and others more that distant are, some few, some many miles. And, for he never heard of them before, he asked his guide some questions other whiles, as whether from those Indian seas perchance a ship may sail to England, Spain, and France. She answered thus: to put you out of doubt, first, know the earth itself is like an island, environed with waters round about, that compass in on every side the dry land. And though to this day no man hath found out, nor thinks there can be any way but by land, because they judge the land's length there is such that it the other hemisphere doth touch, yet I foresee, ere many ages pass, new mariners and masters new shall rise, that shall find out that erst so hidden was, and shall discover where the passage lies, and all the men that went before surpass, to find new lands, new stars, new seas, new skies, and pass about the earth as doth the sun, to search what with antipodes is done. Behold, I see the sign of Holy Cross, a sign within these quarters seen but sealed. I see where 10,000 put to loss, and to the imperial banner all do yield. I see, in spite of every thwart and cross, the house of Aragon still wins the field. I see that fortune is disposed to lift up unto heaven the name of Charles the Fifth. It pleaseth God to keep the ways unknown unto these parts, as they have been and are, until 700 years be overblown. What time he means to raise an emperor rare, that shall both find and make them all his own, and one that shall most worthily compare, in war for courage and in peace for justice, with Trajan, with Aurelius, or Augustus. I see the will of heaven doth so incline, the house of Austria and of Aragon shall link together in a happy line, and be by match united both in one. I see a branch grow by the bank of Rhine, out of this house, as like there hath been none, whose match, thus much to say I dare be bold, may not be found in writers new or old. By him again Astrea shall be brought, and be restored from her long exile, and virtues that have long been set at naught shall reign and banish fraud, deceit, and guile. For which great works by him so nobly wrought, God means to grant him all this earthly isle, and unto this wise prince, his dear anointed, one shepherd and one flock he hath appointed. Which, that it may the better be effected, he gives them captains, both by sea and land, that shall win places never yet detected, and none shall dare their forces to withstand. Cortese first, by whom shall be erected the emperor's banner in the Indian sand, who by his valiant hand and wise direction shall win and keep those Indies in subjection. Lo, with the noble Marquis of Pescara, Prosper Colonna, prosperous in fight. Lo, him that may with both of them compare, or be preferred, if you do him right, I mean the Marquis vast, whose value rare in tender youthful years shall shine most bright, like to a horse that running swiftest pace doth last set out, and first doth win the race. In him shall faith and courage be so mixed, that when his years shall seem but young and tender, as passing not the 20 year and sixt, yet shall his fame and forces not be slender. On him shall eyes and hearts of men be fixed. To him shall towns and forts and castles render, as to a captain with such worth endued, as he alone the world might have subdued. What should I speak of famous Andrew Dory, that to the pirates so much terror breeds, as Pompey so much praised in Latin story, this Andrew either matches or exceeds? What nobler name can be, what greater glory, than to root out such hurtful, cursed weeds? so as men may with safety and with ease from Italy to Nilus pass the seas. By his assistance, furtherance, and his aid, in Italy Caesar a crown obtains, for which good service, though he be well paid, yet for himself thereby he nothing gains. The pain is his, so noble mind well stayed, the profit to his country sole remains. And whereas some to rule their country sought, by him his country's freedom shall be wrought. This love by him unto his country shown, in honor true shall more his name advance than both the Caesar's victories well known in England, Spain, in Italy, and France. For though their enemies were overthrown by valor oft and oftentimes by chance, yet this did blot their praise and make it less, that both their country's freedom did oppress. Wherefore let them and others all beside that tyrannize their countries be ashamed, and hanging down their heads their faces hide, when they shall hear this noble Andrew named, by whose rare, temperate, and happy guide his country's peace and freedom shall be framed. And thus Andronica the Duke foretold what men in future ages come there should. The while with prosperous wind the vessels drived came first within the view of Persian shore, and then from thence their way they so contrived, they passed the gulf, so called long before, and there to land so happily arrived, misdoubting of Alcina's might no more. He thanks these guides that all the way defend him, and humbly to their lady recommend him. More woods than one, more fields than one he passed, more than one valley, more than one high hill. He meeteth thieves by night, by days as fast that lie in wait poor travellers to kill. Of beasts, of serpents huge he was aghast, that with their terror those wild deserts fill. But when he blew his horn they fled away, no man nor beast durst in the hearing stay. He travels through the happy Araby, so called for the store of spices sweet, there where the bird that burns and doth not die, to dwell of all the world hath thought most meet. Thence went he to the sea that once was dry, which Jacob's sons went through upon their feet, proud Pharaoh following them unto his cost, himself and all his chariots drowned and lost. Fast by the banks of Trajan's stream he rides, there whereas Nilus doth receive the same. An horse of passing swiftness he bestrides, that was engendered twixt the wind and flame. Not such a beast in all the world besides, and Rabicano is this horse's name. Now as along the river's bank he passed, he saw a boat make toward him in haste. A simple hermit did the vessel steer, whose beard with age was overgrown and gray. And when he came so nigh that he might hear, these words to him he fatherly doth say: My son, if you do hold your safety dear, except you mean to die this present day, proceed no farther in the way you ride, but ferry over to the other side. For if you do that fatal way proceed, you shall within a mile a giant meet, whose stature other men doth far exceed. For why his height is counted 14 feet. He makes a sport of every cruel deed, the flesh of man, and to his taste is sweet. He eateth some alive, and some he slayeth, he quarters some, and others some he flayeth. Amid this cruelty he hath great sport to use the service of a certain net, which in the common way in secret sort with dust and gravel covered he doth set. And when some strangers do that way resort, first, if he may, behind them he doth get, and then with hideous outcries he them scares, until they fall into his net unwares. But having caught them once in such a cage, of birth or merit he hath no respect, of wealth nor sex, of country nor of age. No privilege from him can them protect. Their carcasses his hunger must assuage, their skulls like monuments he doth erect, in posts and windows hanging them on pins. His chambers all are hanged with their skins. Take then, my son, take then this other way. where with more ease and safety you may go. Thanks, gentle friar, the English Duke doth say, yet can I not your counsel follow, though danger bids go safest way one may, yet what saith honor? Honor saith not so. Let none retire with shame, thus honor saith, the worst that can befall one is but death. But contrary, if I may him entrap, as he to do to others doth devise, and take himself in his prepared trap, the good is great that hereof may arise. Well, quoth the hermit, God grant blessed hap, and send the angel Michael from the skies, that may deliver him into thy hand, or give thee strength his forces to withstand. On goes the Duke, blessed by the simple friar, much trusting in his sword, more in his sound, and being now approached a little nigher, the cruel giant's graceless house he found, environed all with marish ground and mire. His chambers all within were furnished round with skins and skulls of many a woeful head, of such as evil chance had thither led. As hunters that by forest wild do dwell, nail by on post the head and paws of bears, and of their dangers do delight to tell, and call to mind their hardly scaped fears, so look, who did in strength the rest excel, the giant kept some special limbs of theirs. The rest in ditches carelessly he throws, to rot and be devoured by dogs or crows. Caligorant, so is this giant's name, stands looking at his gate with watchful eye, rejoicing much when any stranger came, and namely now the Duke he doth espy, not doubting but by him to do the same he had to others done, and make him die. But first he seeks behind the Duke to get, and thinks hereby to drive him to the net. When as the Duke the giant fierce espied, he stayed his horse, and would not forward go, for fear lest in the net he might be tied, of which the hermit had forewarned him though. Then bloweth he his horn, a virtue tried, that in the hearers terror breeds, and woe, which so possessed his senses altogether, as straight he fled, and saw not where nor whether. It seemed with his heart he lost his eyes, and still he fled, and cares not how nor where, right to the place where that most strange net lies, which he to take the Duke had placed there. The net his arms and all his members ties, which when Astolpho saw, now out of fear, he lights and draws his sword, intending then to venge the death of 1,000 guiltless men. But finding him so sure and strongly bound, he thought it were a base ungentle part to slay a prisoner whom in bands he found, so as he could not stir, nor no way start. God Vulcan wrought this net in caves profound of flaming Etna, with such skill and art, that though the wires did seem but small and weak, yet could no force the same consume nor break. I say this curious net then Vulcan wrought, when certain jealous thoughts his heart inflamed. His spouse therewith in Mars's arms he caught, and openly then made them both ashamed, at which prospect, though many gods then loft, yet many wished in like sort to be shamed. Sly Mercury did after steal this net, his lovely Chloris therewithal to get. Fair Chloris, who flies out before the morn, and sprinkleth air with smell of fragrant flowers, that in her lovely lap about are borne, from whence do fall the pleasant April showers. But Mercury, sith she his love did scorn, lay with his net in wait not many hours, till at the last by Nilus' banks he caught her, and there to dance La Volta then he taught her. The net in Anube's temple he did leave, where many years in safety it did bide, until Caligorant, not asking leave, and caring not what should thereof betide, of this great relic did the church bereave, with all the plate and ornaments beside, and to this wicked use the net employed, by which the passengers were sore annoyed. Now of this net Astolpho took a wire, and, like a thief, behind him tied his hands, who now was meek as any could desire, and like a lamb by him most gently stands, and, lest the weight thereof himself might tire, first having bound his prisoner sure in bands, he makes him carry that upon his back, and used him like a mule to bear a pack. And thus he parteth thence, triumphing so, and led the giant prisoner in a string, and all about the country him doth show, a sight that to them all great joy did bring. To Memphis pyramids he then doth go, most famous for the tomb of many a king, more high in height than 50 times Paul's steeple. Then saw he Caire, so huge and full of people, but not so peopled as they now report, that thousands in the streets by night do lie for want of room, yet builded in such sort that every house is made 3 stories high, where runagates do dwell, that make a sport their faith and their salvation to deny, of which the Soden for his own behoof keeps 15,000 lodging in one roof. Thence went Astolpho to the banks of Nile, to Damiat, a city thereabout, and here he heard within a dozen mile Orillo dwelt, a hardy thief and stout, that robbed poor men and killed them otherwhile, as travellers of him stood sore in doubt. And that which him with greater wonder filled, the common voice was he could not be killed. Full many a thrust, full many a cruel blow, of many men in fight he had endured, and unto many men great care and woe, and death itself he often had procured. But his own body was enchanted so, as every wound he had forthwith was cured. I think some fairy was his dame, or rather, I think some incubus had been his father. The worthy knight this wicked creature sought, until at last he came unto the place where then Orillo with 2 champions fought, the combat having held no little space. Yet at his hands they both had gained naught, though both of them gave sundry blows apace. Their names were these that held this mongrel tack, Griffin the white, and Aquilent the black. The necromancer fought with vantage great. He rode upon a cruel hideous beast, a crocodile, that flesh of men doth eat, and birds and beasts, and doth them all digest. Yet had the brethren thrown him from his seat, and further had the crocodile distressed, but him to wound and kill in vain they strived, for still his wounds did heal, and he revived. Sometime they cleft his head by force in twain, as butchers cleave up bullocks with an axe, but straight he joineth both the parts again, as if they had been made of melting wax. Whoso hath seen the alchemists most vain, that work with mercury their cunning knacks, which quite dispersed rejoineth every member, would soon by this be made that to remember. Fierce Aquilent, among so many blows, with one his head from off his shoulders strake. About he seeks and gropeth as he goes, and in the dust to find his head doth rake, and finding it, he takes it by the nose, or by the locks, nor more ado doth make, but sets it on, as if it were but glued, and fights as if his forces were renewed. Stout Griffin at a blow cuts off his arm, and takes it up and flings it in the brook, but he, like one that had received no harm, doth dive, the same within the stream to look, which found he joins, I know not with what charm, unto the place it late before forsook. 2 dames stood by in white and black attire, the combat being fought at their desire. These were the courteous dames that with great care had brought them up even from their swathing bands. For these 2 brothers did by fortune rare in their first childhood chance into their hands. These 2 to Oliver Gismonda bare, though straight they were conveyed to foreign lands, where these 2 ladies kept them as their own. I need not tell at large a tale so known. Now was the time that near approached the night, that makes each thing with shadow show obscure, so that not want of force, but want of light, did cause the combat could no longer dure. The ladies clad in garments black and bright, that, as I said, this conflict did procure, on this condition did them all dismiss, that to return next day they do not miss. But when that English Duke both saw and knew the valiant youths, Griffin and Aquilent, not only by their arms he saw in view, but by their blows, of which they were not scant, he doth acquaintance old with them renew, and they no point of courtesy do want, for straightway by the ladies he was led to take with them a supper and a bed. Then in a garden sweet they did provide great store of dainty meats and costly wine, fast by a cool and pleasant fountain side, as best agreeth with the summer time. The while the giant with strong chains they tied unto the body of an ancient pine, lest he might hap to trouble and molest them, while they determined to refresh and rest them. The board with rich and costly fare was filled, and yet their smallest pleasure was their meat. The knights in languages and learning skilled talk of Arillo, and the wonder great to see one wounded so, and yet not killed. It seemed to them a dream and strange conceit, and even the wisest and most learned did wonder how he rejoined his members cut in sunder. Astolpho only in his book had read, that book that taught all charms to overthrow, how this Arillo never could be dead, while in his head one fatal hair did grow. But having pulled this hair from off his head, he should be subject unto every blow. Thus said the book, but precept there was none among so many hairs to find that one. Astolpho, joyful of this good instruction, not doubting but by this to make him die, first makes some circumstance of introduction, and prays the brothers give him leave to try if he could bring Arillo to destruction, and they this friendly suit do not deny, not doubting he alone would strive in vain with him that late resisted had them twain. Now had the sun removed the night's dark veil, when as Arillo turned to the field, and then the English Duke did him assail. Both fought on horseback, both with spear and shield. Even then Arillo felt his heart to fail, a hap to him that happened had but sealed. Even then some strange presage did him offend, that showed his days drew shortly to their end. Their spears now broke, their naked swords they drew. Astolpho lays on blows on him amain. About the field Arillo's members flew, but he together gathers them again, and straight his fighten forces doth renew. The English Duke dismembering him in vain, until at length one blow so lucky sped, that by his shoulders he cut off his head, and having headed him so even and just, straight with his head on horseback he doth mount, and rides away. Arillo in the dust doth grope to find the same as he was wont, but missing it, and full of new mistrust, to overtake him yet he makes account. He rides, and would have cried, "Ho, tarry, tarry!" but in his hand the Duke his tongue doth carry. But, though his head were lost, he finds his heels to spur and prick he never doth forbear. The headless body never stirs nor reels, but sits as sure as if the head were there. The while the skull Astolpho pulls and peels among such store to find the enchanted hair, for in the hairs no difference was in sight, to know if he did take the wrong or right. But sith to make sure work he thought it best, he makes his sword serve for a barber's knife. To shave the skull therewith he doth not rest, until he finished had the bloody strife. He cuts that hair by chance among the rest, that hair that held Arillo in his life. The face looks pale, devoid of lively heat, the body backward falls out of the seat. This done, the Duke brought in his hand the head, returning to the company again, and showed them where he left the carcass dead, which when they saw with certain signs and plain, a kind of envious joy in them it bred, for glad they were their enemy was slain, but inwardly they were displeased and sorry that this same Duke had got from them the glory. The women also were not well content that he had slain Arillo in the fight, because it hindered had their first intent, which was to stay these youths all means they might. in hope thereby some mischiefs to prevent, which they foresaw should unto them alight. Straight all that country was with rumour filled, how th' English Duke Orillo fierce had killed. For, as in all those cities they do use, the keeper of the next adjoining fort sent by a dove a letter of the news from Damiat unto the nearest port, by which device most rare they cannot choose but hear and send with speed each true report. And thus in every country and in town they do extol this English Duke's renown. The worthy Duke the brothers doth persuade from thence their courses into France to bend, to do the duty for which man was made, God's honour and their countries to defend, which now the Turks and Paynims did invade, and near had brought the same to woeful end. Which counsel from so great a prince proceeding, they follow straight with forwardness exceeding. The women now with tears in watery eyes bid them farewell, and so they parted thence, and, for they heard the holy city lies not passing 6 or 7 days' journey thence, to take it in their way they do devise, to see the place where for humane offence true God, true man, descending from above, did die for us, unworthy of such love. And sith the way between was large and wide, and void of fruits for sustenance of man, they do good store of bread and wine provide, with needful things, as for the time they can. And on the giant's shoulders them they tied, who like a sumpter horse them after ran, and on this sort, with most devout intent, like pilgrims to Jerusalem they went. 6 days they travelled in their weary way, nor seeing man, nor beast, nor bird alive. The 7th, immediate after break of day, in that most blessed city they arrive. Then visit they the tomb where Jesus lay, when with his death he did us dead revive, and brought hell, sin, and death into subjection, with suffering, dying, and his resurrection. Now while the tomb with great heed they behold, bare head and feet in show of meek submission, and with more inward joy than can be told, yet joined with a deep and sad contrition, that strake their hearts in awe, and made them cold with true remorse devoid of superstition. And with themselves they still continued musing, each one himself in such like words accusing. Why then, where thou, dear Lord, didst for our sake with water and with blood the ground distain, shall not mine eyes, some small amends to make, shed tears in memory of so great pain? O drowsy heart that dost not now awake, O frozen heart that meltest not in rain, O stony heart that dost not now relent, lament thee now, or else for aye lament. Thus with an humble and repentant sprite they tarried at the tomb no little space, when lo, the priest appeared in their sight, whose office was to keep the holy place, who seeing them so lowly and contrite, he doth impart to them this special grace, sith to amendment they were now resolved, them of their sins for passed he absolved. This done, they went about and viewed the town, held in those happy days by Christian hands, who striving now to keep each other down, with causeless wars do trouble sea and lands, or leasing or neglecting that renown in which God's honour and their safety stands, but letting this great enemy increase, by their sealed making never keeping peace. A gallant knight, whom Sansonet they call, this city governed under Charles the Great, who then intended to repair the wall, and make the town a strong and stately seat. Astolpho gave to him the giant tall, for strength and stature fit for such a feat, to serve his present purpose for the nonce unto the walls to carry heavy stones. And Sansonet doth eke on him bestow a curious belt and hangers for a blade, and spurs of gold, in substance rich and show, that for that night were thought to have been made, that slew the dragon with a deadly blow, which did the lady chaste and fair invade. Thus gifts both given and ta'en on either part, each from the other friendly doth depart. Now going from Jerusalem, behold, they met a Greekish pilgrim by the way, that such ill news to good Grifino told, as made him out of temper all the day. It was his evil fortune dear to hold, and give his heart unto her for a prey, that had a pleasing hue and fair smooth skin, but false, unchaste, and treacherous within. Her name was Origilla, whom of late he left at Constance of an ague sick, and hoping now to find her in good state, he hears she hath him served a sluttish trick, as namely she hath got a new found mate, not caring if that he were dead or quick. She thought that for her young years 'twas no reason to lie alone in that sweet pleasant season. This news his mind doth gripe, his heart doth bite. He mourns by day, by night he takes no rest. That breeds him pain, that others breeds delight, and this torments him more than all the rest. He shames and shuns to have it come to light, what was his grief that did him so molest. And this to keep it close the rather made him, because from her his brother did dissuade him. But all in vain, for he was wholly bent to follow her, although he knew her not. Yet to himself he keepeth his intent, that secretly his going may be wrought. He vows to make the adulterer repent, who now to Antiochia had her brought. But in another book I will express of his departure what was the success.
End of Book 15. The 16th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 16.
The argument. Stout Griffin finds his subtle mistress straying with vile Martano, but is pacified. The Turks and Christians, all their force displaying, do fight. On both sides many thousands died. Both man and house, by sword and fire decaying, do make a woeful sight on either side. Without the town the Christians plague the Turks. Within, fierce Rhodamont much mischief works. Great pains in love full many men have found, of which myself have proved so great a part, as by my skill some good hap may redound to such as are less skilful in this art. Wherefore, what I affirm with judgment sound, to breed just cause of less or greater smart, believe what I set down for your behoof. Probatum est, I know 'tis true by proof. I do affirm, and have and ever shall, that he that binds himself in worthy bands, although his mistress show him grace but small, although he find no favour at her hands, sharp words, coy looks, small thanks, hope none at all, though more and more aloof from him she stands, yet, so his heart and thoughts be highly placed, he must not mourn, no, though he die disgraced. Let him lament, let him mourn, pine, and die, whom wanton wandering eyes, whom flaring hair, have made a slave, when under them doth lie a heart corrupt, a tongue that false will swear. Like wounded deer in vain he seeks to fly, and in his thigh the shaft about doth bear. And this above the rest torments him chief, he is ashamed, and dares not show his grief. Such was the hap, such was the woeful state of Griffin, now possessed with foolish love. He knew her mind and manners worthy hate, yet could not he this fancy fond remove. His reason fain his passion would abate, but appetite is placed her above, that be she ne'er so false, ingrate or not, yet needs of him she must be loved and sought. Away he steals from hence in secret sort, nor to his brother once adieu doth say, for fear lest that his brother would dehort him from her love, as oft he did assay. And that his journey may be cut more short, he coasts the country for the nearest way. He travels all the day and half the night, until Damasco came within his sight. Fast by this town this trull he overtook, that lovingly with her new love did ride, and all old friends and lovers all forsook. He was her champion, he her only guide, a man might boldly swear it on a book. He were a husband fit for such a bride. He false, unconstant, treacherous, so was she. She had a modest look, and so had he. He rode all armed upon a stamping steed, with gilded barb that cost full many a crown. She ware no less magnificent a weed, a rich embroidered purple velvet gown. Thus to Damasco ward they do proceed, where late there was proclaimed in the town a solemn feast, that should endure some days, for justs, for tilt, for tourneys, and for plays. Now when the Queen good Griffin had espied, for whom she knew her squire would be too weak, though sore appalled, as scant she could it hide, lest he his wrath on both at once should wreak, yet, as the time permits, she doth provide, consulting with her guide before she speak. And when they had agreed how to deceive him, with open arms she runneth to receive him, and framing then her speech with great regard, to answer fit unto her gestures kind, "Dear sir," quoth she, "is this the due reward my loyal love to you deserves to find, that from your sight I should a year be barred? Your sight that wholly can content my mind. You left me grieved with a burning fever, but burning more in love of you forever. Where I your coming looked for long in vain, each hour a day, each month did seem a year, and of your absence long I did complain, enquiring oft if I of you could hear. Alas, how full is careful love of pain! So sad mine heart, so heavy was my cheer, as being in despair which way to mend it, I loathed my life, and did desire to end it. But lo, how fortune, when I looked least, hath now provided me of double aid, and sent my brother, this most welcome guest, with whom I have without dishonour stayed, and now yourself, whose presence makes me blessed. For had your coming longer been delayed, so was my heart and soul to you inclined, that sure for grief I should have died and pined." Thus flattering words, wherewith her tongue abounds, holp her in so good sort her tale to frame, that now on him the greater fault redounds, as glad he was to scuse himself for blame. And her strong reasons, founded on weak grounds, do clear both her and him that with her came, and makes him deem a kinsman and a brother, that did his best to make this maid a mother. So that he did not only not reprove her that so treacherously had him betrayed, so that he did not wreak, as did behoove, the adulterer that false with her had played, but thinks it well if he the blame remove, which to his charge so probably she laid. And as for him love makes him see so blindly, he calls him kinsman, and salutes him kindly. Thus Griffin of his love no whit abates, but keeps her company as with his own, until they came within Damasco gates, where none of them were seen before or known. The town was full of lords and great estates. The rumor of the feast so far was blown, which that they might have more securely haunted, the king to all that came safe conduct granted. But here I cease to talk of Origil and of her mate, with her as fitly met as knavish Jack could be for whorish Jill, unchaste and false as ever water wet, to flatter and dissemble passing skill, and all was fish that came into her net. Now here I leave good Griffin in her arms, and turn me to the Turkish men of arms. I left where Agrement assaulted hard a gate, which he had hoped to have found but weak and feeble, naked, unprepared, and easy to be beaten to the ground. I told you how King Charles the place did guard, environed with selected soldiers round, as namely Guidon strong and Angelero, with Oton stout, Ovolio Berlingero. Thus either band in sight of either king doth fight in hope of great reward and praise, and thinks such honor back that day to bring, as should themselves and all their offspring raise. But such great store of darts the Christians sling, as still the Turks are foiled many ways. They die, and by their deaths do others teach how hurtful 'tis to rove beyond their reach. But Rodomont, whose men consumed with fire, do fill their master's mind with double rage.
Yet to avenge their deaths doth so desire, as naught but blood his thirst of blood can swage. He spares not in the passion of his ire, nor men nor women, order, sex, nor age. Away do run the silly people crying, and leave their children, friends, and wives a-dying. They happy were whose feet did serve them best, the fury of this cruel Turk to shun. For some were killed in the fight, the rest unto the churches or strong houses run, and lock the gates against so fierce a guest, that in the streets had so great mischief done. And of them all that had been slain in chase, not one of them was wounded in the face. But as the tiger kills the fearful doe, that but by flight cannot itself defend, or as the wolves do spoil the sheep, even so this cruel Turk their guiltless blood doth spend. They neither know to strike, nor ward a blow, to hurt their foe, nor yet to help their friend. Thus passed the pagan to St. Michael's bridge, and none there was his passage to abridge. He kills alike the sinner and the good, the reverend father and the harmless child. He spills alike the young and aged blood, with widows, wives, and virgins undefiled. And though that all did yield, and none withstood, yet mercy from his mind was so exiled, he showed to such as things can truly value great signs of cruelty, but none of value. Nor doth the cruel rage and fury cease with seeing of so many people slain, but rather still it grows, and doth increase against those other that alive remain. Nor grants he to the churches any peace, but even as though the walls could suffer pain, he maketh furious wars against the walls, and flings against them store of fiery balls. Their houses all were built in Paris then of timber, and I judge this present hour of brick and stone there are not 6 of 10, which made the pagan then to bend his power to burn the houses, having killed the men. And though that fire do of itself devour, yet he doth help the fire, and overthrew them, and those that lurked within he spoiled and slew them. Had Agrement had like success without, as had within this wicked Rhodamount, the walls of Paris had not kept him out, on which so oft he did essay to mount. But now this while the angel brought about Rinaldo stout, the flower of Clarimount, both with the English and the Scots supplies, as secretly as silence could devise. And that they might them more unwares assail, they cast a bridge a league above the town, and passed the river to their best avail, and so in battle order coming down, not doubting, if their footing do not fail, to get that day great glory and renown. And still among the ranks Rinaldo rides, and for things needful evermore provides. 2,000 horse in good Duke Edmund's guide, and thrice 2,000 archers he doth send, to get to Paris on the t'other side, to help within the city to defend. The carriages and other lets beside to leave behind a while he doth intend. These succors greatly help the town within, and at St. Denis gate they let them in. Rinaldo takes the conduct of the rest, appointing each his office and his place, as in his skill and judgment seemeth best, severing each band from other with a space, and seeing every one was prone and pressed, as was to be required in such a case. He calleth all the lords and leaders chief, and used to them this pithy speech and brief. My lords, quoth he, I need not to repeat your weighty business unto you at large. I only say you have just cause and great to give God thanks, your duties to discharge, that here hath sent you, where with little sweat, but giving on your foes one valiant charge, you may obtain true fame and glory more than all your ancestors obtained before. God, only God, that gives and guides good chance, hath offered unto you this good occasion, your names and glories highly to advance, which is in noble minds a strong persuasion. Behold, the kings of England and of France, endangered greatly by the Turks' invasion, shut up in trenches and in walls with shame, you may set free to your immortal fame. The very law of nature and humanity wills noble hearts to help the weak distressed. But more the laws and state of Christianity without your help now like to be oppressed, and right religion turn to Turkish vanity. of which what harms will grow may soon be guessed. Our temples fair, with their foul idols filled, our virgins, chaste by vow, deflowered and killed. No mean, no stay, no end will be of slaughter, of rapes and rapines wicked and unjust. No man shall keep his sister, wife, or daughter from out the reach of their unruly lust. But now, if you these sorrows turn to laughter, and raise their honor trodden in the dust, they must owe you the freedoms and the lives of them, their friends, their children, and their wives. In ancient times, a laurel civic crown to him that saved one citizen they gave. If then they had such honor and renown, how many crowns shall you deserve to have, if not a townsman, but a noble town, and 1,000 innocents therein you save? In you it lies, them to preserve and cherish, that but for you in woe should pine and perish. Which, if they should, as God forbid they should, by these vile Saracens be overrun, then were the Roman Empire bought and sold, the Holy Church were spoiled and quite undone. In you it is these huge harms to withhold, by you alone must this exploit be done. Tread then this path of praise so large and ample, I'll lead the way, follow but mine example. This speech by him pronounced with so good sprite, with voice so audible, with comely grace, incensed them with such desire to fight, that tedious seemed to them each little space. And as we see in riding, men delight to spur a horse, although he run apace, so stirred Rinaldo with this exhortation those of the English and the Scottish nation. And having thus confirmed their forward hearts, and promised largely in his master's name great recompense to every man's desarts, unto the river walls he closely came. His army he divides in sundry parts, lest breach of order bring them out of frame, and with the Irish band he first indents to spoil their lodgings and to rob their tents. The rest he thus in prudent sort divides. The vaward Zurban hath in government, the Duke of Lancaster the battle guides. The Duke of Clarence with the rearward went. Rinaldo with some chosen men besides gives first the charge by general consent. Then on a sudden they do raise a shout, and filled our side with courage, theirs with doubt. Rinaldo, riding out afore the rest, with mind to do as much as he had said, puts spurs to horse, and sets his spear in rest. His only sight the pagans greatly frayed. With fainting hearts, pale looks, and panting breast, they show most certain signs of minds dismayed. Yet stout King Puliano shows no token of heart astonished or courage broken, but trusting to his strength, and void of fear, and ranging out of sight of all his band, he met him man to man, and spear to spear. He met him horse to horse, and hand to hand. But straight it plainly was discerned there, slight without force in little steed doth stand. This kind of fight was of a rougher sort than running of a course at tilt in sport. Thus was King Pulian overthrown and ta'en, to no small terror of the pagan host. Next came the king, that giant of Oran, that of his goodly stature much doth boast. But soon Rinaldo brought him to his bane. His horse, his weapon, and his life he lost. The horse was glad to find himself enlarged, and of his heavy burthen so discharged. Nor was Rinaldo of his sword more spare than of his spear before himself he showed. His blade Fosberta pierced to the bear, when he his thrusts or deadly blows bestowed. No shields, no coats of so good temper are, nor cloth in 100 folds together sewed, that this same fatal blade of his withstood, but that at every blow it fetched the blood. Nor did Zerbino merit common praise, that of his value showed that day good proof. He met the stoutest Turks at all assays, on horse, on foot, at hand, and far aloof, attempting and performing sundry ways that might be for their harm and his behoof. And all his band in fight was fierce and hot, as is the nature of the valiant Scot. And thus their fiery heat and courage bold, well showed by blows they to the pagans gave, did make their stomachs faint, their courage cold, and glad in end by flight themselves to save. For Sobrin, one in years and judgment old, though no less stout than those less aged that have, doth now a little with his band retire, to shun the fury of the Scottish fire. The worthy Dukes of Albany and Mar ensued in valiant sort the good success, and with the same prevailed had so far, as they had brought the Turks to great distress, till Isolir, the new King of Navarre, came with his band their fury to repress, and on that side the battle did restore, almost now lost, at least declined before. Then grew the fight on both sides firm and stable, both sides defend, both sides alike invade. They cast on both sides darts innumerable, and make therewith a dark unpleasing shade. An endless work it were to right the rabble the Christians killed with bow, with bill, with blade. Sometimes the sway goeth hither, sometimes thither, like waters driven with doubtful tides and weather. When one is slain, his room another fills. When one is hurt, another takes his place. And he that now another smites and kills falls dead himself within a little space. Great heaps of bodies dead make little hills. The earth itself doth look with bloody face. The green wherewith it erst was overspread was turned to sanguine and vermilion red. My pen would fail, and skill would be too scant, to tell the famous acts that Zerbin wrought, how his new brother, noble Ariodant, a fresh supply against the pagans brought, and how, still one supplying t'other's want, against the Turks with mutual forces fought. Then, namely, when the prince was almost slain by bastards two of Aragon in Spain, Chalindo one, the other Moscow hight. These two at once on Zerbin bent their force, in hope that if their hands could hit aright, to wound him sore, or at the least unhorse. They wound him not, yet forced him to alight, for under him so sore they hurt his horse, to serve his lord he was no longer able, but made the field his everlasting stable. This foil and fall his courage more do whet, to lose the service of his trusty steed, but from the saddle quickly doth get. His loss his wrath revenge doth breed. He means not long to tarry in their debt, that to his horse did this unworthy deed. And first he gave to Moscow such a thrust, as made him tumble senseless in the dust. But when Chalindo saw his brother dead, revenge and fear in him together strave. His inward care provoked him to have fled, himself from danger imminent to save. But straight revenge another humour bred, expelling fear, and makes him bold and brave. He spurs his horse in hope to overrun him, but Zerbin slightly steps aside to shun him. And such a blow he lent him, as he passed, upon his shoulders from the rear domain, that horse and man unto the ground were cast, whence neither of them rose alive again. And now the Spanish band came in so fast, as noble Zerbin had almost been slain, but Ariodante then himself bestirred, and makes an open lane by dint of sword, the while the Duke of Clarence doth assail their rear, that was by Barracondo led. The English archers shoot as thick as hail, which to their horsemen great annoyance spread. On every side the Christians do prevail, on every side the fearful pagans fled. Great store were slain, and many prisoners taken. Their battle now declined sore and shaken, and had been lost, had not Ferrau by chance come to their aid, as young Olympio fell, slain by a knight of Scotland or of France, a cruel knight, whose name I cannot tell. Ferrau was sore aggrieved at this mischance. He knew this youth, and loved him passing well, because his skill in music was so choice, both for sweet stroke and for his pleasing voice. Had not the humour of ambition vain with crotchets new his foolish fancy filled, he might have better stayed at home in Spain, than come abroad to be in battle killed. But thus we see they get but loss and pain, that deal in that in which they be not skilled. I wish musicians meddle with their songs, and pray the soldiers to revenge their wrongs. Ferrau, that saw 10,000 slain before, without or fetching sigh or shedding tear, with this his minion's death was grieved so sore, as scarce he could even then to weep forbear. But he that killed him shall abide therefore, by Macon and Lanfusa he doth swear, and straight performed it to the knight's great pain, for with his poleaxe out he dashed his brain. Nor so content, he runs among the press, and in his rage so many Scots he slew, that their late forwardness he did repress, and caused that they in haste themselves withdrew. Then to the tents was sent the King of Fess, to make resistance to the Irish crew, that spoiled their lodgings, having robbed the best, and went about to set on fire the rest. Then, when the stout King Agramant espied the danger great he and his men were in, and how these new supplies on every side made his retire, and ground of them did win, to save his own in time he doth provide, and lets alone the walls and them within. Himself with lords and other princes' store came where Ferraud was entered late before. And in such strength they do their forces link, and in such fury they restore the fight, that now the Scots began to fail and shrink, save that Rinaldo came even then in sight, and cried, O worthy Scots, and do you think to save yourselves by so unworthy flight? Will you so leese the honour late you won? Care you no more to save your master's son? Do you regard no more your reputation, by you in sundry bloody battles got, to leave the flower and jewel of your nation amid his foes, as if you loved him not? Ye shame yourselves and all your generation, if you disdain you with so foul a blot. Turn, turn, I say, and take some heart of grace, and meet and smite these Paynims in the face. They that before were sore with fear possessed, were now so heartened, that with honest shame each one doth seem his safety to detest. Each one his mind with anger doth inflame, and where they left their captain half distressed, with this so forward guide as fast they came. So Zerban rescued was from Turkish forces, and mounted straight one of the empty horses. Rinaldo, that did ever take delight to set on those that were most strong and stout, when once King Agramant was come in sight, him fro the rest forthwith he singles out. But when between them was begun the fight, they sundered were by those that stood about, I mean the Turks, who their chief prince defended, who else perhaps his reign even then had ended. Now, while without the walls the battle so on either side with fury was renewed, fierce Rhodamont within did work such woe, more rueful sight with eye was never viewed. To rack profane the holy temples go, he setteth fire on all, and to conclude, he did alone so spoil the godly city, as might have moved a stony heart to pity. And while King Charles, that was far off from thence, did entertain the new come English hosts, the which Rinaldo sent for their defence, behold, there came a messenger in post, that looked like one bestraught of wit and sense. His voice with haste and fear was well nigh lost, and when his broken words were plainly hard, Ah, well away, he cries, we all are marred. Some fiend of hell, for sure a fiend of hell it is, that doth our city so destroy, is sent from Beelzebub with us to dwell, to work our utter ruin and annoy. This day we must bid all good days farewell. This day must be the last day of our joy. Lo, yonder how our sacred temples smoke, nor one in their defence dares strike a stroke. Look, how a man would be amazed to hear a noise confused of backward ringing bells, and after find, when he approacheth near, new set on fire his house wherein he dwells. In such amazement and in such a fear was Charles, to hear the tale this poor man tell, and as he thither nearer came and nearer, he sees the buildings clearer burn and clearer. Of hardy squires he calls a gallant crew, and means to drive away this wicked wight, if man it be, or sprite with human hue, that doth unto the town this foul despite. Now came he where he plain might see in view men murdered, houses burned, a woeful sight. But now, although perhap my story please you, to pause a little may refresh and ease you.
End of Book 16. The 17th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico ARIOSTO, translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 17.
The argument. Fierce Rhodamont leave Paris is constrained. Martano at Damasco tilts most vilely. Stout Griffin thinks his running thereby strained, and goes for thence, the while Martano slyly doth steal his coat and horse, and so obtained great gifts, and of the king is graced highly. But Griffin, taken in Martano's clothing, receives disgrace, each one his presence loathing.
The most just God, when once man's sins do grow beyond the bounds of pardon and of grace, because that men his judgments just may know, no less than love, to rule on earth doth place vile monsters, such as tyrannize us so. With wrong the right, with lust they laws deface. For this same cause were Scylla sent and Marius, the Nerons both, and filthy-minded Varius. For this Domitian held in Rome the reign, and Antoninus of that name the last, and Maximin, a base unworthy swain, to plague mankind in princely throne was placed. For this in Thebes did cruel Creon reign, with other tyrants more in ages past. For this of late hath Italy been won by men of Lombardy, of Goth and Hun. What should I of unjust Attila speak? Of Escalon, and of 100 more, whom God doth send his anger just to wreak on us that still neglect his sacred lore. The times forepast, long since, the present eke, of such examples yields us woeful store. How we unthankful and unfruitful sheep are given to hungry ravening wolves to keep. Such wolves as would not only by their will seize all our goods and substances their prey, but also send beyond the Alps high hills for other wolves more hunger starved than they. The bones of men that Thrasymeno fills, the fights of Treb and Cannas, are but play, if with our bloody slaughters they compare, of Adda, Mila, Ronco, and of Ter. No doubt but God in heavenly throne that sits, and thence our deeds and thoughts doth plainly see, us to be spoiled and conquered thus permits, by those that are perhaps as ill as we. But if to please him we would bend our wits, then from these foes he soon would set us free, and we should see their punishment ere long, that us oppress with villainy and wrong. But now, to turn from whence I did digress, I told you how when Charles the news had hard of houses burned and men in great distress, by him that doth nor God nor man regard, unto their aid he doth himself address, and choose some special men to be his guard. And meeting such as fled, their course he stayed, and these or such like words to them he said: O simple fools, what mean you hence to run? Turn back, for shame, turn back, and do not fly. You choose the greater ill, the less to shun, to live with shame, and may with honor die. What city have you left when this is won? What hope is left a fortune new to try? Shall one vile pagan boast another day that he alone hath driven you all away? This said, he came unto the palace gate, where now the pagan prince triumphant stood, most like a serpent fierce, that hath of late his old skin cast, and left it in the wood, rejoicing now of his renewed state, of his fresh strength, of young and lusty blood. He shows his forked tongue, and comes apace, and every beast that sees him gives him place. Thus scornful and thus proud the pagan stands, with threats to spoil the palace and deface, and not a man that once his force withstands, until King Charles appeared in the place, who, looking on his old victorious hands, said thus: And is now altered so the case, that these my hands, that wonted were to win, to yield and to be faint, should now begin? Why should the strength, the vigor, and the might, that I was wont in you to feel, now fail? Shall this same Paynim dog, even in my sight, my people slay, my dwelling house assail? No, first on me 1,000 deaths alight. No death can make a princely heart to quail. And with that word, with couched spear in rest, he runs and smites the pagan on the breast. And straight the other of the chosen crew on every side the pagan do beset. But how he scaped, and what did then ensue, another time I'll tell, but not as yet. For first some matters past I must renew, and namely Griffin I may not forget, and crafty Oregilla, with the t'other that was her bedfellow, and not her brother. These three unto Damasco came together, the fairest and richest town of all the East, what time great lords and knights repaired thither, allured by the fame of such a feast. I told you from the holy city hither was 5 or 6 days' journey at the least. But all the towns about, both small and great, are not like this for state and fruitful seat. For first, beside the clear and temperate air, not noyed with summer's heat nor winter's cold, There are great store of buildings large and fair, of carved stone most stately to behold. The streets all paved where is their most repair, and all the ground is of so fruitful mould, that all the year their spring doth seem to last, and brings them store of fruits of dainty taste. Above the city lies a little hill, that shades the morning sun in early hours. Of water sweet, which here we use to still, they make such store with spice and juice of flowers, as for the quantity might drive a mill. Their gardens have fair walks and shady bowers, but that which chief maintaineth all the sweets, two crystal streams do run amid the streets. Such was the native beauty of the town. But now, because they look for great resort of princes and of lords of great renown, they deck their city in another sort. Each lady putteth on her richest gown, each house with arras hanged in stately port. The noble youths do stand upon comparison, whose horse doth best, who wears the best caparison. Thus Griffin and his mates come to this place, and first they view these shows with great delight, and after they had rode a little space, a courteous squire persuades them to alight, and prayeth them to do his house that grace, to eat and take their lodgings there that night. They thank him for his kind and friendly offer, and straight accept the courtesy he doth proffer. They had set down before them costly meat. Of sundry wines there was no little store. Of precious fruits the plenty was so great, as they had seldom seen the like before. The while their host doth unto them repeat the cause of all this feasting, and wherefore the king appointed all these solemn sports, to draw together knights of sundry sorts. But Griffin, though he came not for this end, for praise and bravery at tilt to run, but came to find his fleeting female friend, yet was his courage such, he would not shun in these brave sports some little time to spend, whereof well-doing honor might be won. He promised straight, though little were his leisure, before he go, to see and show some pleasure. And first he asketh farther of the feast, if it were new ordained, or else of old. His host replieth thus: My worthy guest, I shall in brief to you this thing unfold. Our prince, the greatest prince in all the East, hath newly pointed this great feast to hold. This is the first, but all of his retinue mind each 4th month this custom to continue. In token of great gladness and great joy, by all the city is the feast begun, in token of the danger and annoy that Norandin, our king, did lately shun. Locked up 4 months, where he could not enjoy the use of earth, of water, air, nor sun, yet at the 4 months' end, by hap he scaped the death with yawning mouth on him that gaped. But plain to show you whence did come the seed, of which this danger seemed first to grow, love did to Norandin this danger breed. The king of Cyprus' daughter pleased him so, because her beauty did the rest exceed. To see her needs in person he would go. He saw, he liked, he wooed, he won, he married her, and homeward then by ship he would have carried her. But lo, a wind and tempest rose so sore, as 3 days space they looked to be drowned, and made them land upon an unknown shore, where straight was pitched our tents upon the ground. And for of trees and grass there was good store, the king in hope some venison to have found, into the next adjoining wood doth go. 2 pages bear his quiver and his bow. His meaning was some stag or buck to kill. We wait his coming in the tent at ease, when suddenly such noise our ears doth fill, as wind in woods and waves do make in sea, and aye more nigh us it approached, till we plain might see, unto our sore disease, a monster huge, that ran along the sand, destroying all that in the way did stand. This orc, for so men do the monster call, directed straight his course upon our tent. His eyes were out, howe'er it did befall, but yet he was so quick and sharp of scent, as all his blindness holp not us at all. He hunteth like a spaniel by the vent. His scent is such as none can hope to shun him. His pace is such as no man can outrun him. Thus whether they prepared to fight or fly, or whether fear both fight and flight did let, he takes them as his prisoners by and by. Of 40, 10 scarce to the ship could get. Among the other prisoners ta'en was I, whilst I our queen in safety would have set. But all in vain, to fly it did no boot, he was so quick of scent and swift of foot. As shepherds hang a wallet at their waist, so at his girdle hangs a mighty sack, in which the better sort of us he placed. The rest he bound together in a pack, and to his cave, that was most huge and vast, he bears us, hopeless ever to come back. A comely matron in this den he had, maids fair and foul, some poor, some richly clad. Beside this female family of his, he hath a cave wherein he keeps his flock. That cave in length and largeness passeth this, made all by hand out of the stony rock. And, for man's flesh his chiefest dainty is, into the cave he safely doth us lock, the while he leads abroad his goats and sheep, which in the fields adjoining he doth keep. The king, not knowing this, returned back. The silence that he found some fear did breed, but when he found his wife and men were lack, he then to sea did haste him with great speed. He sees plain signs of haste, of spoil, of wrack, yet knows he not the author of this deed, until he had his ship by hap recovered. Then by his men the fact was plain discovered. When he had heard at last the woeful news, how greatly was his heart surprised with grief. What gods, what fortune did he not accuse for all his losses, but Lucina chief? But dangers all and death he first will choose, ere he then leave his love without relief. He either will her liberty procure, or else he will like chance with her endure. He leaves his ship, and goes by land apace, there where the monster had his love conveyed, and often wails her hard and woeful case, desiring and despairing of her aid. Now came he in the kenning of the place, and stands twixt half amazed and half afraid. At last he enters, love expelling fear, when by good hap the monster was not there. His wife was there, who with compassion moved, admonished him to make but little stay, but hasten thence if so his life he loved, lest that her husband find him in the way. Yet from his purpose this him not removed, but to the sober matron he doth say, In vain you seek to drive me hence by terror, desire hath hither brought me, and not error. By my ill hap, while I abroad was riding, the Orco bare away my dearest wife. I hither come of her to hear some tiding, or having lost my love, to leese my life. I care not if she be in life biding. If she be dead, my death shall end this strife. Love in this point so resolute hath made me, you should but leese your labor to dissuade me. The gentle matron in this sort replies, Know this, thy wife in safety doth remain, but hard it is to compass or devise which way to get her from his hand again. His want of sight his passing sense supplies. To strive with him by force it were but vain. He spoileth men, but women do not die, save only such as strive away to fly. But those he finds his company to shun, with hatred great he doth for aye pursue. Some he doth hang all naked in the sun, and day by day their torments doth renew. And some immediately to death are done, both young and old, both foul or fair of hue. So that to seek to set Lucina free may harm her much, and little profit thee. Wherefore, my son, depart the while thou may, the matron saith, Lucina shall not die. For hither shortly he will her convey, where she shall fare no worse than these and I. Depart, quoth he? Nay, here I mind to stay, and fall what shall, I will my fortune try. And if my hap be such I cannot free her, at least I mean before I die to see her. The matron's mind, with much compassion moved to see his loving and most constant mind, that from his purpose would not be removed, to bring him aid and comfort was inclined. And then she told him how it him behooved, if so to see his wife he had assigned, to use some such device as she would tell him, that when the orc should come he might not smell him. She had, that hanged in the house's roof, the hairy skins of many a bearded goat, and knowing best what was for his behoof, of one of them she makes him make a coat, and with goat suet, for a further proof, to anoint his body from the foot to throat. And in this sort his shape and favor hiding, he cometh to the place where we were biding. Now night drew near, his horn the orc doth blow, and all his herds came back unto his fold. And Norandin among the goats doth go, and enters in, love maketh him so bold. The Orco shuts the door, and leaves us so shut up, as safe as in a tower or hold. Then doth the king at large unto his lover his coming and the means thereof discover. Lucina doth not only not rejoice to see her husband come thus strangely clad, but with most lamentable mournful voice she blamed him that such peril ventured had, and swears that if she might have had her choice, she would alone have felt this fortune bad, and that before it somewhat eased her pain to think that he in safety did remain. Thus said Lucina fair, with watered eyes, as seeming now more doleful than before. But Norandino in this sort replies: Think'st thou, my dear, I loved thee no more? Yes, sure, and will even now a mean devise, both thee and these to freedom to restore, and to deliver from this servile slavery, by help of this same skin and grease unsavory. And straight he taught us, as himself had tried, each one to kill a goat, and take the skin, and outwardly to wear the hairy hide, and to be nointed with the grease within. Thus every one doth for himself provide, before the sun did yet to shine begin. Then came the Orc, and moved away the stone, and out the bearded goats came one and one. The smelling Orco at the door doth stand. We passed like goats, and make no noise nor speech. Yet oft he groped with his hideous hand, but poor Lucina could not choose but screech, or that he happed to touch her with his wand, or else too roughly pawed her by the breech. So back he puts her straight, and locks her up, and swears that she should drink a sorry cup. Himself drives out his flock as wont he was, and we like goats among the goats to keep. And when as they were feeding on the grass, the monstrous herdman laid him down to sleep. Thus we escaped, but our good king, alas, that missed his love, doth naught but wail and weep, and save that still he hope of her relief, he would no doubt have died of very grief. At night he turneth back with like desire, as he before had come to set her free, and he conceals himself with like attire from him that wants his instrument to see. The Orc enflamed with cruel rage and ire, and finds himself deceived thus to be. This recompense he points her for her pains, upon that hill to hang each day in chains. A cruel doom, but who could it resist? Away went we, each for himself afraid, but Norandino ever doth persist in his first purpose of procuring aid, lamenting that so narrowly he missed to bring her out. Among the goats he stayed, and like a goat, forgetting his estate, he goeth out early, and returneth late. She sees him go and come, but all in vain. She maketh signs to him to have him part. He constantly resolveth to remain, the love of her possesseth so his heart. Despising danger and enduring pain, he hopeth hopeless still to ease her smart. At 4 months' end, good fortune so prepared, Gradmanso thither came, and Mandricard, and for her father was their loving friend, they gave this bold attempt to set her free. And to her father straight they do her send, who was full glad and joyful her to see, and that her dangers had this happy end. But Norandino was more glad than he, who with the goats no longer now did stay, but while the Orco slept he stale away. And now for joy of this great peril past, in which he stayed so woful and forlorn, and that the memory thereof may last to those that shall be and are yet unborn, for never prince before such woe did taste, nor stayed so long in misery and scorn, and it shall be just 16 weeks tomorrow that he remained in this woe and sorrow. Therefore I say the king prepares this sport with very great magnificence and boast, inviting hither men of every sort, such as in chivalry excel the most, that far and near may carry the report of these great triumphs unto every coast. This tale the courteous host did tell his guest, of him that first ordained the sumptuous feast. In this and such like talk they spend the night, and then they sleep upon their beds of down. But when that once it shined clear and light, the trumpets sounded over all the town, and Griffin straight puts on his armor bright, aspiring after fame and high renown. His lewd companion likewise doth the same, to show a hope as well as he of fame. All armed thus they came unto the field, and view the warlike troops as they did pass, where some had painted on their crest and shield, or some device that there described was, what hope or doubt his love to him did yield. They all were Christians then, but now, alas, they all are Turks, unto the endless shame of those that may and do not mend the same. For where they should employ their sword and lance against the infidels, our public foes, God's word and true religion to advance, they to poor Christians work perpetual woes. To you I write, ye kings of Spain and France, let these alone, and turn your force on those. And unto you also I write as much, ye nations fierce, Switzers I mean, and Dutch. Lo, ton of Christian kings usurps a name, another Catholic will needs be called. Why do not both your deeds declare the same? Why are Christ's people slain by you, enthralled? Get back again Jerusalem, for shame, that now the Turk hath ta'en from you and walled. Constantinople, get that famous town that erst belonged to the imperial crown. Dost not thou, Spain, confront with Afric shore, that more than Italy hath thee offended? Yet to her hurt thou leavest that before, against the infidels thou hadst intended. O Italy, a slave for evermore, in such sort marred as never can be mended, a slave to slaves, and made of sin a sink, and sotted sleep like men o'ercome with drink. Ye Switzers fierce, if fear of famine drive you, to come to Lombardy to seek some food, are not the Turks as near? Why should it grieve you to spill your foes and spare your brothers' blood? They have the gold and riches to relieve you. Enrich yourselves with lawful gotten good, so shall all Europe be to you beholding, for driving them from these parts and withholding. Thou lion stout that hold'st of heaven the keys, a weighty charge, see that from drowsy sleep thou wake our realm, and bring her joyful days, and from these foreign wolves it safely keep. God doth thee to this height of honor raise, that thou mayst feed and well defend thy sheep, that with a roaring voice and mighty arm thou mayst withhold thy flock from every harm. But whither roves my rudely rolling pen, that wax so saucy to reprove such peers? I said before, that in Damasco then they christened were, as in records appears, so that the armor of their horse and men was like to ours, though changed of later years. And ladies filled their galleries and towers to see the justs, as they did here in ours. Each strives in show his fellow to exceed, and to be gallant in his mistress' sight. To see each one manage his stately steed was to the standers by a great delight. Some praise unto themselves, some shame do breed, by showing horses' doings wrong or right. The chiefest prize that should be of this tilt an armor was, rich, set with stone and gilt. By hap a merchant of Armenia found this armor, and to Norandin it sold, who, had he known how good it was and sound, would not have left it sure for any gold. The circumstance I cannot now expound, I mean ere long it shall you be told. Now must I tell of Griffin that came in, just when the sport and tilting did begin. 8 valiant knights the challenge did sustain against all comers that would run that day. These 8 were of the prince's private train, of noble blood, and noble every way. They fight in sport, but some in sport were slain. For why, as hotly they did fight in play, as deadly foes do fight in battle ray, save that the king may when he list them stay. Now Griffin's fellow was Martano named, who, though he were a coward and a beast, like bold blind Bayard, he was not ashamed to enter like a knight among the rest. His countenance likewise in show he framed, as though he were as forward as the best. And thus he stood, and viewed a bitter fight between a baron and another knight. Lord of Seleucia the tone they call, and one of 8 that did maintain the just. The knight Umbruno hight, of person tall, who in his visor took so great a thrust, that from his horse astonied he did fall, and with his lively blood distained the dust. This sight amazed Martano, in such sort he was afraid to leese his life in sport. Soon after this, so fierce conflict was done, another challenger straight steppeth out, with whom Martano was required to run. But he, whose heart was ever full of doubt, with fond excuses sought the same to shun, and showed himself a faint and dastard lout, till Griffin egged him on, and blamed his fear, as men do set a mastiff on a bear. Then took he heart of grace, and on did ride, and makes a little flourish with his spear, but in the middle way he stepped aside, for fear the blow would be too big to bear. Yet one that would seek this disgrace to hide, might in this point impute it not to fear, but rather that his horse, not good and ready, did shun the tilt, and ran not even nor steady. But after with his sword he dealt so ill, Demosthenes him could not have defended. He showed both want of courage and of skill, so as the lookers on were all offended, and straight with hissing and with voices shrill the conflict cowardly begun was ended. In his behalf was Griffin sore ashamed, his heart thereto with double heat inflamed. For now he sees how much on him it stands with double value to wipe out the blot, and show himself the more stout of his hands, sith his companion showed himself a sot. His fame and shame must fly to foreign lands, and if he now should fail one little jot, the same would seem a foul and huge transgression. His mate had filled their minds with such impression. The first he met, Lord of Sedona hight, and towards him he runs with massy spear, and gave a blow that did so heavy light, as to the ground it did him backward bear. Then came of Laodice another knight, on him the staff in pieces 3 did tear. Yet was the counterbuff thereof so great, the knight had much ado to keep his seat. But when they came with naked swords to try, which should the honor and the prize obtain, so Griffin did with deadly strokes him ply, at last he left him stonied on the plain. Straightway 2 valiant brothers standing by, that at Griffino took no small disdain, the tone Corimbo, t'other Terci hight, these 2 forthwith do challenge him to fight. Successively them both he overthrew, and now men thought that he the prize would win. But Salintern, that saw them down in view, to envy good Griffino doth begin. This man, the stoutest of all the courtly crew, doth take a spear in hand, and enters in, and to the combat Griffin straight defies, and scorns to have a stranger win the prize. But Griffin chose one staff among the rest, the biggest and the strongest of a score, and with the same he pierceth back and breast, that down he fell, and never stirred more. The king, that loved and esteemed him best, laments his death, and maketh moan therefore. But yet the common sort were fain and glad, that knew his mind and manners were but bad. Next after him 2 others he doth meet, Armophilo, the captain of his guard, and Carmon, admiral of all his fleet. With these a while he had a conflict hard. The first unhorsed was left upon his feet, the other with a blow was almost marred. Thus of 8 challengers remained but 1, the rest were quite subdued by him alone. This one was he of whom at first I spake, Lord of Seleucia, a valiant man. This one to Griffin did resistance make, and long it was ere aught of him he wan. But one blow on his head so fierce he strake, as he likewise to stagger now began. Had not the king made them to have been parted, sure Griffin had him killed ere he had parted. Thus all those 8, that all the world defied, by one alone were vanquished and slain. So as the king was forced to provide an order new for those that to remain, by parting runners, some on either side, for yet was spent not past an hour or twain. Lest this his triumph should have end too soon, he makes them spend therein the afternoon. But Griffin, full of wrath and discontent, back to his host with his companion came. The praise he wan did him not so content, as he was grieved at his companion's shame. Wherefore to leave the town they do consent, while men were busy looking on the game, and to a little town fast by he goes, and means himself a while for to repose. The travel sore he had before endured, so great a weariness in him had bred, and such desire of sleep withal procured, as straight he gat him to his naked bed. The while Martano, to all fraud inured, and using aid of her mischievous head, as he did soundly sleep, devised the while a stratagem most strange him to beguile. They do conclude to take Griffino's steed and coat, and every warlike implement, and that Martano in Griffino's steed himself to Nordiano shall present. This they devised, this they performed indeed, and boldly back again Martano went in Griffin's armor, stoutly stepping in, as did the ass that wear the lion's skin. He rusheth in among the thickest press, an hour before the setting of the sun. The king and all the rest straightway do guess that this was he that had such honor won, and straight great honor they to him address, and cause the like by others to be done. And his base name, not worthy to be named, about the town with honor was proclaimed. Fast by the king he rideth, cheek by cheek, and in his praise they songs and verses make, in Hebrew tongue, in Latin, and in Greek. And now this while did Griffin hap to wake, and seeing that his armor was to seek, he first begins some small mistrust to take. Yet hardly could it sink into his reason that she had given consent to such a treason. In fear and doubt no little time he hovered, but when his host the truth had plain declared, and that he saw the falsehood plain discovered, by which she had in folly's bands him snared, then truth showed plain that love before had covered, and to revenge this wrong he straight prepared. But wanting other furniture, perforce he took Martano's armor and his horse, and back unto Damasco he doth ride, arriving there within an hour of night, and entering at the gate upon the side, the palace of the king stood plain in sight, where then the king a banquet did provide for many a duke and lord and valiant knight, and Griffin boldly sate among the rest, forgetting that he wear the scorned crest. And taken for the man whose coat he wear, his presence did the better sort offend, of which when vile Martano was aware that of the table sate at th'upper end, and sees that to disgrace him they forbear, and think him his companion and his friend, his friendship and acquaintance he renounced, and this hard doom of him he straight pronounced. "O king," quoth he, "it seems that for my sake you graciously forbear to do him shame, that of his baseness shameful proof did make this day, and now again confirms the same. But you the matter and the man mistake. I know not him, his nation, nor his name. By chance I met him only on the way, I never saw him till yesterday. Wherefore might I herein your grace advise, you should a sample make him for the rest, that here presents unto your princely eyes himself unworthy and unwelcome guest. Let him tormented be in cruel wise, this is my doom. Let him be hanged at least, and unrevenged let it not be borne, that knighthood should receive so great a scorn." Thus much the vile and base Martano saith, and Origilla soothed it with as much, and wished an halter stop the villain's breath. "Nay," quoth the king, "the sin is nothing such as is in law or reason worthy death, his life or yet his liberty to touch. This for example's sake I think it meet, to do him some disgrace in open street." And straight he rounds a sergeant in his ear, and secretly appoints him what to do, who came forthwith unto the table where Griffino sate, and made no more ado, but leadeth him that no such thing did fear, a secret prison and a sure unto. And for that night he clapped him up in fetters, where thieves do use to lie, and evil debtors. Next day Martano, that did greatly dread lest this his foul device would come to light, if Griffin should be heard his cause to plead, therefore as soon as Phoebus shined bright, pretending busyness, away he sped, and leaves Griffino in this woeful plight. But ere he goes, the king to him imparts no small rewards for his, not his, desarts. But let him go his ways, and do not doubt that this unknown and unrevenged shall be. Straight was Griffino from the jail pulled out, and carted so as all men might him see, tied hand and foot, and people all about, of which the most were but of mean degree. Also the armor whence this error came was hauled about unto his farther shame. With many filthy words they him revile, from filthy tongues that hard it is to stop, and showed him round about the town the while, at every cross and house, and stall and shop. Then thinking him for ever to exile, they led him of that hill unto the top, and there his bonds they loose with great disgrace, and then they will him pack him thence apace. With scornful sound of basin, pot, and pan, they thought to drive him thence like bees in swarms. But when he was untied, then he began to make them know their error to their harms. Then he did lay about and play the man, now having use of both his warlike arms. But in what sort he them dismayed and scared, within another book shall be declared.
End of Book 17. The 18th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 18.
The argument. Now Griffin's known and felt. Algier doth threaten the Tartar prince. Charles fighteth and prevails. Martano like a coward is well beaten. Marthesa's force Damasco warriors quails. From thence, with tempest tossed and weather beaten, both she and Griffin to Astolpho sails. Medor and Cloridan with care and pain seek for the carcass of their master slain. Most worthy prince, your virtues high and rare with tongue and pen I praise and ever shall, although my words and verse inferior are in number and in worth to match them all. But all above this one I do compare, and far prefer and pure divinest call, that giving gracious ear to those are grieved, yet every tale is not by you believed. Oft have I heard your highness hath refused, although the same most earnestly were sought, to hear the guiltless absent man accused, and when a great complaint to you was brought, you have the matter and the man excused, suspending still your judgment and your thought, and keeping till the truth were truly tried, ever one ear for the contrary side. Had Norandino had so great a grace, as not to credit tales so lightly told, he had not offered Griffin this disgrace, no, though thereby he might have gained gold. But so doth rashness virtue oft deface, as here was proved, that was said of old, the silly people bear the scourge and blame, oft when their princes do deserve the same. For Griffin, as in part I told before, when as his hands and feet were once untied, did deal about of blows and thrusts such store as well was he could for himself provide. His wrath was such as none he then forbore. The old, the young, the strong, the feeble died. And they that laughed before to see him carted, now for their labor whined as much and smarted. The people faint and mazed fled away from him whom late they did deride and scorn. He followed them and killed them by the way, dastards more meet to die than to be born. But in this chase a while I let him stay, triumphing now that lately was forlorn. Of Rhodamont now somewhat must be spoken, on whom at once I said 8 spears were broken. 8 spears at once upon the scaly skin did light, and divers darts were thrown aloof. For spears and darts he passeth not a pin, such was his strength, so sure his armor's proof. But when he saw that more and more came in, to part from thence he thinks his best behoof. For why, on every side they so assail him, that needs at length his breath and strength must fail him. Even as the lion's whelps that see a bull are at the first of his great strength afraid, but when they see their sire to tear or pull his throat and sides, they run their sire to aid, and fly upon his face and horned skull, till prostrate on the ground they have him laid. So now, when Charles himself was in the place, each one took arms, each one took heart of grace. Whoso hath seen a huge well-baited bear, with many dogs, men standing close about, when he by hap the stake or cord doth tear, and rusheth in among the thickest rout, how suddenly they run away with fear, and make a lane to let the bear go out. He might, I say, compare by such a sight the manner of this pagan's fight and flight. He rusheth out, and with his 2-hand blade he flourisheth about in so fierce sort, that soon a way for him to pass was made.
To hinder him his way it was no sport, and those that by the way did him invade, except they shifted better, were cut short. Thus, in despite of Charles and all his realm, he came unto the banks of Sequin's stream, and standing from the bank a little distance, that few or none behind him could unclose, an hour's space and more he made resistance against King Charles, whose power still greater grows, till in the end, in hope of no assistance, displeased but not disgraced, away he goes. He takes the river, fretting in his mind that he had left a man alive behind. And so he swelled in anger and in pride, that he had thought to turn him back again, and to have mounted on the other side, and all that should withstand him to have slain. But lo, a messenger he then espied, that made him from that rash attempt refrain. But who did send him, and what word he bare, I mean to you another time declare. But first, what discord did I mean to show, who, as you heard, was by the angel sent among the pagans seeds of strife to sow, and, as she was commanded, thither went, yet leaving fraud behind, the coals to blow, lest all the fire of strife should quite be spent. And to augment his strength as much as may be, he carried pride with him out of the abbey. Pride leaves hypocrisy to keep his place, and thus these jarring friends together go. And when they travelled had a little space, they found by hap Dame Jealousy also, that met a dwarf that run a trudging pace, even as she wandered idly to and fro. And learning unto whom this page was sent, to go with him she quickly did consent. You call to mind, for sure you cannot choose but call to mind so late a written story, how Mandricardo Doralis did use, and kept with joy whom he did win with glory. She secretly sent notice of this news, though afterward herself perhaps was sorry, to Rhodamont, and sharply him incited to venge her rape, as I before recited. The messenger arrived then by hap, when from the stream the pagan did ascend, and told him all the tale of her mishap, and how another did possess his friend. Cold jealousy straight entered in his lap, and pride with discord to the matter mend, alleging, if he put up this disgrace, then let him ne'er look lady in the face. Like as a tiger that her young hath lost, surprised by hunter's hand and borne away, doth follow on the foot through every cost, no dikes nor waters wide can make her stay, so Rhodamont with love, and anger most, enflamed would endure no more delay, and though he want his horse, that did not boot to cause him stay, he rather goes on foot. He means whatever horseman next he spied to take his horse of friend or else of foe. At this his discord pleased, and said to Pride that she was glad their business cutten so. I will, quoth she, a horse for him provide, and horse shall cost him dear enough, I trow, and what of him and of that horse befell, another time, not now, I mean to tell. This while the most renowned Christian king, that had expulsed the pagan from the town, his valiant men of arms about doth bring, and on the sudden lets the drawbridge down, and with a fresh assault their foes so sting, while fortune smiled in him, on them did frown, that they had run away like men dismayed, had not for awe courageously them stayed. My mates in arms, quoth he, brethren and friends, proved valiant heretofore, now hold your place. More happy far is he his life that spends in honor, than that keeps it in disgrace. Lo, me your general, that here attends no way to stain the blood of Spanish race, the pattern follow that I show you first, and then I care not, let them do their worst. Thus in that part Farrar the fight renewed, and draws with him the chosen Spanish band, that oft in Christian blood their hands imbrued, and none almost but they did now withstand. But destiny can never be eschewed, and may by their success be rightly scanned. Behold, Rinaldo comes, and as he came, it seemed he carried lightning fierce or flame. Not long before, Almonte's valiant son, hight Dardanel, had slain a Christian knight, and proud of that his glory lately won, and of his good success he had in fight, about the field he carelessly did run, until he happed to see a woeful sight. He saw Alfeo yielding up the ghost, a youth whom he esteemed and loved most. Lurcanio was the man that did the deed, and Dardanel to venge it doth intend. Lurcanio followed on, and took no heed. The other all on him his force doth bend, and with a weighty spear him and his steed unto the earth together he doth send, and pierced his thigh, and put him in such pain, as scant he able was to rise again. But Ariodant, that dear his brother loved, and sees him in such pain and danger lie, was therewithal in wrath so greatly moved, he meaneth to avenge his hurt or die. But though that he attempted oft and proved, yet could he not to Dardanel come nigh, for still of other men the throng and number did him in this attempt molest and cumber. No doubt the heavens had Dardanel ordained to perish by a more victorious hand. Rinaldo's blade must with his blood be stained, and was, as after you shall understand. By him this praise and glory must be gained, the fame whereof must fill both sea and land. But let these western wars a while remain, and of Griffino talk we now again. Who taught those of Damasco to their harms what wrong they did to cart him in such sort? They fill the town with uproars and alarms, men's mouths and ears were full of this report. The king brings forth 500 men in arms, and sends 5 more to fortify the fort. For why this tumult brought him in persuasion, that sure some host of men did make invasion. But when he saw no men, no host, no band, no troops of horse the city to invade, only one man well known, that there did stand, and of his people such a slaughter made, moved with remorse, he stretcheth out his hand, naked in show of peace, as is the trade, and openly his rashness he lamented, that such a knight to harm he had consented. And Griffin, when to find he now begun the king was of so good an inclination, and that the wrong to him before was done, not of his own, but others' instigation, to make a friendly concord doth not shun, because hereby he lost no reputation. And there he tarried at the king's request, to cure his wounds and take a little rest. This while his brother Aquilent the Black, that with Astolpho still in Jewry stayed, and sees his brother now so long did lack, was in his mind all sad and ill apaid. They heard no news of him, they found no track, though weight about in every part was laid, until the Greekish pilgrim they had met, by whom of him some inkling they did get. He told them how a certain wanton dame hight Oragilla, with a ruffian knave that kept her openly without all shame, yet going in apparel fine and brave, these two, the pilgrim said, together came from Antioch, as forth in speech they gave, and to Damasco then they meant to go, but what became of them he did not know. And further unto Aquilent he told how he Griffino met this other day, and did to him the matter all unfold, and how forthwith Griffino went his way, with chafe enough and swearing that he would kill the same vile adulterer if he may. No sooner had his speech the pilgrim ended, in post to follow Aquilent intended. In post he followed to Damasco-ward, and when he travelled had a day or twain, behold that God that ever doth reward the good with blessings and the bad with pain, that graceless couple that before you heard betrayed Griffino, with that devilish train, into the hands of Aquilent did give, while they in pleasure most securely live. I say that Aquilent by God's permission doth meet the vile Martano on the way, his horse, his coat, and outward apparition so like unto Griffino every way, that Aquilent at first, without suspicion, went to embrace him, and began to say, Brother, well met, I joy of your welfare, your absence bred in me much fear and care. But when he saw that t'other not replied, but shrunk away like one that were afraid, Ah, traitor villain, yield thyself, he cried, thou hast my brother spoiled and betrayed. Tell me, thou wretch, doth he in life abide? To whom in humble sort Martano said, with fainting heart and quaking voice and trembling, yet in the midst of all his fear dissembling, Oh, pardon, sir, your brother is alive, and like to live, and hath no hurt, nor shall. The truth is this, I, being loath to strive with him, because I found him stout and tall, did with no ill intent this drift contrive to save myself, and do him hurt but small, for this same woman's sake that is my sister, with open force not daring to assist her. It grieved me to see how he by lust did her abuse, whom nature made me love. And for I thought it was both meet and just her from this wicked custom to remove, and sith I did his value great mistrust, I thought it best by policy to prove. I stale his horse and coat while he was sleeping, and so conveyed her quite out of his keeping. Well might Martano bear away the bell, or else a whetstone challenge for his due, that on the sudden such a tale could tell, and not a word of all his tale was true. But yet, in show, it all agreed well, save one which Aquilent most certain knew was false, and he in vain did seek to smother. He was her bedfellow, and not her brother. With hand and tongue at once he doth reply, and in one instant he both strake and spake. I know, quoth he, vile villain, thou dost lie. And on the face so fiercely he him strake, he makes 2 teeth into his throat to fly. Then with great violence he doth him take, and him and her he binds in bitter bands, like captives carried into foreign lands. And thus in haste unto Damasco riding, he swears that he these bands would not unbind, till of his brother he do hear some tiding, whom in Damasco after he did find, who now with cunning physic and good guiding was almost healed in body and in mind. And when he saw his unexpected brother, they both saluted and embraced each other. And after they had made in speech some sport about full many a foolish accident, for Aquilent had heard a large report of Griffin's carting and his punishment, at last he asketh Griffin in what sort they should this couple worthily torment. To hang and draw and burn their privy parts was not too much for their 2 foul desarts. The king and all his council thought it good, because their fault was so open known, that they should publicly dispill their blood, and their desarts might publicly be shown. But yet that motion Griffin straight withstood, pretending private causes of his own. Only he wished Martano should be stripped, and at a cart drawn through the street and whipped. And as for her, although she had deserved a punishment as great as he, or more, yet was the sentence of her doom reserved until Lucina came, and not before, so that by Griffin's mean she was preserved, so great a sway love in his fancy bore. Here Aquilent by Griffin was procured to bide with him until his wounds were cured. Now Norandin, that all his power still bends to honor Griffin all the means he may, and with great courtesy to make amends for that disgrace he did him the other day, to make another triumph he intends, set forth with pomp and state and rich array, and that the fame may fly to foreign nations, he notifies it straight by proclamations. At 4 weeks' end the triumph should begin, the fame whereof about so far was blown, without the land of Jewry and within, at last unto Astolpho it was known, who, asking Sansonet's advice herein, whose wisdom he preferred before his own, at last for company they both agree to go together these same justs to see. Now, as they went upon their way, behold, they met a gallant and a stately dame, with whom the Duke acquainted was of old. Marphisa was this noble lady's name. She travelled like a knight, her heart was bold, her body passing strong unto the same. And when she knew both why and where they went, to go with them she quickly did consent. And thus these 3 their journey so contrive, as just against the day and solemn feast, together at Damasco they arrive, each one well mounted on a stately beast. The king, that specially did care and strive to honor Griffin more than all the rest, by all the means and ways he could devise, augmented much the value of the prize. And where it was, as I before declared, a single armor, rich and finely wrought, now Norandino at this time prepared to send it out with things not lightly bought. To this he adds a horse, most richly barbed, by rider's skill to great perfection brought, well shaped, well marked, strong limbed, and passing swift, the beast alone fit for a prince's gift. All this he did because great hope he saw that Griffin once again the prize would win. But then was verified the old said saw, much falls between the chalice and the chin. For when Marphisa, void of fear or awe, without had viewed this armor, and within, and finds it had been hers by marks well known, she seizeth straight upon it as her own. The king, that ill so great disgrace could brook, did show himself therewith much discontent, and with a princely frown and angry look his silence threatened that she should repent. And in so great despite the thing he took, that straight some sergeants unto her he sent, with soldiers, some on foot and some on horse, deceived much in her sex, more in her force. For never did a child take more delight with gaudy flowers in time of spring to play, nor never did young lady brave and bright like dancing better on a solemn day than did Marphisa in the sound and sight of glittering blades and spears delight to stay. And this did cause her take therein more pleasure, because her strength was great beyond all measure. Those few that were to apprehend her sent, and punish her for this unlawful deed, were caused their coming quickly to repent, and others by their harms took better heed. The armed knights most diversely were bent, some standing still to mark what this would breed. Some to the sergeants thought to bring relief, of whom were Griffin and his brother chief. The English Duke doth deem it were a shame to leave Marphisa in this dangerous case, sith chiefly for his company she came, and Sansonet doth deem it like disgrace. Wherefore they mean, howe'er the matter frame, not leave her unassisted in the place. Astolpho had a charmed spear all gilt, with which he used it oft to run at tilt. The virtue of this charmed spear was such, besides the gilding bright and fair of hue, that whomsoe'er the head thereof did touch, straight him from off his horse it overthrew. Griffino first, although disdaining much, he quite unhorsed, nor who it was he knew. Then Aquilent, that to revenge it meant, unto the ground in manner like was sent. Thus did these warriors three themselves behave, but chief Marphisa, who would never rest, but would in spite of all the armor have, nor once vouchsafe to ask it or request. She doth the king and all his nobles brave, and when the best of them had done his best, on every side she beat the people down, and from them all made way out of the town. Sansonet and Astolpho did the like. King Noradino's men of arms pursue. The foolish people cry, stop, kill, and strike, but none comes near, but stand aloof to view. A narrow bridge there was, this place they pike, and to defend it against all the crew, till Griffin came, having his horse recovered, and by some marks the English Duke discovered, and straight his brother Aquilante came, and of Astolpho both acquaintance take, and then in civil terms they somewhat blame her little count she of the king did make. Astolpho friendly told to them her name, and in defence of her some words he spake. The rest that came marveled to what it tends, to hear them talk together now like friends. But when that Norandino's soldiers heard her name so dreaded over all the east, they surely thought that they should all be marred, and that the city would be ta'en at least. Therefore they pray the king to have regard. But now Marphisa, moved by request of those two brothers, friendly doth consent herself before the prince for to present. And thus, without much reverence, she spake, Sir King, I marvel what your highness meant a prize and gift of such a thing to make, as is not yours without I give consent. The arms this armor hath plain proof do make, namely, a crown into 3 pieces rent. I once put off this armor in a way to chase a thief that staled from me a prey. Then said the king, Fair dame, the truth is so. Of one Armenian merchant I them bought. I make no question, be they yours or no, nor needs for proof more witness to be brought. For though they were not, I would them bestow on you, if so the same by you were sought. As for Griffino, unto whom I gave them, he shall be pleased, I hope, and not to have them. I will him recompense some other way, and give him gifts of as great worth or more. Thanks to your highness, Griffin straight doth say, preserve me in your grace, I ask no more. But when Marphisa saw that every way they honored her, she changed her mind before. To show magnificence, she used this drift, that he must take this armor as her gift. And thus good friends all turned back again, and then with double joy the feast they hold, in which chief praise did Sansonet obtain. The other 4 did then themselves withhold, wishing the praise should unto him remain. And then, with greater cheer than can be told, by Norandino they were nobly feasted, and there themselves they well reposed and rested. 7 days or 8 the king them entertained, and those once past, of him their leave they take, the which with gifts and honor great obtained, unto the town of Tripoli they make. And in one company these 5 remained, and mind not one the other to forsake, as long as one of them was left alive, until in France they safely should arrive. And straight they get a vessel for their hire, a merchant's ship new laden from the west. The master of the ship, an ancient sire, consented to their wills with small request. The wind as then served fit for their desire, and blows a gentle gale all from the east, so that with filled sails in little while they came as far as Cyprus, Venus' isle. Here every place was full of odors sweet, of gardens fair, of spice of pleasant taste. The people lustful, for Dame Venus meet, from tender years to doting age do last, with wanton damsels walking in each street, inviting men to pleasure and repast. From hence again they loosed at what time Don Phoebus' chariot unto the east did climb. The weather still was temperate and clear, a pleasant gale their swelling sails did fill. No sign of storm or tempest did appear to such as in the weather had best skill. But lo, the weather oft doth change her cheer, even as a woman oft doth change her will. For suddenly they had such storms of weather, as if that heaven and earth would come together. The air doth on the sudden grow obscure, but lightened oft with lightning's dreadful light. And, save their hourglass kept them reckoning sure, 'twas hard for to discern the day from night. The desperate mariners do all endure, as men inured to the water's spite. The heavens above, the waves beneath do roar, yet are not they dismayed one whit therefore. One with a whistle hanged about his neck shows by the sound which cord must be undone, and straight the ship-boy, ready at a beck, unto the tops with nimble sleight doth run. The other mariners upon the deck, or at the steer, the coming waves do shun, and then by turns they pump the water out, by pain and care preventing every doubt. Now while this noble crew with tempest tossed went in the sea as wind and weather drave, and look each minute to be drowned and lost, the Christians, with a fresh assault and brave, set on the pagans sorely to their cost, who now began the worser side to have, but chiefly then their courage gan to quail, when noble Dardanello's life did fail. Rinaldo him had noted from the rest, full proud of slaughter of so many foes, and to himself he said, "'Tis surely best to crop this weed before it higher grows." Therewith he sets his fatal spear in rest, and cries to Dardanello as he goes, "Alas, poor boy, much woe to thee they bred, that left to thee that shield of white and red. I'll try if you defend those colours well," he saith, "which, if with me you cannot do, against Orlando fierce, I can you tell, for to defend them will be great ado." Thus said Rinald, and noble Dardanel in valiant wise thus answered thereunto. "Know this," quoth he, "that these my colours I will bravely here defend, or bravely die." With that he spurred his horse, as this he spake, and with great force Rinaldo did assail. But lo, the staff upon his armour brake, so as his blow but little did avail. But straight Rinaldo's spear a way did make, and pierced the double folds of plate and mail, and went so deep into the tender skin, the life went out there where the staff went in. Look how a purple flower doth fade and dry, that painful ploughman cutteth up with shear, or as the poppy's head aside do lie, when it the body can no longer bear. So did the noble Dardanello die, and with his death filled all his men with fear. As waters run abroad that break their bay, so fled his soldiers, breaking their array. They fly unto their tents with full persuasion that of the field the mastery was lost. Wherefore, to fortify against invasion, they spare no time, no travel, nor no cost. Now Charles by forehead means to take occasion, and follows them full close with all his host, and coming to their tents, so bravely ventured, that he with them themselves almost had entered, had not his valiant attempt been stayed by over hasty coming of the night, so that of force, as then it was delayed, and either side was driven to leave the fight. But with this difference, all the Turks dismayed and newly gathered from their fearful flight, the Christians on the t'other side pursuing, and day by day their hope and power renewing. The number of the Turks that day were slain was more than 80,000, as they say. Their blood did fat the ground of all that plain, and makes the ground more fertile to this day. Among the dead some men half dead remain, left there for thieves and robbers as a prey. Within the pagan camp great moan they make, some for their friends, some for their kinfolk's sake. 2 youths there were among so many more, whose friendship fast and firm, whose faithful hearts deserved to be placed the rest before, and to be praised for their good desarts. Their names were Cloridano and Medore, both born far hence about the eastern parts, their parents poor, and not of our belief, yet for true love they may be praised chief. The elder of the two hight Cloridan, an hunter wild in all his life had been, of active limbs, and eke an hardy man, as in 1,000 men might well be seen. Medoro was but young, and now began to enter too of youth the pleasant green, fair-skinned, black-eyed, and yellow curled hair, that hanged in lovely locks by either ear. These two among the rest kept watch that night, and while the time in sundry speech they spent, Medoro oftentime most sadly sight. His master's death did cause him to lament. "Oh," said Medoro, "what a woeful spite, what cruel scourge to me this fortune sent, that Dardinel, Amante's worthy son, so suddenly should unto death be done.
Behold, his noble corse is left a prey to be devoured by the wolf and crow, a food too fine to be so borne away. But I shall remedy that hap, I trow. I'll find the mean his course thence to convey. I am resolved myself will thither go, that for the good he did me when he lived, at least his course by me may be relieved."
When Cloridano heard this saying out, he stood amazed and musing in his mind, in tender years to find a heart so stout, unto so dangerous attempt inclined, and straight dissuades him, casting many a doubt, to make him change the thing he had assigned. But still Medoro doth resolve to try to bury Dardinel, or else to die. When Cloridan so resolute him found, of his own frank accord he vow doth make to follow him in broken state and sound, and never him to leave or to forsake. And straight they two do leave this fenced ground, and pointing new supplies their rooms to take, they find the Christian camp lie all neglected, like those that fear no harm, nor none suspected. I say those Christians that the watch should keep, lay as they carried not for foe nor friend, their senses so possessed with wine and sleep, that none of them their office did attend. But Cloridan, that saw them drowned so deep, said thus, "Medoro, now I do intend to get for our great loss this small amends, to kill some foes that killed all our friends. Stand thou and watch and hearken every way, and for the rest let me alone to try." This said, he goes where one Alfeo lay, that took upon him knowledge in the sky, by which he dreamt he should live many a day, and in his wife's beloved bosom die. But all was false, his cunning him deceived, for now this pagan him of life bereaved. And many more, whom here I do not name, that sleep on boards, or making straw their bed. At last, where wretched Grillo lay he came, that on an empty barrel couched his head, himself had emptied late before the same. That deadly sleep the wine in him had bred. The Turk his sword within his bowels fixed, out came the blood and wine together mixed. Near Grillo slept a Dutchman and a Greek, that all the night had plied the dice and drink. To both of them at once he did the leak, that dreamt perhaps of 7 or of 6 drink. They had been better watched all the week, than at so bad a time as this to wink. Death certain is to all, the proverb saith, uncertain is to all the hour of death. Look how a lion fierce with famine pined, that comes unto a flock of silly sheep, where neither fence nor people he doth find, doth spoil the flock the while the shepherds sleep. So Cloridano with his bloody mind, that found those hushed that watch and ward should keep, could not his cruel rage and malice bridle, nor was this while Medoro's weapon idle. For he that did disdain to make to die those of the common and the baser sort, came there where Duke Libretto then did lie, embracing of his lady, in such sort as ivy doth the wall, they lay so nigh. Now soundly sleeping after Venus' sport, so close the air could not have come between. Medore their heads at one blow cuts off clean. O happy state, O life, O death most sweet! For sure I think their souls embracing so, in heavenly seat do oft together meet, and in good peace and love did thither go. Then next a captain of the Flemish fleet, and the Earl of Flanders' son, with other mo Medoro killed, and so far forward went, he came but little from the Emperor's tent. But lo, they both with shedding blood now tired, and fearing lest at length some few might wake, ere long time past, both by accord retired, and mind their first attempt in hand to take, as both, but as Medoro chief desired. Most secretly unto the field they make. They mean, although they both were faint and weary, the noble Dardanello's corse to bury. The heaps of men that in the field remain, some dead and some between alive and dead, had made their labor to have been in vain, had not the moon showed out her horned head, so bright as clear discovered all the plain, that then was covered with vermilion red. Were it a chance, or else his earnest prayer, that made the moon at that time shine so fair.
Now after search by Phoebe's friendly light,
the good Medore espied him on the ground, who, when he saw that grievous woeful sight, he was for sorrow ready there to sound. And out he cries, Alas, O worthy wight, not worthy in this sort to have been found. Now my last duty do I mean to pay, and then to say farewell to you for aye. Thus spake Medoro, shedding many a tear, and minding now no longer time to tarry. The loved corse doth on his shoulders bear, and Cloridano holp the same to carry. And they that erst were stout and void of fear, were waxen now so timorous and wary, not for their own, but this dear burden's sake, that every little noise did cause them quake. This while the noble Zurban, having chased his fearful foes while others were asleep, that had his heart on virtue's lore so placed, as did to noble deeds him waking keep, came with his troop, where these two made great haste, by hills, by dales, by stony ways and steep, the carcass of their lord to bear away, when much it wanted not a break of day. The Scots that were of noble Zurban's band, and saw two men go loaden down the plain, make after them a gallop out of hand, in hope to light upon some prey or gain. When Cloridano, spying o'er the land, did say 'twas best to let the corse remain, alleging that it was a foolish trick, in saving one dead man, to lose two quick. And herewithal his hold he letteth slide, and thinks Medoro would the same have done. He means himself in the next wood to hide, and toward it in great haste he doth run. But good Medoro, that could not abide to leave the office he so late begun, although with double pain and duller pace, with all the burden fled away in chase, and to the wood the nearest way he went, in hope to get it ere the horsemen came. But now his breath and strength were so far spent, as they had very near him overta'en, yet in his deed he doth no whit relent. To leave his lord he counts it such a shame. But they that think this story worth the reading must take a little respite in proceeding. End of Book 18.
The 19th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 19.
The argument. Angelica doth heal and wed Medore,
Marphisa with that other worthy crew lands after travel long upon the shore of Amazons, where, when the law they knew, stout Guidon, that came thither late before, fought with Marphisa, who his 9 men slew. But when the combat ceased for want of light, then Guidon prayth them lodge with him that night. None can deem right who faithful friends do rest, while they bear sway and rule in great degree. For then both fast and feigned friends are pressed, whose faiths seem both of one effect to be. But then revolts the faint and feigned guest, when wealth unwinds and fortune seems to flee. But he that loves indeed remaineth fast, and loves and serves when life and all is past. If all men's thoughts were written in their face, some one that now the rest doth overcrow, some other eke that wants his sovereign's grace, when as their prince their inward thoughts should know, the meaner man should take the better's place, the greater man might stoop and sit below. But tell we now how poor Medoro sped, that loved his master both alive and dead. In vain he sought to get him to the wood, by blind and narrow paths to him unknown. Their swift and his slow pace the same withstood, forced by the burden that he bare alone. But now, when Cloridano understood Medoro's case, he made for him great moan, and cursed himself, and was full ill apaid, that he had left his friend devoid of aid. Medoro all about so strait beset, to leave his loved load was then constrained. But all in vain he sought for thence to get, his master's carcass that behind remained was unto him so fierce and strong a let. It stayed his weary steps, and him retained, even as a bear that would defend her whelp, about doth hover, though she cannot help. So good Medore about the course did hover, the while that Cloridano cometh back, and, for the day was dawned, he might discover how greatly his Medore his help did lack. Wherefore, to do his best him to recover, he takes his bow and quiver from his back, and at a Scot he took his aim so well, he strake him in the brain, that down he fell. The fall and death so sudden of the Scot amated much the courage of the rest, and much they marvelled whence should come this shot, and sore this accident did them molest. But Cloridan for this forbare them not, but shot another in about the breast, the which inflamed Zerbino's mind so sore, that for revenge he would have slain Medore. And fastening in his golden curled hair his warlike hand, "Thou shalt," said he, "abye, thou shalt the penance and the burthen bear of him that here hath made my men to die." Yet for all this Zerbino did forbear to kill him, when he saw with gracious eye his sweet sad look, and hearkened to his speech, that in this sort for pardon did beseech. "Sir Knight," he said, "for thy Messiah's sake, I thee do pray and earnestly conjure so much compassion now on me to take, to let me give my Lord his sepulture. I little care what spoil of me ye make, what pains or tortures I myself endure. I only sue so long my life to save, as I may lay my master in his grave." Now while Medoro spake these words and such, whereby Zerbino was to mercy moved, and to his favor was inclined much, as one that gratefulness had ever louved, a vile base swain so rudely did him touch, as him not only from his place removed, but with his staff most rudely overthrew him, that every one do deem him dead that view him. This fact did so Zerbino's mind offend, that presently the villain he did chase, and to have killed him he did intend, and had, but that the other fled apace. But when that Cloridano saw his friend with bleeding wound lie prostrate in the place, he means himself no longer now to hide, but even to die by dear Medoro's side. And as he purposed, so he did indeed, for fighting manfully he there was slain. The Scots do onward on their way proceed, Medoro half alive doth now remain, and still his breast in woeful sort doth bleed. The staff had cut therein so large a vein, and sure he had bled out his life and all, but for one rare good hap did him befall. For lo, a damsel came though meanly clad in shepherd's weeds, yet fresh and fair of favour, and such a one as in those base clothes had a show of princely birth and high behaviour. She, finding him lie there in case so bad, did think it charity to be his saviour. This was, if you forget, the lady fair that of Cataya was undoubted heir. I showed you by what hap she gat the ring, and how the same had filled her with such pride, and her into so high conceit did bring, that all her suitors now she flat denied. She careth not for earl, nor duke, nor king. Orlando she and sacripant defied, but chiefly she would blush and be ashamed, if she but happed to hear Rinaldo named. So great her folly grew, so vain her pride, as she esteemed all the world at naught, the which, when once the blind boy had espied, not blind when any mischief may be wrought, he will no longer this presumption bide, and for a fit occasion long he sought, and, finding this, he thought himself now sped, and up he draws his arrow to the head. Now, when this Indian queen did there behold a lovely youth lie dying in the place, his body feeble in a mortal cold, a deadly pale amid his lively face, a kind of passion straight on her took hold, that moved her mind to pity this his case, and much the rather when he did declare the woeful cause that bred him all this care. She, having learned of surgery the art, an art which still the Indians greatly prize, which fathers to their children do impart, whose knowledge in tradition chiefly lies, which without books the children learn by heart, I say, Angelica doth then devise, by skill she had in juice of herbs and flowers, for to renew Medoro's lively powers. And calling to her mind, she late had seen an herb, whose virtue was to stanch the blood, as dittamy, or some such herb I ween, that for such purpose wholesome was and good. Straightway she seeks this herb upon the green, with all the haste and diligence she could, and finding it, she takes thereof a branch, whose virtue was the course of blood to staunch. Then, coming back again, she met by hap a silly shepherd seeking of his cow, that brake out of his ground at some small gap, and now was strayed, he knew not where nor how. She prays him take the herbs were in her lap, a servitor more fit to serve a sow, and bear her company unto the place where poor Medoro lay in dangerous case. Then from their horse she and the shepherd light, and straight between two tiles those herbs she bruised, and took the juice between her fingers bright, and so into the wound the same infused, whose virtue great revived Medoro's sprite, to find himself so well and kindly used, that doubt it was which most his wound did salve, the precious surgeon or the precious salve. And now he had recovered so much force, as what with hers and with the shepherd's aid, he clambered up upon the shepherd's horse, howbeit in the place so long he stayed, until he saw his loved master's corse into a grave with Cloridano's laid. And then, and not before, he did agree to do as he by her should pointed be. From thence unto the shepherd's house she went, and made her patient eke with her to go, and there to bide with him she was content, till he were clearly rid of all his woe. But in this while she felt her heart relent with sundry qualms, that wanted not be so, and when his comely personage she saw, a secret heat she felt her heart to gnaw. For while she healed his wound, another dart did wound her thoughts and high conceits, so deep as now therewith was ravished her proud heart, possessing it although she wake or sleep. Her wound to heal there was no herb nor art, for more and more like flame the same doth creep. Yet her chief care is him to help and cure, that all this torment doth to her procure. Thus while Medoro better grows and better, she feels herself tormented more and more, and he that for his life to her was debtor, is he alone that plagueth her so sore. Wherefore, though modesty a while did let her, yet now, perforce, no further she forbore, but plainly to Medoro told her grief, and at his hands as plainly asked relief. O stout Orlando, valiant sacripant, O fierce Ferrah, O hundreds more beside, where are those valiant acts of which you vaunt? Where is your pomp, your glory, and your pride? One poor Medore all your desires doth daunt, one poor Medore doth all your power deride, and she whom all of you have wooed in vain, to woo Medoro doth not now disdain. She suffers poor Medoro take the flower which many sought, but none had yet obtained, that fragrant rose, that to that present hour ungathered was, behold, Medoro gained. And over her to give him perfect power, with sacred rites a marriage was ordained, and with the veil of this so sacred order, she covers this her folly and disorder. Now when the solemn marriage was done, of which God Cupid asked the banns, I trow, she going forward as she hath begun, continued there with him a month or mo. From rising to the setting of the sun, with him she doth sit, talk, lie, stand, and go, forgetting so all maidenly sobriety, that she of him could never have satiety. If in the house she stayed, then would she crave Medoro in the house with her to stay. If in the field she walk, then must she have Medoro lead or guide her in the way. And by a river in the shady cave they oft did use to spend the heat of day, like to that cave where, shunning stormy weather, the Trojan Duke and Dido met together. Amid these joys, as great as joys might be, their manner was, on every wall within, without, on every stone or shady tree, to grave their names with bodkin, knife, or pin. Angelica and Medore you plain might see, so great a glory had they both therein. Angelica and Medore in every place, with sundry knots and wreaths they interlace. Now when she thought in this well-pleasing place she had already made sufficient stay, and for she longed to do Medore that grace to give to him her kingdom of Catay, from whence she had been absent so long space, from this poor house she means to go away, yet minds she ere she go her host to please, with whom she found such pleasure and such ease. Angelica had since she was a girl worn on her arm, as for Orlando's sake, a bracelet rich of precious stone and pearl, which as a token she of him did take. And though she had it of this worthy Earl, yet did she thereof chiefest reckoning make, not that the giver she did much esteem, but for the gift was rich, and so did seem. By her this bracelet many years was worn, not only in her time of peace and joy, but even when she remained most forlorn, and subject to each danger and annoy. Even then, when naked as ever she was born, the oracle came in hope her to enjoy. This bracelet, wanting store of coin and pence, she gives her host as for a recompense. Next day betime she getteth on her way, and makes Medoro sole her lord and guide. He kept her company both night and day, and none but he with her did go and ride. Their meaning is at Bercelin to stay, a port in Spain, until they may provide a vessel, that with help of oar and wind may them transport from Spanish seas to Inde. But ere they were arrived at this port, they met a madman of his wit bestraught, besmeared with dirt and mire in filthy sort, his outward sense expelled with inward thought. This madman made them but ill-favored sport, and had made worse, had he them rightly caught. But as it was, he put them in great danger, and flies at them as dogs do at a stranger. But how she scaped and away did get, with her new love, hereafter I declare. For why, Marphisa I may not forget, and those with her that in the tempest are, with Griffin, Aquilent, and Sansonet, and th' English Duke that hath the horn so rare, which 5 I left in danger and disease, tossed terribly in the tempestuous seas. Now while the wind continued blowing hard, and of his rage did small or nothing bate, the master sets his compass and his card, and calls to counsel first the master's mate, and then the mariners of best regard, consulting of the weather and their state, and every one doth tell his guess and thought, near to what coast the tempest hath them brought. some say Limisso, Tripoli some say Satilla, full of rocks and sands, and swear that all of them were cast away, except they keep aloof from off those lands. This causeth some to curse, and some to pray, and lift to heaven their woeful hearts and hands. Their stuff nor merchandise none care to save, but hurl the same into the greedy wave. Well might they boast of iron heart and breast, that could at such a time be void of fear. The stout Marphisa at that time confessed she wished with all her heart not to be there. So sore the swelling seas did them molest, as though it would the ship in pieces tear. Nor was there any sign the wind would cease, and that the sea would grant them any peace.
One vows a journey to the Holy Tomb.
Another to Galicia vows to go, unto St. James. Some others unto Rome, or other hallowed places that they know. The mariners fear naught but want of room, sea room they wish, then care they for no mo. At 4 days' end it cleared and waxed fair, or wert the season, or their earnest prayer. And as the weather grew more clear and clear, they did discover plain a goodly coast. And to the port as they drew near and near, borne in by tide, their sails and tackles lost, behold, a goodly city did appear, with towers and stately buildings of great cost, of which, when once the master was aware, it bred in him no little fear and care. To cast his anchor straight he doth provide, for vain it was to labor to go back. The vessel wanted sails to stem the tide, the tempest had put all things so to wrack. And yet he feared on the other side they of the town would sure be on his jack. In fine, so full his mind was of confusion, he knew not whereupon to make conclusion. Now, while he stood confused in this sort, the English Duke demands what cause of doubt made him refuse so fair and safe a port, and strive against the stream to keep still out. Sir, quoth the master, briefly to report to you the cause, know this, that hereabout, and namely in that city, dwells a nation that use a barbarous and cruel fashion. They call them Amazons that here do dwell. Here women guide and rule and govern all. The men from government they do expel. Some they do kill, the rest keep bond and thrall. He sole shall scape that runs at tilt so well, as first to make 10 men of theirs to fall, and next in venery and flesh delight can satisfy 10 women in one night. And if a man perform the first of these, and have such hap to overthrow the men, and yet at night his force do fail to please in active generation damsels 10, he must be killed or drowned in the seas, or kept a prisoner in some cave or den. But they that both perform shall have their lives, and those 10 damsels ever for their wives. When as the pilot out his tale had told, of women that delight in spoil and murder, the English Duke could hard his laughter hold, to hear of so fantastical an order. And all the 5 affirmed straight they wold land at this place, and go by sea no further. Each place to them was safe and out of fear, where they might have the use of sword and spear. But all the shipmen carried other minds, as men that better were to storms inured, and would have thought their lives in waves and winds more than in conflicts and in fights assured. But whether reason leads or causes binds, or that the better part the same procured, the ship with broken mast and tackle torn, by force of tide into the haven was borne. No sooner was the vessel in the port, but straight a galley ready for such need, stored with artillery of every sort, and one that could both row and sail with speed did board them. And, to make the matter short, a woman clad in grave and ancient weed, as old as Sibyl or as Hector's mother, spake in effect these words with many other. My friends, quoth she, or yield or look to die, for hope is none to scape away by flight. But thus, if any of you mean to try, if he alone can vanquish 10 in fight, and afterward with twice 5 maidens lie, and of them maids make women in one night, then such a one shall rule among us chief, and save his friends from punishment and grief. But if that any shall the fact attempt, and fail but in the first or in the last, then he shall die because of his contempt, and into prison ye shall all be cast. They made her answer all they were content, not one man there was therewithal aghast. For in both kinds the knights had so been proved, as with the danger they were nothing moved. The English Duke, with those 3 youths of France, straight for this enterprise themselves prepare. But chief the Duke, that doubted no mischance, by virtue of his book and horn most rare. Marfisa eke, though for the second dance she was not fit, so manly mind she bare, as she would needs her force and fortune try, and swear her sword all weapons should supply. And straight they all agreed some lots to draw, and, to conclude, on her the hazard fell. But she, that quite was void of fear and awe, did promise to perform her office well. This sword, quoth she, shall abrogate this law, and plague them all that in this city dwell. And to undo these doubts I will provide, as Alexander Gordius knots untied. No foreigner hereafter shall bewail the wicked law of this ungodly land. This said, she putteth on her coat of mail, in hope alone against 10 men to stand. Then came the 10 were pointed to assail. But he that was the foremost of the band, as far as by appearance might be guessed, was one that far surpassed all the rest. His horse was black as pitch or polished jeet, save in 1 foot, and in his brow a star, a shining spot of white not very great. A lofty rein, an eye that threatened war, such as the horse, such was his own conceit. His sorrows did exceed his joys so far, and deadly care so drowned his small delight, as did the black the little spot of white. This knight, that ever vantage did eschew, would not accompany those other 9, but standeth still on horseback, taking view which way the victory did most incline. Marfisa rode a horse of dainty hue, given unto her of late by Norandine, his color pied, powdered with many a spot, small head, fierce look, clean limbed, and lofty trot. Now, when that given of battle was the sign, on her alone all 9 at once did fly, and she alone sustained the force of 9. The 10th, I said, was quiet standing by, as one that did against that use repine, when more than one should seek to make one die. And with the first encounter thus she sped, she laid down 4 of them on ground for dead. The 5th she justles, and by force unhorses, and with a trunch the 6th she gave a blow, that to the ground both man and horse enforces, with mazed head and faltering feet to go. The standers by admire her passing forces, and chief their wives that saw them killed so. For as a chain shot sweeps all in the way, so with those 9 Marfisa then did play. She bathed her blade in blood up to the hilt, and with the same their bodies all she mangled. All that abode her blows, their blood was spilt. They scaped best, that here and thither wrangled, or those whose horses overthrown at tilt lay with their masters on the earth entangled. Thus of 9 enemies remained none, for all were killed or maimed or overthrown. The knight that was arrayed in black attire, and stood aside and saw this hardy fight, to show that he for fear did not retire, but to make known his courtesy shining bright, straight steppeth out. And first he doth desire to speak with her whom he esteemed a knight, for he could not imagine nor suppose a woman could have given such manly blows. And thus he saith, Meseems the odds too great that I of you should take to fight straightway, sith both your horse and you are in a sweat. Mine offer is to respite you a day, till you may be refreshed with rest and meat, that with mine honor fight with you I may. For I should think myself disgraced sore, to vanquish one wearied and spent before. Wearied and spent, quoth she, alas, the while, think you I am so wearied and so spent? Your courteous offer causeth me to smile, to think how quickly you will it repent. You do deceive yourself, and much beguile, to think that I to pause would be content.
I doubt not you shall find but little cause, when you have tried, to offer me to pause." "Well," said the knight, "if you will try it straight, that you accept I cannot well refuse." Forthwith 2 spears of mighty strength and weight were brought, and he doth bid Marphisa choose. Now was the sun 4 hours past his height, when as these 2 began their spears to use. The trumpets sound, they set their spears in rest, and each determining to do their best. The spears in spells and sundry pieces flew, as if they had been little sticks or cane. Yet of the blows to both did hurt ensue, their steeds were well nigh brought unto their bane, quite overthrown in all the people's view, as though their legs had quite for them been ta'en. So both their horses tumbled on the ground, yet both themselves from hurt were safe and sound. 100 and 100 knights and more Marphisa has subdued, it was well known, yet such a chance she never had before, to have her horse so strangely overthrown. Also the knight that black apparel wore doth marvel whence this great mishap was grown, and not a little wondered at her force, that had so stoutly overthrown his horse. Forthwith on foot the combat they apply, in which the ton the t'other doth not spare, and either thinks to make the other die, and either of the other doth beware. But all the while among the standers by appeared great attentiveness and care, for never could they guess from the beginning which of the 2 was in best hope of winning. Now gan Marphisa to herself to say, "It happy was that he before stood still, for had he holpt the t'other 9 to day, no doubt with me it could have been but ill, that now alone so hard doth hold me play, as scant I save myself with all my skill." Thus to herself the stout Marphisa thought, and all the while courageously she fought. Contrary to himself the knight thus saith, "'Twas well for me that he before was spent, for had he been but fresh in perfect breath, I doubt me that ere this I had been shent. Surely," thought he, "I scant had scaped death, if he to rest himself had given consent. No question I did great advantage take, that he refused that offer I did make." Thus did the combat long twixt them endure, and neither party boasted of their gain, until the night's dark shadow and obscure did cover city, wood, and vale, and plain. But that rest to all thing doth procure, did force them to respite this their pain. And first the knight thus said, "What can we do? Behold how night is come to part us 2. You may," said he, "1 night prolong your life, and longer not, such is the cursed law. Against my will, God knows, I hold this strife, and now I fear and have no little awe, lest every one that was to them a wife, whom late you killed, will from your beds you draw, for every one of those unhappy men whom erst you slew was husband unto 10. So that for those same 9 that you have slain, 9 times 10 women seek revenge to take. Wherefore I wish that you and all your train within my roof this night abode do make, for so perhap from wrong they will abstain, if not for right, at least for reverence sake. I'll take your offer, sir," Marphisa saith, "so that hereof to me you give your faith, that as in fight you show your value great, as I have proved in this present place, so I may find your words without deceit, lest falsehood should your noble deeds deface. I will accept your lodging and your meat, and will persuade my fellows in like case. But rather than for fear you should it think, let's fight it out by light of torch and link." And thus, in fine, they all of them agreed that unto him that night they would be guest. Straight to a sumptuous palace they proceed, by torchlight brought to chambers richly dressed. But when that each put off their warlike weed, then each of them with wonder was possessed. She, that the knight did by his face appear to be a boy of age but 18 year, and he, when by her hair her sex he knew, wondered to see a woman of such might, as namely that in sight 9 tall men slew, and after had with him prolonged the fight.
And either pleased with the other's view, behold the one the other with delight. Then each desired the other's name to learn, as in the ensuing book you shall discern.
End of Book 19. The 20th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico ARIOSTO, translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 20.
The argument.
With Guidon all his worthy guests agree to break from th' Amazons the morrow morn. Astolpho, doubting lest it would not be, doth drive them thence, and scares them with his horn. Zerbino laughs, Cabrina gay to see. Marphisa seems to take it in great scorn, and against his will commits her to his guiding, by whom he hears of Isabella tiding. Right wondrous deeds by divers dames were done in times of old, as well by sword as pen, whereby their glory shined like the sun, and famous was, both far and near, as then the fame Harpalyce in battle won. Camilla's worth is eke well known to men, Corinna's praise and Sappho's are discerned above the rest, because they both were learned. What art so deep, what science is so high, but worthy women have thereto attained? Who list in stories old to look, may try and find my speech herein not false nor feigned. And though of late they seem not to come nigh the praise their sex in former times have gained, no doubt the fault is either in backbiters, or want of skill and judgment in the writers. For sure I see in this our present age such virtuous parts in their sweet sex to grow, the young so sober and the rest so sage, and all so chaste, as writers shall, I know, have work enough to fill full many a page with their great praise, that from their worth will flow, to win the fame their ancestors did leese, and pass Marphisa not in few degrees. But now to turn my speech to her again, I say that when the knight did ask her name, she made him answer, and did not disdain to tell both what she was and whence she came, yet, as her fashion was, both brief and plain. She saith thus to the knight, I called am Marphisa, and she need to say no more, for all the world had heard the rest before. The t'other, when his turn to speak came in, first making long and farther circumstance, in such like manner doth his tale begin, and sighing deep, you all have heard perchance both of my father's house and of my kin, of fame in Italy, in Spain, and France.
For sure I am, the house of Clarimount in all the world is known and of account.
He that Carello and Mambrino slew, and did their kingdoms ruin and deface, out of one stock with me together grew, although we were not all born in one place. For why, at Ister flood, to tell you true, my father me begat, and in that case my mother great with child he left behind, and went to France by help of sail and wine. Thus 17 years I lived like one exiled, until I able was to break a lance, and for that place me seemed too base and viled, I mean to seek my friends and kin in France. They name me Guidon, savage of a child. As yet I could not much my name advance, for hither by a tempest I was born, as you were now, with ship and tackle torn. Here first Argillon with 9 men I killed, 11 months since, and that same day at night the office of an husband I fulfilled unto 10 Amazons in flesh delight. This done, to take my choice then was I willed of any 10 that pleased best my sight, and these remain my wives, and must until one come that me with other 9 can kill. Unto the knights this seemed a marvelous story, and much they wondered at this government. They marvel that so great a territory for want of men was not consumed and spent. They thought no less the women would be sorry for want of men to live so continent. 'Twas strange one man sufficed 10 of these, sith one with us can scant one woman please. And straight they were inquisitive to know when first this foolish order there began, and upon what occasion it did grow, that women in that country ruled man. Then Guidon answered thus, I shall you show the whole discourse as briefly as I can, according as myself have heard the same, since by mishap, into this realm I came. When as the Greeks had quite defaced Troy, and after twice 10 years returned home, for 10 whole years in danger and annoy of surging seas they up and down did roam, they found their wives, that had but little joy so long a time to live and lie alone, each one a lusty lover to have chosen, lest with the cold they might be starved and frozen. Their houses full of bastard brats they see. In fine, they purpose, after consultation, to pardon all their wives and set them free. But for these boys that bred
some alteration,
to drive them out a door they do agree, and make them seek a foreign habitation. It was contrary much to their desires, that others' brats should warm them at their fires. Thus some thrown out, some close them others keep in corners from their angry husband's sight. And when as elder years on them do creep, each one betakes him to his most delight. Some plough, some get them herds of goats and sheep, some sciences, and some do learn to fight. Thus every one betook him to some trade as he assigns that all the world hath made. Among the rest that art of war ensue, Phalanto, son of Clytemnestra queen, but 18 years of age and fresh of hue, and in the flower of youth's well-pleasing green, this one to him 100 gallons drew, and getting ships and things that needful been, with writs of mart, a thing that breeds much sorrow, he gets him to the sea in mind to borrow. Now, while Phalanto with his cursed fleet abode at sea, with that more cursed train, it fortuned at that time that they of Crete had Idumeo driven out of his reign. Wherefore, for better strength, they thought it meet Phalanto and his men to entertain. They give to him great hire and great reward, the city of Datea for to guard. Datea was a town of great estate, rich, and frequented with no small resort, and yields in plenty large, betimes and late, of sundry kinds of pleasure and of sport. And as they all men use, so in like rate they used their soldiers in so friendly sort, as though they had agreed by sound accords to make them all their masters and their lords. But chief they found with women so great grace, as they wan most of them unto their lure. But when the wars were ended in short space, and that their pay no longer did endure, they all prepared to leave this pleasant place, which to the damsels did great grief procure, to leave their husbands, brother, or their father, than these new lovers every one had rather. And when they saw they could not make them stay, by no device of theirs, nor no request, they do agree with them to steal away, and take such things as were of value best. Thus came these damsels loaden with their prey, and thence to sea, and were now gone at lest 100 leagues with these new lawless lovers, before Datea this their flight discovers. The wind so good then for their purpose blew, Phalanto quickly landed in this coast, and here the amorous and wanton crew unto their loves of this their lewdness boast. But now that saying was confirmed true, that pleasant things do often cloy the most, and there can be a greater clog to no man than to be weary of a wanton woman. Wherefore, like men that were and had been ever of gain most greedy, sparing of expense, they secretly consulting do endeavor to take the goods, and then to steal from thence. Thus, while the women still in love persever, they that regard not pleasure more than pence, load with their wealth, of which there was good store, stale to the sea, and left them on the shore. Sore were the damsels daunted and dismayed, when once they saw their loves had them forsaken. For what more spite can be than be betrayed of him to whom one hath herself betaken? And sith they find that weeping doth not aid, they mean betimes some order shall be taken, what they shall do, and how hereafter live, and every one doth straight her verdict give. One home to turn again doth think it best, and to their kin and friends them to submit, and with repentance pardon to request, and vow the like fault never to commit. Another that good motion doth detest, and swears it showed the mover had no wit, and that with greater honesty or ease they might go drown them headlong in the seas. Among the rest, one Orontea hight, that lineally of Minos was descended, and passed the rest in beauty and good sprite, and had less grievously than they offended.
For to Philanto she her troth did plight, and to have been his honest spouse intended. This one declareth thus her resolution, and makes the rest put it in execution. She wishes them to tarry in this land, that had both fruitful earth and pleasant air, and fountains sweet, and woods on every hand, and meadows green, and pastures fresh and fair, beside large havens, where ships at ease might stand, to which the marchants often made repair, by tempest driven, well loaden with good traffic of things that come from Egypt and from Afric. Wherefore this place she minds not to forsake, but that they may, as chiefly they desire, a sharp revenge on men for ever take, they vow to put to sack, to sword and fire, such ships as to their haven repair do make, and kill the men, and this they all conspire, and still when any come, this trade they use, nor left a man alive to carry news. But when this cruel law some years had lasted, which they had meant to have confirmed for aye, they find that they so fast consumed and wasted, that this their barren kingdom would decay, except to find some remedy they hasted. And having long consulted on the way, they mean of this their law to bate some rigor, yet leave the substance still in strength and vigor. And thus they do, they choose among such men as tempests drive to this their wicked nation, some few, as were so lusty, as with 10 they could perform the act of generation all in one night. The rest into a den they cast, and kill them in most cruel fashion, and build unto revenge a solemn altar, and over this they make them stretch and halter. Such men as live are to this order sworn to kill all such as hither shall repair, and all men children that to them are born they sell or change, as in an open fair. So when some die with age and weakness worn, then other women do the want repair. Their power and number thus doth still increase, their wealth and pomp augmented with long peace. But after many years it thus befell. Elbanio, one of Hercules' noble race, a comely, tall, strong man, and favored well, and in his speech and manners passing grace, arrived where these homicides do dwell. And ere he knew the fashion of the place, the cruel sergeants took him as they found him, and like a felon hand and foot they bound him. It fortuned, as they carried him to slaughter, among the rest that did the same behold, was Alessandra, Oronteo's daughter, a fine young girl, about twice 8 year old. Elbanio, humbly as he went, besought her to be a mean this foul death to withhold, that like a man he might be killed at least, and not be drawn to slaughter like a beast. To beg my life, quoth he, it were a vanity, which in your service I would gladly spend, where human hearts be void of all humanity, but all the suit that I to make intend, which to deny were too much humanity, is this, that thus my life I may not end, but with my sword in hand to fight with men, with 7 at once, or 8, or 9, or 10. This he to her. Thus she to him replies, though to mankind we all profess hostility, yet think not, this she spake with watery eyes, that all our hearts are void of all gentility. What Progne or Medea could despise your passing beauty, courage, and nobility? And were my fellows all so ill inclined, yet I myself would bear a better mind. And though the rigor of our law be such, that no man can obtain a pardon free, and even this small you ask to grant is much, if our law strictly should observe it be, yet such remorse I feel my heart has touched, to grant thy suit, if others will agree. Although I fear thou wilt in such a strife prolong thy pain, and not preserve thy life. Oh, said Albanio, blessed were such a day, that in the field my manhood I might try. Could but your credit carry such a sway, not 10, but 10 times 10 I would defy. This said, she caused the execution stay, and to her mother goes she by and by, with 1,000 stings of Cupid in her breast, and unto her expoundeth his request. Straight Orontea doth her counsel call, and in such sort thereof to them she spake. In guarding of our haven and city wall, 'tis good that of the strongest men we take. Therefore, to know who be most stout and tall, I think it very good some proof to make. For else we shall unto ourselves do wrong, to save the weaker man and kill the strong. And who can wish to make a better trial than for one man to fight with 5 and 5? And if he vanquish them and make them die all, 'twere certes meet he should be kept alive. Thus Orontea said, and they reply all, that in this point with her they cannot strive, save old Artemia, Karen withered jade, misliked the motion, and this answer made: The cause that first we did some men admit was not to keep our havens or city wall, for we ourselves have strength enough and wit to keep our town, I trust, and ever shall. Were we as well for procreation fit without man's help, not one should live at all. Now for necessity some few we spare, such as most able for that service are. This motion quite gainsayeth our ancient law. To keep one man as strong as half a score, how many women would he keep in awe? Had we 10 such, we should bear rule no more. And further, 'tis an old and certain saw, both used and proved many years before, that they that give a weapon to their stronger are like themselves to carry rule no longer. But put the case this one by our consent, and his good hap 10 of the others kill, how shall 100 widows then lament that long must lie alone against their will? If he 100 women would content, then him to save I should not think it ill. Then were he to be loved, admired, and wondered, if he alone could satisfy 100. This cruel speech did all the rest displease, and loath they were Albania should be slain. His comely shape their sharpness did appease, and chiefly she that over all did reign doth seek herein her daughter's mind to please, with many reasons answering her again, and point by point did all her speech confute, and in the end obtained her daughter's suit. Thus to Albania pardon they impart, provided if he overcome the men, and after bravely play the husband's part, not with 100 women, but with 10. Albania thanketh them with cheerful heart. Then was he freely loosed from the den. In fine, when all things ready were ordained, in both exploits the conquest he obtained. Then Alessandra, in whose tender mind love had already made so deep impression, with other 9 were unto him assigned, and princely mace was put in his possession. But first, by solemn vow, they do him bind to hold this law forever by succession, to sacrifice all men, save such as tried to kill 10 men, and with 10 women lie. And though that many have in ages past attempted both, yet few have had success to scape the first exploit, and try the last, in which to fail the danger were no less. But he that both performs forthwith is placed in princely seat, and free from all distress. And this their law, as by records appears,
already lasted has 2000 years.
The last but I that held this cursed place, Argillon hight, whom I in combat killed, and him and his thereby I did displace, and then their rooms with me and mine I filled, where we have tarried now a 12-months space, among these wights of goodness all unskilled, and lead a life full of disdain and scorn, as better had been never to be born. For why these dallyings and wanton toys that wanted are to please our foolish youth, with costly fare, gay clothes, and Venus joys, of which repentance is the fruit and youth, doth breed to me but anguish and noise, and pensive cares, and ever-during ruth, and chiefly when unto my mind I call, my liberty is lost, and I a thrall. To lose my lusty time in this vile place, removed from kin and friends and country far, a woeful and remediless disgrace, moved by some ill aspect of angry star, even as a stallion kept for breed and race, whom some mishap hath made unfit for war, by loss of sight and foundering of his feet, for service quite unable and unmeet. The while this tale the savage guidon told,
The English Duke, that all this while stood by, and heard his speech, and did his face behold, and noted all his grace with watchful eye, and made by all these observations bold, he runneth to embrace him by and by, and said, "Dear cousin, I were much to blame, except I loved the house from whence you came. Your mother could not tie a better lace about your neck to make your lineage known, than this your value in this present place against Marphisa in the battle shown. I am Astolpho, one of Ammon's race, friend to your house and kinsman of your own. I much rejoice to find by this mischance so near a kinsman, so far off from France. But he that otherwise would have been glad to meet a friend, a prince of kin so near, now on the other side he was full sad, and showed the same in countenance and cheer. For every way the sequel must be bad. For if he win, they die, the case is clear, and if he do not win, he is but dead. Thus by one's good the t'other's harm is bred. On t'other side, his years and tender age did all of them so far with pity move, and did Marphisa's heat so much assuage, her enmity was well nigh turned to love. At last she makes a motion wise and sage, which was, that all to scape by force should prove. She swears, if he would take part with his cousin, not all the town could vanquish that half-dozen. "Most glad," said Gaiden, "I would take your part, though vain it is, against so great a number, to enterprise by force hence to depart. Their very multitude will us so cumber, for often to the terror of mine heart 10,000 armed women I do number here in the streets, and with as many more they do defend the port, the haven, and shore." "Tush," quoth Marphisa, "this I not regard, were they in number as the sands of seas. To valiant hearts no enterprise is hard. Take you but part, and join with me in these." "Yes," answered Gaiden, "be I made or marred, or beat with pain, with danger or disease, I will take part with you. But, if I may, I would advise you to a safer way. If we this matter wisely take in hand, this is the safest way that I do know. They let no man to touch the salt sea sand, lest any should attempt from hence to go, and sith 'tis hard their forces to withstand, I'll try a better way than that, I trow. Among my 10, I have one special wife, upon whose trust I venture dare my life. She shall a bark provide in secret sort, and other needful things for us prepare, and when as to the tilt-yard they resort, and of our fight in expectation are, we suddenly will make unto the port, and ship ourselves ere any be aware. To lead the way myself I am content, so you and yours to follow will consent." Marphisa straight, and all the rest, agreed that Gaiden for that time should be their guide, and that accordingly they would proceed, as he for them had promised to provide. "Though," said Marphisa, "saving this my weed, my shape and sex from all of them to hide, I know myself from harm could be excused, and of them all both welcome and well used. But now," said she, "such part I mind to take, as you shall taste, how good or bad it prove." That night with his Ilaria Gaiden spake, so was her name that bare him chiefest love, and points that she provision good should make for things that needful were for their remove. And she no time nor pain nor travel spared, but out of hand a galley straight prepared. And that her fellows might no fraud suspect, to go to seek a prize she doth pretend, and with great diligence she doth direct all means to serve their passage to defend. And they within no time nor mean neglect to bring their stout designment to an end. Thus every one their charge so well attended, that ere the morning all was done and ended. No sooner came the dawning of the day, but that those Amazons, like bees in swarms, that seek new dwellings in the month of May, so came they well appointed all in arms, to see an end of that unended fray. Not looking for such new and strange alarms, for straight those 6 I named, and all their train, came with intent to scape, or else be slain. First Gaiden breaks the way to all the rest, soon after him Marphisa doth ensue, then Sansonet and the English Duke were pressed, And next 2 brothers came, then all the crew, but yet with numbers they were so oppressed, both with the shafts they shot and darts they threw, that notwithstanding all they had devised, they were in danger great to be surprised. But when the English Duke the danger saw, unto himself these words, or such he said: I see our foes in troops together draw. I see our friends are weakened and dismayed. Now will I strike our enemies in awe. Now will I bring our friends unlooked for aid. With this he took his horn, and blew a blast that made the hearers every one aghast. So great a terror in their minds was bred, that straight, as if with spirits they had been scared, this way and that confusedly they fled, and left the gates without defence or guard, as tumults often are at stage plays bred, when false reports of sudden fires are heard, or when the overloaden seats do crack, one tumbling down upon another's back. One breaks a leg, another breaks an arm, and some are choked and stifled in the press. Some kill themselves for fear of further harm, and whence the danger comes they cannot guess. But all of them in haste themselves unarm, and unto fearful flight themselves address. Nor women only with this fear are punished, but even the men themselves are all astonished. Yea, even Marphisa's courage late so fierce, so great a virtue this enchantment had, that strange and sudden fear the same did pierce, and she by flight to save herself was glad. The knights likewise, whom late I did rehearse, and all the men, as if they had been mad, to seaward fled, as doth a fearful dove, when any noise doth scare her from above. Thus doth the blast annoy both friends and foes, yet so as all the men to shipboard went. Astolpho still about the city goes, for them to terrify is his intent, and more in all the streets he blows, and chiefly those where they do most frequent. The whiles his friends were now to shipboard gotten, and launched out, and him had quite forgotten. The ship Ilaria did before provide, and Gaiden, taking ship with all the rest, would not consent near to the shore to bide, but stale away, with dreadful fear possessed. Now came the Duke unto the water side, and seeing all were gone, he thought it best some other mean and way to take in hand, by which he might convey him home by land. But how he got him home, and there did speed, when from those countries he was come to France, and how his horn did stand him in great need, defending him from danger and mischance, hereafter I will show. Now I proceed to her whose deeds do still her name advance, I mean Marphisa stout, that made great haste to shun the hearing of the fearful blast. But when they were removed from the shore by help of sails and oars so great a space, and now the fearful sound was heard no more, each thought them guilty of a great disgrace, and of their fear they were ashamed so sore, one shunned to look another in the face, the while their barks had so good wind and weather, as all arrived at Tiran seas together. And to Marsilia thence by sea they went, where Bradamant bare all the rule and sway, who late as governess was thither sent, though late she had been absent many a day. For had she present been, by her assent unentertained they should not go away. Here, when they were refreshed with meat and rest, Marphisa took her leave of all the rest, and said she thought it great disgrace and shame so many in one company to see. For crows, quoth she, and pigeons do the same, and deer and sheep and beasts that fearful be, but falcons that do fly at stately game, with other birds and beasts in their degree, that fear not others' force, and trust their own, shun company, and love to go alone. But yet the rest that were of other mind together kept, and bade the dame farewell, until by hap a castle they did find, wherein a lord of great estate did dwell, that in appearance courteous seemed and kind, but not in acts, as after I shall tell. For he surprised them all that night asleep, and made them swear a cruel law to keep. The while Marphisa on her way doth ride, apparelled like a knight of some renown, and as she passed by the river side, she met a woman in a tawny gown, ill-favored, crooked, old, and hollow-eyed, her forehead furrowed with continual frown, her body tired with travel and ill fare, her guilty mind afflicted more with care. This filthy hag, this Karen withered jade, was she whom in the cave Orlando found, when of the thieves such massacre he made, that kept fair Isabella underground. This wretch that hoped them in that wicked trade, and feared the plague that might on her redound, fled from all company for fear of danger, until she happed to light upon this stranger. And, for she saw her clad in strange array, though graceless, yet she gathers heart of grace, and at the ford her coming she doth stay. And when Marphisa came unto the place, "Sir Knight," for so she seemed, "I shall you pray," said this old hag, "to do me so much grace, that on your horse behind you I may ride, till I be past the stream on t'other side." Marphisa, that was ever from her cradle of courteous kind, doth grant her her desire, and made her clamber up behind her saddle to pass the river, and a filthy mire, that to her horse had almost been a stable. And when they were ascended somewhat higher, they met a fair young lady with a knight, both richly clad, both comely to the sight. But both their minds were false, their manners bad, and therefore matched together very fit. For he was Pinabel, that lately had fair Bradamant deceived at Merlin's pit. She was his love, for whom he was so sad, when Bradamant on him did hap to hit. Till after, by this noble damsel's mean, that strange enchantment was dissolved clean. This lady that was Pinabello's love, and was both proud and scornful of behavior, and sees this hag, did straight her laughter move to scorn her writhled skin and evil favor. For which Marphisa stout doth her reprove, and with a sharp reply she straight doth brave her. "Because," quoth she, "I find thou dost disdain her, against thy knight and thee I will maintain her. I say this woman fairer is than thou. Now let thy knight come fight in thy defence, for I by force my saying will avow, and if that I prevail, ere thou go hence, thou shalt thy horse and garments all allow to this old woman for a recompense." Then Pinabel to fight doth him address, because in manhood he could do no less. But when they met, Marphisa's passing force was such, she quickly vanquished the knight, and overthrew him quite beside his horse. This done, she makes the stately dame to light, and with the aged woman's clothes to scourse, at which the tun took sport, the t'other spite. She took likewise the lady's ambling nag, and thereupon she sets the trotting hag, who in this youthful tire and rich array doth look in show more ugly than before. Thus 3 days with Marphisa she did stay, before they happed to meet with any more. The 4th they met Zerbino on the way, the Scottish prince, that would have saved Medore. And now in anger great the Scot pursued, that in his presence proved himself so rude. Now though Zerbino were but ill apaid, yet was he straight with laughter great surprised, to see an aged woman so arrayed in youthful clothes, as though she were disguised. And to Marphisa merrily he said, "Sir Knight, it seemeth you are well advised to get so fair a piece to carry by you, as you are sure that no man will envy you." The woman seemed some 100 years of age, her withered skin such store of wrinkles had, and like an ape or monkey in a cage, so looked she in this apparel clad. But now she looked worse, when with new rage her eyes inflamed were, and she half mad. For what more spite can be a woman told, than if one say she looketh foul and old? Marphisa seemeth wroth, to make some sport, and thus she saith, "Sir, cease your slanderous tongue, your virtue of her beauty cometh short. She is, in spite of you, both fair and young, and if you dare contrary my report, or that hereby you feel your courage stung, I will maintain against you every word on horse or foot, by spear or else by sword." Zerbino at this challenge did but laugh, and said he would not leese their friendship so. "'Tis fit," quoth he, "that swine should feed on draught. I am not I so mad and fond, I trow, for her to draw a sword or break a staff. But as you came, you may together go. No doubt you are a fitly matched pair, if you as lusty be as she is fair. Wherefore I list not pain and travel take, to get a conquest better lost than won." Then answered stout Marphisa, I will make another offer, which you may not shun. On this condition let us for her sake a course at field one with the other run, that if you win, then I will keep her still; if I, then you shall serve her while she will. Content, quoth Zurban, and with that they ran with couched spears, and met amid the plain. But Zurban had the worse, Marphisa wan as better horsed and stronger of the twain, who, seeing Zurban down, she then began to talk with him and jest with him again. Behold, quoth she, I here to you present this lovely damsel for your more content. Now see you keep your promise and your troth to this fair dame to be a champion true, and do not break the bands of sacred oath. And so, quoth she, for now I bid adieu. Zurban was moved with shame and anger both, shame for his foil, a thing most strange and new, and wrath for her whom he thereby did gain, which he might deem the greater loss of twain. Then of his mistress new he doth inquire what knight it was that did him overthrow. She willingly did grant him his desire, supposing so his grief might greater grow. It was a lady in a knight's attire, Marphisa hight, quoth she, that laid you low. The which strange news I think not much did lack to make his armor blush upon his back. Upon his horse in anger great he gets, and cursed himself he had not set more sure. He bites his lips, and inwardly he frets, and she in him more anger to procure, with biting words his discontentment whets. Yet he doth for his oath's sake all endure, like tired horse he quiet all abides, that hath the bit in mouth and spurs in sides. At last into this bitter plaint he burst. On thee, O Fortune, well I may complain, and call myself unhappy and accursed, that dost at once two plagues for me ordain, two plagues, that of all plagues I count the worst. At first this foil my former fame to stain, and having lost a lady of rare features, to have this mistress foulest of all creatures. She who surpassing beauty well deserved all worldly bliss, whose match was never found, she from misfortune could not be preserved, but that by cruel storms she must be drowned. And this, who, if she had been rightly served, ought long ere this have fed worms underground, thou hast these many years, and still dost save, that I by her at last this plague might have. By these and such like words as Zurban spake, that aged woman gives assured guess that this was he to whom and for whose sake fair Isabel, kept erst in great distress there where Orlando did from thieves her take, was wont so great affection to profess, and to describe his parts and shape so true, as every one might know him at a view. And now that by his words she plainly found that this was Zurban, and that he believed fair Isabella was in tempest drowned, with which conceit she saw he sore was grieved, she that did know her to be safe and sound, yet meaning not his grief should be relieved, she telleth only that that would disease him, and doth conceal that which she thought would please him. You, sir, quoth she, that me so greatly scorn, if you but knew what tidings I could tell of her whom you lament as dead and lorn, you would both speak me fair and use me well. But first I will with horses wild be torn, and suffer all the pains of earth and hell, before that I will condescend to show it, or then by me you ever come to know it. Look how a gentle greyhound, that doth assail and flies upon a stranger at the first, will on the sudden fawn and wag his tail, if so of bread one proffer him a crust. So Zurban, that before on her did rail, and bitterly unto her face her cursed, now he entreats her, and doth pray and flatter, to give him farther notice of the matter. At last with long entreaty she replies, and saith, Fair Isabella is not dead, but so she lives, that sure she death envies, and never hope to have her maidenhead. For I have seen, quoth she, with these mine eyes, how 20 lawless men her captive led, and every one might have her at their pleasure, as having liberty and lust and leisure. Ah, wicked hag, thou know'st it is a lie, and yet behold how thou canst paint it out. Thou know'st that none of them with her did lie, Thou know'st Orlando thence did fetch her out, And made the malefactors all to die, That of her danger now there was no doubt. But now, alas, this lying story bred 1,000 jealousies in Zerbin's head. He asked her where and when his love she saw, He speaks her oftentimes both foul and fair, But not a word more could he from her draw, Neither by threat'ning words, nor yet by prayer. He feels a corsey cold his heart to gnaw, His little hope he turned to great despair, And thus this old ill-favour'd spiteful callet Gave good Zerbino such a choking sallet. What patience thus provoked could have borne At such a woman's hand so vile a spite? And save he was unto her service sworn, No doubt he would have done her then her right. Thus she, of malice full, and he of scorn, Went on their way, until they met a night. But what became hereof, if you will know, The book ensuing shall the sequel show.
End of Book 20. The 21st Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico ARIOSTO. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 21.
The Argument. Most worthy Zerbin, by his promise bound, Defends Gabrina, most unworthy wight, And for her sake he overthrows to ground Hermonada, unlucky Flemish knight, Who doth to him her most lewd life expound, Increasing by his speech her cruel spite. Yet still the good Zerbino travels with her, And many a weary mile they rode together. Nor iron nails make fast a plank or board more firm, Nor cords a burden surer bind, Than faith, once given by promise or by word, Ties most assuredly the virtuous mind. Old times to us good store of samples afford, How praise divine was unto faith assigned, And how in garments white she still was painted, That each small spot or stain might show her tainted. Faith ever should be kept in sacred sort, Although to one, or whether given to more, Although in deserts far from all resort, Or else a judge or multitude before. What though the witness wants to make report, Yet must we keep our covenant evermore, As well by word and private protestation, As by record and public obligation. And so did Zerbin, as before I told, His promise firm unviolate preserve. And though Gabrina was both foul and old, Though her misdeeds all rigor did deserve, Yet he his faith and promise firm doth hold, And left his former business her to serve. Till, as they travelled on the way by chance, They met a Flemish knight, late come to France. This knight of stature comely was and tall, And in his shield he bare an azure bend. His name Hermonada they used to call. It seemed he was not this old woman's friend, For straight his sight her heart did so appall, Unto her guide her life she doth commend, And prayed him, as he promised, to vouchsafe From this her enemy to keep her safe. This man, quoth she, my guiltless father killed, For malice only that to me he bare. This man my only brother's blood hath spilled, Because he wished my safety and welfare. Yet with revenge his rage cannot be filled, But still he seeks to work my farther care. Well, quoth Zerbino, be of better cheer, For none shall do thee harm whilst I am here. Now when the knight of Flanders saw that face, That of all faces he did most detest, With me to combat in this present place You must prepare, quoth he, and try your best, Or yield to me this woman void of grace, That as she hath deserved she may be dressed. If you resistance make, you will be slain, For so it falls to such as wrong maintain. Zerbino courteously doth thus reply: Bethink yourself with more consideration, To make a woman of your hand to die, What stain it is to knightly reputation. As for the combat, if you needs will try, Her to defend is my determination, For I am sworn to fight in her defence, And therefore cannot with mine oath dispense. This, and to this effect much more, in vain he spake, him from his purpose to persuade. At last they were so kindled with disdain, that one the other fiercely did invade. Zerbino was the stronger of the twain, and strake the t'other through the shoulder blade, so as he fell half dead and half alive, not able any more with him to strive. But Zerban, doubting lest he had been dead, with much compassion from his horse did light, and first he loosed his helmet from his head, and seeketh to revive him if he might. Who, looking firmly on Zerbino, said, I cannot much lament that such a knight hath hurt me in this fight and overthrown, in whom such value and such worth is shown. In this alone my hap I do lament, that it should be for such a woman's sake. And much I marvel that you would consent to your protection such a one to take, which I am sure you would full sore repent, if I to you her deed should open make, and that you should so greatly damage me for such a wicked caitiff as is she. And, save my voice and strength will fail, I doubt, before my tale can come to perfect end, I will declare, if you will hear me out, the wicked life of this ungracious vend. I had a brother, valorous and stout, in Holland born, who, for he did intend to win by service, honor, and renown, Heraclio served, that bare of Greece the crown. A noble gentleman, Argeo hight, near the confines of Servia did dwell, who in my brother took so great delight, that in short space they were acquainted well. Argeo married had this cursed wight, of whom the present story I do tell, and took in her unworthy so great pleasure, as passed the bands of reason and of measure. But she, more light than leaves in autumn season, that every blast doth blow about and change, against all wifely care, all cause and reason, because she doth delight herself in change, with wicked heart and head full fraught with treason, so far she lets her raging love to range, she sues to have my brother to her lover, and doth to him the foul desire uncover. But neither doth a rock more firmly stand upon the shore against the surging wave, nor doth the cedar more upon the land resist the tempest, that doth rage and rave, than doth my brother her desire withstand, though she at sundry times the same doth crave. And though she seeketh many a mean and trial, yet still she turneth with a flat denial. At last it fell, as oft it doth befall to valiant men that love to fight and quarrel, my brother was sore wounded in a brawl, so that it seemed his life was in some peril. Wherefore he gets within the castle wall, both that his friend might know and venge his quarrel, and other needful things may be procured, by which his hurt might be the sooner cured. Now, while my brother stayed in this ill state, his friend Argeo, some time absent thence, this woman early visits him and late, and offers him good store of pounds and pence. But he, that always villainy did hate, and would not do his friend so great offence, thought, as in evil cases is the best, of two great mischiefs to choose out the lest. He means to leave Argeo's friendship quite, and get him home again from whence he came, or hide himself where this most wicked wight shall never see his face nor hear his name. This, though it grieved him, as it ought of right, he chooseth as a way less worthy blame than yielding to her lust, for to abuse her, or to her loving husband to accuse her. Wherefore, though of his wound both faint and weak, he doth resolve to part with constant mind. He gets him thence, and not a word doth speak, and leaves this filthy-minded beast behind. But fortune ill his purpose good doth break, and altered quite the course he had designed. Home came her husband, finding her alone, complaining grievously and making moan. Her cheeks with tears all blubbered were and red, her looks did show her mind was ill apaid, her locks all torn did hang about her head, with which her loving husband, sore afraid, did ask her oft what chance such change had bred, till at the length the wicked wretch thus said, with spiteful heart and fearful voice and trembling, and feigned a cause, the cause itself dissembling. Alas, quoth she, what should I seek to hide my wicked act and heinous deadly sin, which, though from you and all the world beside I could conceal, yet doth the soul within and conscience grudge a burden such to bide. So as the inward torment I am in doth pass the plague or penance far away that mortal man upon my sin can lay, if so a sin of right you may have name, that one is forced unto against her will. But thus it is, your friend that hither came, I thinking he had thought nor meant none ill, enforced me to my perpetual shame against all laws, all honesty and skill, and doubting that I would the fact bewray, forthwith he gate him hence and fled away. But though my body he have so defiled, yet is my mind from sin devoid and clear, although from sight of men I am exiled, nor dare I once in public place appear. This said, with 1,000 names she him reviled, so that Argeo, that the tale did hear, believed it, and straight withal intended to punish him that never had offended. He taketh horse forthwith and followeth post, all on revenge his mind was wholly bent. And for he perfectly did know the coast, and for my brother fair and softly went, he met him in an hour at the most, bidding him stand, or else he should be shent. My brother would dissuade him if he might, but all in vain. Argeo needs would fight, the ton was strong and full of fresh disdain, the t'other weak and loath to hurt his friend, so that himself defending long in vain, my brother was constrained to yield in the end. And thus at last he prisoner doth remain, and yields himself, unable to defend. Which seen, Argeo doth surcease to strike, but speaketh unto him these words or like: God never let my heart so far be moved with rightful wrath, that I thy blood should spill, since once I thee esteemed well and louved. Whom once I louved, I will never kill. And though thy act may justly be reproved, the world shall see my goodness by thine ill. For be it love, or be it in disdain, I will be found the better of the twain. Another mean than death to use I mind, in punishing this sin and foul misdeed. This said, with willow bands he there did find, he makes a hurdle fit to serve such need, on which my brother's body he doth bind, that with old hurts and new did freshly bleed. And to his castle he doth him convey, in mind to keep him there a prisoner aye. Yet though with him a prisoner he remained, in other things he felt no lack nor want, save that his liberty was him restrained. But lo, this wretch that late did him supplant, and to her husband so of him complained, thought she would try if he would yet recant, and for at her command she had the case, she goes to him, and thus to him she says: Now, sir, quoth she, I trust you feel the fruit that this your foolish constancy hath wrought. Had you not better been to grant the suit that I in friendly sort so often sought? You see, 'tis vain to argue or dispute. Say what you can. You are a traitor thought, and he to whom you showed so great fidelity imputes to you treason and infidelity. I think, both for your ease and reputation, you had been better granted my request. You see you have a sorry habitation, and in the same for ever look to rest, except you change your first determination, and mollify your stony-hearted breast. Which, if you yet will do, I do assure you, both liberty and credit to procure you. No, never hope, no, said Philandro, never, so my unhappy brother's name they call. In vain to change my mind you do endeavor, and though Argeo causeless keep me thrall, yet I in faith and troth will still persever. Sufficeth me that he that seeth all doth know mine innocency, and doth see me, and when he list can both reward and free me. I care not though the world of me think ill, I hope another world will make amends. Yet let Argeo slay me if he will, or let him, as it seemeth he intends, though wrongfully, in prison hold me still. Yet one day he will find he hurts his friends, and know by proof how he hath been beguiled, when truth appears and time brings forth her child. Yet for all this woman, void of shame, did cease no whit Philandro still to tempt, and oftentimes in vain to him she came, and ever turns repulsed and with contempt. And in this frantic fancy she doth frame 1,000 sleights to further her attempt, and many things in mind she doth revolve, before on any one she do resolve. 6 months entire she doth herself absent, nor ever came Philandro to entice, which made him hope that she was now content to cease her suit and follow his advice. But lo, how fortune, that is ever bent to further wicked persons in their vice, doth unto her a fit occasion lend, to bring her wicked lust to woeful end. There had been hate and enmity of old between her husband and another knight, Mirando called, who often would be bold, if so Argeo absent were a night, to come with force and to assault his hold, or thereabout to do him some despite. But if he were at home, then all that whiles he came not near him by 12 miles. Wherefore to be revenged on this his foe, that often did him wrong and great outrage, Argeo gives it out that he will go unto Jerusalem on pilgrimage. And from his house disguised he parted so in secret sort, without or man or page, and every night comes in at the postern, that none but she his coming might discern. Thus all the day he wanders all about, in woods, in groves, in pastures here and thither, to see if he could find Mirando out, that in his absence used to come hither. And far he keeps himself from any rout, until that darkness doth obscure the weather. Then would he get him home a secret way, of which his wife did keep a privy key. Thus all but she Argeo absent thought, by which his wicked wife with wonted skill another means and new occasion sought to bring to pass her foul unbridled will. With weeping eyes, her eyes to weep she taught, and all with tears her bosom she doth fill. Then came she to my brother and complained, that but he help, her honor would be stained. Nor mine alone, but mine Argeo's too. Who were he here, quoth she, I would not care. You know what harm Mirando wants to do, when as mine husband's absence makes him dare. And now behold the caitiff me doth woo, and to entrap me sets full many a snare, and offered servants great reward and hire, so they would help to further his desire. And hearing that Argeo was away, and would continue so no little space, he came within the castle wall today. His absence gave him so much heart of grace, where had my husband been but in the way, he durst not only not have showed his face, but sure he would not have presumed at all to come within a kenning of the wall. And what by message he before had done, now face to face by mouth he doth the same, so as I hardly know which way to shun, that which to do would breed my endless blame. Had not my sugared speech his favour won, by feigning I my will to his would frame, he would perforce have had his foul intent, which now he hopes to got by my assent. I promised him, but promise made for fear is void, and I performance never meant. But so that act I made him to forbear, which he to do by force was fully bent. Now if you be a friend, or ever were unto Argeo, you may this prevent, nor only save mine honor thus distressed, but his, to whom such love you have professed. Which if you me deny, then I may say, not honesty, of which your boast you make, but cruelty did cause you say me nay, and of my suit so small regard to take, and that you were not moved any way with friendship's rule, or for Argeo's sake, although twixt us it might have secret been, but now my shame must needs be known and seen. Tush, quoth Philandro, this is more than need to use such circumstance in such a case. As I began, so mean I to proceed, and though Argeo hold me in disgrace, yet unto him I not impute this deed, but ready will be still in time and place, to do him service any way I may, so you but show to me the mean and way.
Sir, then, said she, the way were this, to kill him that doth seek my husband's shame and mine, which you may easily do, if so you will a while unto my words your ear incline. I have put off his coming hither till it be betwixt the hours of 10 and 9, what time I promised him so to provide, to let him in so as he were not spied. Now then my counsel is, that you do stay here in my chamber, until I procure him to disarm himself, so as you may slay him with small ado, and make him sure. This is, quoth she, the only ready way, and safest for yourself, I do assure. To this device Philandro doth assent, thinking hereby his friend's hurt to prevent. Now more and more approached the cursed night, when as his wife, if I a wife may call, this hellish hag and foul infernal sprite did place my brother armed behind a wall, and as she wished, even so it fell aright, for ill device amiss doth seldom fall. Her husband in the evening somewhat late entered his castle at the postern gate. Philandro at one blow cuts off his head, taking him for Morando in exchange. She stands fast by, that him had thither led, nor shows in word or gesture any change. Argeo there remaineth slain and dead, and killed by him. O chance most hard and strange, that while he friendly thought to do him good, most cruel and unfriendly shed his blood. Now when this feat had thus been brought to pass, Gabrina, so is this good woman's name, that doth in craft the fiends of hell surpass, unto my brother for his weapon came, which he delivered as his promise was. And that once done, then she without all shame prays him to take in hand a lighted candle, and view him well, whom he so ill did handle. There first he saw how he had killed his friend, a sight that made him at the heart repent. And she afresh the matter to amend, doth threat, except he would to her assent, that she should bring his life to shameful end, for to accuse him of this fact she meant, wishing him, though his life he did despise, to shun a shameful death, if he be wise. Philandro mazed, and full of fear did stand, when of his error he was first aware. He thought at first to kill her out of hand, by whom he was entrapped in such a snare. But she had got his weapon in her hand, and to defend herself did straight prepare. But sure he could have found it in his heart, by piecemeal to have torn her every part. Like as a ship in midst of seas oppressed, between two winds that do together strive, can have no time of respite or of rest, but goes what way the stronger wind doth drive. So now Philandro, doubting which was best, to die, or in such sort to bide alive, stood long in doubt, and neither way did bend, yet chose the worser bargain in the end. His reason open lays before his face the danger great, if once the fact were known, beside the infamy and great disgrace that would about the world of him be blown. Beside to choose he had but little space, so as his wit and sense was scant his own. At last he doth conclude, whatever come, to swallow this unsavory choking plum. Wherefore against his will, and forced by fear, he promiseth to take her for his wife, and unto her he solemnly doth swear to marry her, if now she save his life. And for it was not safe to tarry there, when once the murder should be published rife, he turns unto the place where he was born, and leaves behind him infamy and scorn. And still he carried in his pensive heart his friend's mishap, lamenting it in vain, how for a just reward of such desart a Progny and Medea he did gain. And save his oath restraineth him in part, no doubt he would the wicked hag have slain. But yet he hated her like toad or snake, and in her company small joy did take. From that to this, to laugh or once to smile, he was not seen. His words and looks were sad with often sighs, and in a little while he grew much like Orestes, when he had first slain his father by his mother's guile, then her, and last of all fell raging mad, with spirits vexed, so was my brother's head, still vexed till sickness made him keep his bed. But when this cursed strumpet plainly saw how small delight in her my brother took, she doth her fervent love from him withdraw, and in short space that fancy she forsook. And lastly she resolves against all law, so soon as she can fit occasion look, to bring Philandro's life to woeful end, and after her first husband him to send. And old physician, full of false deceit, she findeth out, most fit for such a feat, that better knew to give a poisoned bait, than for to cure with herbs or wholesome meat. Him that for gain most greedily doth wait by proffers large, she quickly doth entreat to take upon him this ungracious cure, with poisoned cup to make her husband sure. Now while myself was by, and others more, this old physician came to him ere long, and brought a cup, in which was poison store, and said it cordial was to make him strong. But lo, Gabrina, that devised before, even in the prize of wrong, to do some wrong before Philandro of the cup did taste, stepped twixt the leech and him in no small haste, and taking in her hand, against his will, the cup in which the poisoned drink was placed, she said, "Good doctor, do not take it ill that I require you first the drink to taste. I will not have my husband drink until you have yourself before him ta'en the taste. I will," said she, "be certain by the rood that this you give him wholesome is and good." Now in what pickle, think you, was the leech? The time was short to take a sound advice. He might not use persuasion now, nor speech. He durst not tell how she did him entice, nor could he guess what was herein her reach, to make him taste first of the poisoned spice. Wherefore to take a taste he thought it best, and then he gives my brother all the rest. Even as a hawk that hath a partridge trust, in gripping talon sits, and plumes the same, oft by a dog, whom she doth not mistrust, is killed herself, and reaved of her game. So this physician, graceless and unjust, while he to greedy gain his mind doth frame, was used by her even as he well deserved, and so I wish all such physicians served. The poor old man, that felt his stomach ache, began to take his leave, and homeward hasted. He thinks some strong antidoton to take against the poisoned cup he lately tasted. She swears his home return he may not make while the operation of the potion lasted, and that she will see plainly ere he go, if so it do her husband good or no. By humble suit and offers he doth try that with her license he may thence depart, but all in vain, his suit she doth deny. Now had the liquor well nigh touched his heart, wherefore, perceiving plainly he must die, he doth the secret to us all impart. Thus to himself he did the same at last, which oft he did to others in time past. And straight in little space my brother died, and after him died this same false physician. We that had heard and seen the matter tried, of which myself before had some suspicion, both hand and foot we then this monster tied, and bring her unto such as had commission, where her confession and our accusation made them pronounce her doom of condemnation. Thus in the jail in fetters she was laid, adjudged to be burned at a stake. Thus said the knight, and more he would have said, how she escaped, and how she prison brake, but so he fainted, as they were afraid he would have sounded as those words he spake. Wherefore his page him to his horse doth lift, and then to bind his wounds they make a shift. Then Zerbin took his leave, and made excuse that he had hurt the knight in her defence, affirming he had done as is the use to save his charge from damage and offence, and that thenceforth with him he would have truce. This said, he took his leave and parted thence, and promised him with words of great civility to further him unto his best ability. "Sir," said the knight, "for this I do you thank, and wish you of that woman to beware, lest that she serve you some such slipper prank as may procure your farther woe and care. For hard shall any scape from danger frank, that in her company long season are. Gabrina silent all the while stands by, for hard it is to prove the truth a lie. Thus hence they part, and for his promise sake at her commandment Zerbin doth attend, and wished in heart the divell might her take, though with his hand he must her still defend. And those last words the Knight of Holland spake, to give him warning of the cursed fend, to fill his mind with so great grief and spite, that now he scant could well abide her sight. And this same old and weather-beaten trot, perceiving how Zerbino was inclined, would not once yield, or be behind a jot, in spiteful wishing, nor in evil mind. Her eye and tongue and look conceal it not, nor yet her deeds, as after he did find. Thus in this harmony of concord good, it was their hap to travel through the wood. Now when the time approached near the night, they heard a noise of bustling and of blows, caused, as they guessed, by some brawl or fight. But where it was, yet neither of them knows. Zerbino longed much to see the sight, and thitherwards in no small haste he goes, and in no less Gabrina maketh after, as shall be showed you more at large hereafter.
End of Book 21. The 22nd Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 22. The argument. Astolpho doth dissolve the charmed place, and spite of Atlant sets his prisoners free. Then Bradamant doth see Rogero's face. To help an unknown knight they craved be, but by the way Rogero in short space subdued 4 knights of worth and good degree, that were by Pinabel in prison hilled, whom Bradamant with just revengement killed. Ye courtly dames, that are both kind and true unto your loves, if kind and true be any, as sure I am, in all your lovely crew of so chaste mind there are not over many, be not displeased with this that doth ensue, for neither must I leave it, neither can I, and bear with me for that I said before, when on Gabrina I did rail so sore. Mine earnest words, nor yet her great offence, cannot obscure in honor and clear fame those few whose spotless lives want no defence, whom hate nor envy no way can defame. He that his master sold for 30 pence, to John nor Peter breeds no blot nor blame, nor men of Hypermestra worse have thought, although her sisters were unchaste and not. For one that in this verse I shall dispraise, as driven by course of this my present story, whole hundreds are whom I intend to praise, and magnify their well-deserved glory. If this then be offensive any ways, to all or any, I can be but sorry. Now of the Scottish prince a word or two, that heard a noise, and went forthwith thereto. Between 2 mountains in a shady dale he doth descend, that way the noise him led. But when he came, he saw upon the vale a baron lately slain and newly dead. But ere I enter further in this tale, I first must tell you how Astolpho sped, whom late I left in that most cursed city, where women murther men without all pity. I told you how his horn, with mighty blast, not only all his foes had driven away, but also made his friends so sore aghast, as not the stoutest of them there durst stay. Therefore, I said, he was constrained at last alone to get him homeward on his way. Forthwith on Rubicano he doth mount, an horse of which he makes no small account. His horn that serves him still at all assays he carries with him, and his learned book. First by Armenia he goes his ways, then Brucia and the way of Thrace he took, so that within the space of 20 days the stream Danubio he quite forsook. Then from Bohemia ward he doth decline unto Franconia and the stream of Rhine. Then through Ardenna's woods to Aquis grave, and thence to Flanders, where he shipping found, what time a northeast wind did blow so brave, as set him soon in sight of English ground. So that no whit annoyed with wind nor wave, his native soil received him safe and sound.
He taketh horse, and ere the sun was down, At London he arrived, the chiefest town. Here at his first arrival straight he hears How that the Turks fair Paris did besiege, And how his sire, a man well stroke in years, Was there, and sent for aid to raise the siege, And how of late the lords and chiefest peers Were gone with new supplies to help their liege. But little stay he makes, these words once hard, But taketh ship again to Calais ward. And for the wind served then not very well, they were by force thereof borne quite aside, So that the master scant himself could tell What course he held, they were borne down so wide. Yet at the last, so lucky it befell, Within a kenning they some land had spied, And drawing near they found the town of Rhone, Where presently the Duke took land alone. And crossing through a wood when time drew near, That neither day could well be called nor night, He happed to find a crystal spring and clear, And by the side thereof he did alight, With mind to quench his thirst and rest him here, As in a place of pleasure and delight. He ties his horse unto a tree, and thinketh To have him tarry safe there while he drinketh. Strange things may fall between the lip and cup, For scant Astolpho yet had wet his lip, But from a bush a villain started up, Untied the horse, and on his back doth skip. The Duke, that scant had tasted yet a sup, And finds himself thus ta'en in such a trip, Forgets to drink, and follows in a rage, For wrath, not water, doth his thirst assuage. The little villain that the horse had got, Like one that did in knavish pranks delight, Although he might have run, yet did it not, Because Astolpho should not leese his sight. But with false gallop, or a gentle trot, He leads the Duke unto that place aright, Where many knights and lords of high degree, Without a prison, more than prisoners be. Astolpho, though his armor doth him cumber, Yet fearing lest he might arrive too late, In following the villain doth not slumber, Until he came within the palace gate, Where, as I said, of lords no little number Were wandering up and down in strange estate. Astolpho of their presence doth not force, But runneth up and down to find his horse. The crafty villain was in no place found, Though many a homely place for him was sought. Yet still the Duke doth search the palace round, And for his beast he takes no little thought. At last he guessed it was enchanted ground, And, as by Logestilla he was taught, He took his book, and searcheth in the table How to dissolve the place he might be able. And straight in th' index for it he doth look, Of palaces framed by such strange illusion. Among the rest, of this, so saith the book, That it should never come unto confusion, Until a certain stone away were took, In which a sprite was kept by strange inclusion. And if he did but lift the threshold stone, The goodly house would vanish and be gone. The Duke, not doubting now of good success, Goeth to the threshold where the stone was laid, And which it was he presently doth guess, And then by force to move it he essayed. But Atlant, that expected nothing less, And sees his bold attempt, was sore afraid, And straight 100 means he doth devise, To hinder him from this bold enterprise. He makes the Duke, by this his devilish skill, To seem of diverse shapes unto the rest, To one a dwarf of face and favour ill, To one a giant, to a third a beast, And all their hearts with hatred he doth fill. He thinks by them the Duke should be distressed, By seeming unto every one the same, For which each one into the palace came. Behold, Rogero stout, and Brandimart, Prasildo, Bradamant, and others mow Upon Astolpho set with cruel heart, As to revenge themselves upon their foe. But with his horn the Duke them played his part, And brought their lofty stomachs somewhat low. But had not Horn procured him this exemption, No doubt the Duke had died without redemption. For when they heard the strange and fearful blast, They forced were for fear away to run, As fearful pigeons fly away aghast, When men do ring a bell or shoot a gun. The sorcerer himself was not the last, That sought by flight the fearful noise to shun. Yea, such it was, that neither rat nor mouse Durst tarry in the circuit of the house. Among the horses that did break their bands Was Rabican, of whom before I told, Who by good hap came to Astolpho's hands, Who was full glad when of him he had hold. Also Rogero's Griffith horse there stands, fast tied to a chain of beaten gold. The Duke, as by his book he had been taught, destroyed quite the house by magic wrought. I do not doubt but you can call to mind how good Rogero lost this stately beast, what time Angelica his eyes did blind, denying most unkindly his request. The horse, that soared swifter than the wind, went back to Atlant, whom he loved best, by whom he had been of a young one bred, and diligently taught, and costly fed. This English Duke was glad of such a prey, as one that was to travel greatly bent, and in the world was not a better way for him to serve his purpose and intent. Wherefore he meaneth not to let him stray, but takes him as a thing from heaven him sent. For long ere this he had of him such proof, as well he knew what was for his behoof. Now being full resolved to take in hand to travel round about the world so wide, and visit many a sea and many a land, as none had done, nor ever should beside, one only care his purpose did withstand, which caused him yet a little time to bide. He doth bethink him oft, yet doth not know, on whom his Rabicano to bestow. He would be loath that such a stately steed should by a peasant be possessed or found, and though of him he stood then in no need, yet had he care to have him safe and sound in hands of such as would him keep and feed. While thus he thought and looked about him round, next day, a while before the sun was set, a champion all in arms unwares he met. But first I mean to tell you what became of good Rogero and his Bradamant, who, when again unto themselves they came, the palace quite destroyed of old Atlant, each knew and called the other by their name, and of all courtesies they were not scant, lamenting much that this enchanted palace had hindered them so long such joy and solace. The noble maid, to show herself as kind as might become a virgin wise and sage, doth in plain terms as plain declare her mind, as thus, that she his love's heat will assuage, and unto him herself in wedlock bind, and spend with him all her ensuing age, if to be christened first he were content, and afterwards to ask her friends' consent. But he that would not only not refuse to change his life for his beloved's sake, but also, if the choice were his to choose, to leave his life and all the world forsake, did answer thus: My dear, whate'er ensues, I will perform whate'er I undertake. To be baptized in water or in fire I will consent, if it be your desire. This said, he goes from thence with full intent to take upon him christened state of life, which done, he most sincerely after meant to ask her of her father for a wife. Unto an abbey straight their course they bent, as in those days were in those places rife, where men devout did live with great frugality, and yet for strangers kept good hospitality. But ere they came to that religious place, they met a damsel full of heavy cheer, that had with tears bedewed all her face. Yet in those tears great beauty did appear. Rogero, that had ever special grace in courteous acts and speech, when she came near, doth ask of her what dangers or what fears did move her so to make her shed such tears. She thus replies: The cause of this my grief is not for fear nor danger of mine own, but for good will and for compassion chief of one young knight whose name is yet unknown, who, if he have not great and quick relief, is judged into the fire to be thrown. So great a fault they say he hath committed, that doubt it is, it will not be remitted. The fault was this: there was good will between him and the daughter of the King of Spain, and lest his love should be descried and seen, he finally doth himself a woman feign, and went and spake as if he had so been. And thus he played, to tell the matter plain, the maid in show, the man indeed, so well, that in a while he made her belly swell. But out, alas, what can so secret be, but out it will when we do least expect? For posts have ears, and walls have eyes to see, dumb beasts and birds have tongues ill to detect. First one had found it out, then two or three, and look how fire doth creep that men neglect. So this report from mouth to mouth did spring, till at the last it came unto the king. The king straight sends a trusty servant thither, who, making search, when they two were in bed, found out the troth, and took them both together, found him a man, and found her belly sped. Away they carried her, I know not whether, away unto the prison he was led, and must be burned this day, or else tomorrow, the thought whereof doth move my mind to sorrow. This made me purposely to come from thence, and not to see one of so comely shape so sharply punished for this small offence, as if it were for murder or for rape, nor any hope could sink into my sense how possible it were for him to scape. And who could see or think without compassion a fine young youth tormented in such fashion? 'Twas strange to think how nigh this tale did touch the noble Bradamant's most tender heart. It seemed she pitied this man's state as much as if her brother had played such a part. Some cause there was to make her fancy such, as afterwards at large I shall impart, and straight she makes this motion, that they twain might save this woeful youth from being slain. Rogero much commends her noble mind, and to the mourning damsel thus they said: We both are to this enterprise inclined. If fortune serve, we will the young man aid. But when they saw that still she mourned and whined, Tush, quoth Rogero, cease to be afraid. 'Tis more than time that we were going hence. Not tears, but force must serve for his defence. These comfortable words Rogero spake, with that his warlike look and manly show did cause her heart of grace forthwith to take. Yet still she doubts which way were best to go. Not that she feared the right way to mistake, for all the ways she perfectly did know. To turn the way she came she was afraid, lest in the way they haply might be stayed. There are, quoth she, two ways unto the place, of which the tone is easy, fair, and plain, the t'other foul, and far the greater space, yet at this time the safer of the twain. But yet I fear, except God send more grace, that ere we thither come he may be slain. Thus stood this damsel still, not little musing, between the nearer way and safer choosing. Rogero, that was resolute and stout, did ask what reason moved her to persuade them two to take the farther way about, and straightway she to them this answer made: Forsooth, said she, the cause that moves my doubt is this: I fear that some will you invade by means that Pinabel, and Selma's son, hath here of late a custom lewd begun, as namely, that whoever that way ride, of what estate soever or degree, must leese their horses first, and then beside must of their clothes and raiment spoiled be. 4 valiant youths, of strength and courage tried, are sworn to this, so that no he nor she can pass that way without this evil payment, that he must weapons leese, and she her raiment. The custom is as yet but 3 days old, by Pinabello and his wife devised, who meeting haply, as I heard it told, a knight, or one in knightly clothes disguised, with whom a woman ugly to behold, and by this couple scorned and despised, this Pinabel the worse had of the quarrel, his wife was spoiled of horse and of apparel. This spite enraged so the woman's mind, that wishing to revenge, not knowing how, yet wrath and folly so her sense doth blind, that straight she makes a foolish solemn vow, and he that was to evil deeds inclined no less than she doth of the same allow. The vow was this: for anger of this foil 1,000 others in like sort to spoil. That very night came to that house by chance 4 valiant knights as ever armor bear, to fight on horse or foot, with sword or lance, but few may with the worst of them compare. These 4, I say, were first that led this dance, by night surprised, ere they were aware, both Griffin, Aquilant, and Sansonet, and Guidon Savage, scant a man as yet. These 4 in show he gently entertained, and makes them friendly countenance and cheer, with courteous speech and friendly manner feigned, as if he loved them well and held them dear. But while secure they in their beds remained, and when sun rising now approached near, he did beset the lodging where they lay, and took their armor and their clothes away, and further bound them in that present place, both hand and foot, as if they prisoners were, and ere he did those causeless bonds unlace, he makes them solemnly to vow and swear to keep this order for a 12-month space, that whosoever happened to come there, they four endeavour should with all their forces to take away their raiment and their horses. To this by solemn oath are sworn they four, constrained thereto by this their cruel host. And though herewith they were offended sore, yet must they swear for fear of farther cost. Already not so few as twice a score their horses and their furniture have lost, and none as yet so able have been found, but one of these have laid him on the ground. But if some one do hap so strong to be, to make his party good with one of those, then straight the order is, the other three must him assist. Thus none unconquered goes. Wherefore, if you will be advised by me, 'tis best to shun this way, as I suppose, sith each of these is such as I recited. How great, think you, will be their force united? But presuppose that you their force withstand, as your great courage makes me think you might. Yet needs it hinder must the cause in hand, and make you tarry hereabout all night. Sith then this case so dangerously doth stand, I would persuade you now to shun this fight, lest, while you in this enterprise remain, the poor young man may fortune to be slain. Tush, quoth Rogero, have no doubt at all. Let us endeavour still to do our best, and then, good hap or ill, fall what may fall, let God and fortune govern all the rest. I hope this enterprise I finish shall so well, as I shall eke do your request, and there arrive to save him in good time, that should be burned for so small a crime. This said, he gets him on the nearest way, fast by the place where Pinabel doth dwell. And at the bridge they forced were to stay, and straight a man, whose name I know not well, came out in haste, and stand to them doth say, and then begins their order them to tell, persuading them, if they will shun the peril, to yield in peace their horses and apparel. Peace, quoth Rogero, leave thy foolish prating, a tale already known thou dost repeat. Children with bugs and dogs are scared with rating, with me it small avails to brag or threat. I lees but time with thee to stand debating. Show me the men that mind to do this feat. My haste is such that long I may not stay, wherefore I pray you bid them come away. Lo, here comes one of them, this old man said, and as he spake the word, out came a knight, a tall, strong man, all armed from foot to head. His armour like a furnace shined bright, his colours that he wear were white and red. This was the first, and Sansonet he hight, and, for he was a man of mighty strength, 2 massy spears he brought, of mighty length. The one of these he to Rogero gave, the other to himself he doth reserve. Then each, in hope the victory to have, do spur their steady steeds that will not swerve. Rogero's shield from wounding doth him save, the others did him not so well preserve. The spear both pierced his shield and pricked his arm, and overthrew him to his further harm. You do not sure, nor cannot yet forget what of Rogero's shield before I told, that made the fiends of hell with toil to sweat, and shined so bright as none could it behold. No marvel then, though valiant Sansonet, although his hands were strong and heart were bold, could not prevail so strong a shield to purse, of so great force as late I did rehearse. This while was Pinabel approached nigh to Bradamant, and asked of her his name, that in their fight his force so great did try, to overthrow a knight of so great fame. Lo, how the mighty God that sits on high can punish sin when least men look the same. Now Pinabel fell in his enemy's hands, when in his own conceit most safe he stands. It was his hap that self-same horse to ride, which 8 months past from Bradamant he stale. Then when he falsely let the pole to slide at Merlin's cave, if you did mark the tale. But now, when she that traitor vile had spied, that thought by treachery to work her bale, she stepped forthwith between him and his castle, and swears that she with him a pull would wrestle. Look how a fox with dogs and hunters chased, that to come back unto her hole did ween, is utterly discouraged and aghast, when in her way she nets and dogs hath seen.
So he, that no such peril did forecast, and sees his foe stepped him and home between, with word him threatening, and with sword assailing, doth take the wood, his heart and courage failing. Thus, now on flight, his only hope relying, he spurred that horse that chief his trouble bred. No hope of help, and yet for help still crying, for doubt of death almost already dead. Sometime the fact excusing or denying, but she believing not a word he said. None in the castle were of this aware, about Rogero also busied are. This while forth of the gate came th'other three, that to this law so solemnly had sworn. Among the rest that came was also she that caused this law, full of disdain and scorn. And none of these but sooner would agree with horses wild to be in pieces torn, than to disdain their honor and good name with any act that might be worthy shame. Wherefore it grieved them to the very gall, that more than one at once should one assail, save they were sworn to run together all, if so the first of victory did fail. And she uncessantly on them did call. "What mean you, sirs?" quoth she. "What do you ail? Do you forget the cause I brought you hither? Are you not sworn to take part altogether?" "Fie," answered Gaiden, "what a shame is this! Let rather me alone my fortune try, and if a victory I hap to miss, at my returning back then let me die." "Not so," quoth she, "my meaning other is, and you, I trust, will not your word deny. I brought you hither for another cause, not now to make new orders and new laws." Thus were they urged by this scornful dame, to that which all their hearts abhorred sore, and which they thought to them so great a shame, as never like had chanced them before. Also Rogero's words increased the same, upbraiding them, and egging more and more, and asking why they made so long delay to take his armor and his horse away. And thus, in manner forced and by constraint, they came all three Rogero to invade, which act they thought would sore their honors taint, though full account of victory they made. Rogero at their coming doth not faint, as one well used through dangers great to wade. And first the worthy Olivero's sons, with all their force, against Rogero runs. Rogero turned his horse to take the field, with that same staff that lately overthrew stout Sansonet, and with that passing shield that Atlant made by help of hellish crew. That shield, whose aid he used very sealed, some unexpected danger to eschew. Twice when Alcina's kingdom he forsook, once when the Indian queen from Thork he took. Save these 3 times, he never used the aid of this his shield, but left it covered still. If he abroad, or if within he stayed, he never left it open by his will. As for these 3, he was no more afraid of all their strength, their number, nor their skill, nor made no more account with them to fight, than if they had seemed children in his sight. And first he met the younger of the twain, that Griffin hight, who had so great a blow, as in the saddle he could scant remain, but quite amazed reeled to and fro. He strake Rogero, but it was in vain, for why the stroke fell overthwartly so, that quite beside Rogero's shield it slipped. But yet the case it all to tear and ripped. Now when the renting of the silken case, in which Rogero used the shield to hide, had cast out such a light in each man's face, that none of them the force thereof could bide, they fell down all amazed in the place. Admit they sit or stand, or go or ride. Rogero, with the cause not yet acquainted, did marvel how his foes so soon had fainted. But when he once was of the cause aware, and how the cover of his shield was rent, by means whereof it open lay and bare, and then such light unto the lookers sent, he looks about where his companions are, because forthwith to get him thence he meant. I mean his Bradamant, and that same maid, that for the youth did erst demand his aid. But his beloved as then he found not where he erst had left her, when he went to just. And when he plainly saw she was not there, and that happened he could not mistrust, he parted thence, and with him he doth bear the maid that made to him the suit so just, who lay that time amazed with the rest, with sudden blazing of the light distressed. He takes her kirtle, and with it doth hide the light that did so dazzle all their eyes, that light on which to look none could abide, as if 2 suns had shone at once in skies. Forthwith himself all malcontent doth ride, to have this combat ended in such wise as might imputed be to magic art, and not his prowess or his valiant heart. Now while this thought such passions did him yield, that though he had indeed most bravely done, yet men would think the glory of the field not by his valiantness to have been won, but by the force of that enchanted shield that cast a light more piercing than the sun. I say, as thus he thought, he passed by a large deep well, that by the way did lie. A well, at which the beasts in summer's heat did use their thirsty drought to quench and cool, and chew again their undigested meat, and walk about the shallows of the pool. Here did Rogero oft these words repeat: "Thou shield, that late didst make me such a fool, to cause me get a conquest with such shame, lie there," quoth he, "with thee go all my blame." With that he threw the shield into the well. The well was deep, the shield of mighty weight, that to the bottom suddenly it fell, the water over it a monstrous height. But lo, Dame Fame the thing abroad doth tell, how he, because he would not win by sleight, but by mere value, had his target drowned, where it should never afterward be found. Yet many that had heard the strange report of those that dwelled thence, some far, some nigher, to seek the target thither did resort, and to have found it out had great desire. But it was cast away in such a sort as none unto their purpose did aspire. For why the maid that only did behold it, and knew which well it was, yet never told it. But when the knights came to themselves again, and were awake, and one the other saw, that late were vanquished with so little pain, as if to him they had been men of straw, they wondered much what troubled had their brain, and all of them did thence themselves withdraw, and all that day they argue and devise how that same light should dazzle so their eyes. This while came notice of the woful fall of Pinabel, whom Bradamant had killed, with which they greatly were displeased all, not knowing why or who his blood had spilled. His wife and sire, that heard what was befall his son, her spouse, the place with outcries filled, and cursed and chafed with too late repentance, that none on Pinabel had given attendance. Now when the damsel justly had him slain, and ta'en away his horse, sometime her own, she would have turned the way she came again, but that the same was unto her unknown. To purpose small she travels with great pain to seek it out, as after shall be shown. For here to stay is my determination, and pause a little for my recreation. End of Book 22.
The 23rd Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 23.
The argument. Astolpho on the Griffith horse doth mount. To Zerbin Pinabello's death is laid. Orlando saveth him. Fierce Rhodamont Frontino takes from Bradamante's maid. The Paladin and Mandricard confront. They part by chance, and each from other strayed. Orlando falls stark mad, with sorrow taken, to hear his mistress hath him quite forsaken. Let every one do all the good they can, for seldom cometh harm of doing well. Though just reward it wanteth now and then, yet shame and evil death it doth expel. But he that mischieveth another man doth seldom carry it to heaven or hell. Men say it, and we see it come to pass. Good turns in sand, shrewd turns are writ in brass. Sealed mountains meet, but men may often meet, the proverb saith, and whoso sets a trap may catch himself, as here you plainly see't in him that thought this dame in woes to trap, but hurts himself, a punishment most meet, God still defending her from all mishap. God her preserved, and will all those preserve as shun all vice, and him sincerely serve. It little did avail to Pinabel to be amid his kinfolk and his friends, and near the castle where his sire did dwell, where every one him honors and attends.
Lo, here the end of him doth plainly tell how wicked lives have often wretched ends. But to proceed, I said, when he was slain, the noble damsel sought her way again, which when she saw she could by no means know, but more and more uncertainly did rove, and sees the sun was now declining low, she means that night to rest her in a grove, and sleep some time, or else some time I trow to look on Mars, on Saturn, or on Jove, but chiefly, whether she awakes or sleeps, Rogero's image in her heart she keeps. Oft times she fretting to herself would say, Lo, hate with me far more prevailed hath than love could do, that now have lost my way, and left my comfort to avenge my wrath. Nor had my wit so much forecast or stay, to take some mark of my foretrodden path. I did, quoth she, as fools are wont to do, take one shrewd turn to do another too. These words, and many like to these, she spake to pass the rest of that her restless night, till stars gan vanish, and the dawning break, and all the easter parts were full of light. Then at adventure she her way doth take, not knowing yet if it were wrong or right. And having travelled in that way some miles, by hap Astolpho came that way the whiles. He rides the winged horse, but in his hand he leads the famous Rabican behind. And even as then in great doubt he did stand, where to bestow a beast of so good kind. She, knowing him, went to him out of hand, with words, with shows, and with embracements kind, and joyed to find this kinsman of her own, and unto him herself she maketh known. Astolpho much rejoiced at this their meeting. Then one the other asked of their welfare, and after their long talk and friendly greeting, in which each showed of other loving care, Sith I, quoth he, intend hence to be fleeting, to see what sights in foreign countries are, this horse of me I shall request you take, till I return, and keep him for my sake. Also, he said, this corslet and this spear with you I leave, till I return again. This spear the son of Gallafron did bear, whom, as you heard before, Farah had slain. With head whereof, if any touched were, straightways to fall to ground they must be fain. All these he left behind to make him light, before that he begins to take his flight. Thus leave once ta'en, away the Duke doth soar, first low, and after still more high and high, till at the length she could him see no more. So doth the pilot first with watchful eye guide out his vessel softly by the shore, while he doth think the rocks and shallows nigh. But after, when he dreads no more such doubts, he sails apace, and claps on all his clouts. Now when the Duke was from the damsel gone, what she might do she mused in her mind, and carefully she meditates thereon, how she may take the journey first assigned, and not neglect her kinsman's charge. Anon a wandering peasant 'twas her hap to find. To him she doth betake the horses spare, though of the ways they both unskilful are. Her meaning was to go to Vallombrosa, as her first love and she concluded had, whom there to find she certain doth suppose, whom there to find she would have been full glad. But lo, a quite contrary course she goes, and sees a sight that made her then full sad. Her father's house Montalbany she spied, in which as then her mother did abide. If she shall forward go, approaching nigher, she shall be stayed there. She stands in doubt, if she stand still or backward to retire. She fears to meet acquaintance thereabout. If she be stayed, she feels such burning fire of longing love as cannot be put out. She chanced amid these thoughts and many other to meet Alardo there, her younger brother. This meeting in her mind bred much vexation, when as she found her brother her had spied, and made her alter her determination, which, that she might from him the better hide, she used some common words of salutation, and to Montalban with him she doth ride, whereas her mother, full of care and fear, had wished and waited for her coming there. But all those kind embracings, and those kisses she had of parent, kinsman, kind, and friends, she deems of little value to those blisses that she had lost, and thought them small amends. But sith to meet Rogero now she misses, to send a messenger she now intends, some such to whom she may commit the charge to tell her mind unto her love at large, and, if need were, to pray him in her name, as he had promised her, to be baptized,
and to excuse that thither she not came, as they together had before devised. Besides, his horse Frontino by the same she sent, a horse of goodness not despised, no horse in France or Spain esteemed more, Boiardo sole except, and Brillador. Rogero, if you call it well to mind, what time the Griffith horse he first did take, that soared away as swift as western wind, and forced him quickly Europe to forsake, that gallant beast Frontino left behind, whom Bradamant then for his master's sake took home, and with much care and costly feeding made him by this time fair and fat exceeding. And straight her maids and women servants all, that skilful were to sew, to weave, to knit, she doth to work in haste together call, and she herself among them all doth sit, to work a net of art and cost not small, for his caparison to make it fit. When this was done and finished, straightway after she calls her nurse, Calitrophaea's daughter. This maid knew best her mind of all the rest, and oft had heard her praising to the skies Rogero's comely shape and valiant breast, his sugared speech, sweet face, and lovely eyes. This maid with secrets all she trusted best, on this maid's secrecy she much relies. Hippolca named was this trusty maid, her then she called, and thus to her she said, Hippolca mine, you know of all my crew of women servants I esteem you most, as one that hath been secret, wise, and true, a praise of which we women seld can boast. My meaning is to make a choice of you, to have you to Rogero ride in post, and unto him mine absence to excuse, and show that I could neither will nor choose. Yourself, quoth she, may ride a little nag, and in your hand lead by Frontino spare, and if perhap some fool will be so brag as that to take the horse from you he dare, to make him that he shall no farther wag, but tell who owes the horse, and do not care. She thought Rogero was of so great fame, that every one would quake to hear his name. Thus, when Hippolca was instructed well of all that to her errant did belong, and that no more remained behind to tell, she took the horse, and there she stayed not long. In 10 miles space, so lucky it befell, none offer made to do her any wrong. No traveller, no knight, nor peasant stayed her, nor once with word or deed so much as frayed her. About the time the sun to south did mount, she met, poor soul, a knight unto her cost, that Turk most terrible, called Rhodamount, that followed armed on foot a page in post, who when he saw an horse of such account, he God blasphemed and all the heavenly host, that such a gallant serviceable beast in some man's hand he had not found at least. He had before professed by solemn vow, when wanting horse he travelled on his feet, that wert from knight or knave that drives a plough, to take perforce the next horse he should meet. Yet though he liked the horse, to take this now and rob a maid thereof he thought unmeet. He sees her lead a horse, and he doth lack, and oft he wished his master on his back. I would he were, quoth she, he soon would make you change your mind, and glad to get you hence. And you should find how much you do mistake your strength and force to offer him offence. And who, quoth he, is this of whom you crake? Rogero, she replies. Forsooth? And since so great a champion is the horse's owner, I may, said he, then take him with mine honor. To take his horse, quoth he, I now intend, for of a horse you see I stand in need. And if I find it true as you pretend, that he so stout a champion is indeed, I, Rhodamount, this action will defend. Now on my present journey I proceed, and where I go my virtues shine so bright, he soon may find me, if he list to fight. This said with cruel threats, and part with force, he gat his will full sore against her will, and straight he mounteth up upon that horse. She cursing followed him, and banning still, but of those curses he doth little force. Then winners boast when leasers speak their fill. Best pleased was he when as she wished him worst, and still the fox fares best when he is cursed. But what she saith he little doth regard. Suppose she cursed, or prayed, or railed, or cried, he seeks out Doralus and Mandricard, and had the little dwarf to be his guide. No little haste he maketh thitherward, But here awhile mine author steps aside, and to that place of purpose makes digression, where Pinabel was shriven without confession. The noble dame no sooner left the place where late this caitiff by her hand was slain, but Zurban there arrived in little space with old Gabrina, who, perceiving plain one murthered, straight he followed the trace, lest murder unrevenged should remain. He minds, if fortune be so much his furderer, to be revenged sharply on the murderer. Gabrina to the quarry straight approacheth, looks all about, searching the course, and prying, as one that still on every gain encroacheth, to win both by the living and the dying. In purses and in pockets all she poacheth of him that murdered on the ground was lying, as having this conjoined to other evils, in coveties to pass the very devils. She would have had his coat and armor fain, save that she knew not how them to have hidden. But from great part of that desired gain, by want of leisure she was then forbidden. Howbeit she did convey away his chain, and ere Zerbino back again was written, she put it safely where it was not seen, her upper gown and petticoat between. And sore it grieved her to leave the rest. But now Zerbino was returned back, and for the time drew nigh of taking rest, and night came down to spread his mantle black. To seek some lodging out they thought it best, of which in that wild country was great lack. They leave the valley, and they came that night unto a castle Alta Riva hight. They thither went, and long they had not stayed, but in came people in great exclamation, with woeful news that many hearts dismayed, and filled their mouths and eyes with lamentation, how Pinabel was murdered and betrayed, and lost his life and worldly habitation. And straight they brought the corse with light of torches, and led the same through all the courts and porches. Great were the plaints, the sorrow, and the grief by kindred made, by tenants and his friends, but by his father, old Anselmus chief, who, though revenge be but a small amends, and his son's life was now past all relief, by search to find the murderer he intends, Zerbino hereof makes himself a stranger, as well to shun suspicion as danger. Now when the funerals in stately sort ordained were, with pomp and superstition, to which great store of people did resort, and all that would had frank and free permission, straight with oyes a crier doth report, thereto assigned by that Earl's commission, that whoso could the murderer bewray, should have 1,000 ducats for his pay. This news from mouth to mouth, from ear to ear, as news are wont to do, did fly so fast, that old Gabrina, being present there among the rest, heard of it at the last, who, either for the hatred she did bear to good Zerbino for some matters past, or else for gain of that so great reward, straight to destroy Zerbino she prepared. And that she might more surely him entrap, with the Earl himself to speak she doth request, and probably she tells how this mishap was by Zerbino wrought, his new come guest, and straight she pulled the chain out of her lap, which sole might serve to verify the rest. That aged sire, that all the tale believed, was sore enraged herewith, not only grieved, and lifting up his hands unto the skies, with age now feeble, feeble now with woe, with fainting voice he spake and watery eyes, My son, thou shalt not unrevenged go. And while in bed secure Zerbino lies, not thinking he had been betrayed so, with armed men his lodging was beset, he naked ta'en as is a bird in net. With as great cruelty as could be shown, his princely arms were pinioned fast behind him, and to a dungeon deep he straight was thrown, and that vile place to bide in was assigned him, until the sentence of his death were known. In fine, Anselmus, so did passion blind him, her likely tale, his wrath so rashly leading, condemned him, and never heard him pleading. Thus was this worthy prince without all cause condemned to die. Such is the woeful being, where hests of lawless lords must stand for laws, though from all laws and reason disagreeing. Now near and near his execution draws, and gazing people, greedy still of seeing, in clusters march and follow all confused, on horse, on foot, as at such time is used.
But lo, how God, that ever doth defend Those innocents that put in him their trust, A help unlooked for did thither send, And freed him from this doom of death unjust. Orlando did even then the hill ascend, Orlando is the man that save him must. And at that time there did with him remain The daughter of Gallego, King of Spain. This was that Isabel, whom he of late Recovered from the outlaws in the cave, And having brought her out of that ill state, Yet still he promised care of her to have, And whatsoever danger or debate To him befell, yet her he still did save. Orlando all that great assembly saw, That did the knight to execution draw. He thither went, and asked of him the cause, Why he was drawn unto a death so cruel. Forsooth, Zerbino said, against all laws I am condemned, if you the matter knew well. Anselmus' rage, that will admit no pause, Unto this flame doth kindle all the fuel, Believing falsely that I slew his son, Whereas by me God knows it was not done. Thus Zerban said, and said it in such sort As made Orlando vow him to relieve, For very apt he was each ill report Of any of Maganza to believe. Each house still thought to cut the other short, Each house still sought the other how to grieve, Each house long time had ta'en a pride and pleasure To work the t'other danger and displeasure. Unloose the knight, ye caitives, straight he cried, Else look for death to be your due reward. What man is this, quoth one, that gapes so wide, And speaks so foolishly without regard? Were he of steel of strength and temper tried, And we of straw, his suit might hap be hard. This said, he taketh up a mighty lance, And runs against the Paladin of France. Orlando ran at him with couched spear, And though his armour were both good and sure, As namely that Zerbino erst did wear, Yet was the stroke too grievous to endure, For though the beaver did it stiffly bear, Yet did the blow a greater hurt procure, For on the cheek it gave him such a check, That though it pierced not, it brake his neck. Nor at that course did all his fury cease, 6 other of that spear the force then felt. Then with his sword among the thickest press, Such store of thrusts and deadly blows he dealt, That many in the place did straight decease. And even as snow against the sun doth melt, So melted they, and fainted in his sight, That in an hour he put them all to flight. When they were fled, he set Zerbino free, Who would have kissed the ground whereon he trod, And done him reverence humbly on his knee, But that the Earl such courtesy him forbode. But yet he thanked him in the highest degree, As one he honored most, excepting God. Then did he put his armour on again, Which late was worn by him that there was slain. Now when Zerbino there had little stayed, Preparing with Orlando to go hence, Behold, fair Isabel, that princely maid, That all the while had stayed a little thence, And sees no farther cause to be afraid, Came near, and brought great joy and great offence, By divers passions bred of one desire, Some cold as ice, and some as hot as fire. For where before Zerbino thought her drowned, Now certain he rejoiced very much To see her in his presence safe and sound, And that her misadventure was not such. But weighing in whose hand he had her found, A jealous fear forthwith his heart doth touch, And inwardly a greater anguish bred, Than late it had to hear that she was dead. To see her in the hands of such a knight, It greatly did him anger and displease, From whom to offer her to take by might, It were no honesty, nor haply ease. But for Orlando's sake he ought of right All passions both of love and wrath appease, To whom in thankfulness it were but meet To lay his hands under Orlando's feet. Wherefore he makes no words, but on he goeth In silent sort, till coming to a well, To drink they lighted, being thirsty both, And each his drought with water doth expel. But when the damsel saw and knew for troth That was Zerbino whom she loved so well, For when to drink his beaver he untied, Straight she her love had through his beaver spied. With open arms she runs him to embrace, And hangs about his neck,
a pleasant yoke, and speechless she remained a pretty space, and with her crystal tears, before she spoke, surprised with joy, she all bedewed his face, and long it was ere into speech she broke, by which the noble Earl did plainly see that this could no man but Sir Bino be. Now when she had again her vital sprites, and that she able was her mind to show, first she Orlando's great desarts recites, that rescued her from place of shame and woe, commending him above all other knights, that undefiled had preserved her so, and prayed her dear, when she had made recital of his good deeds, to make him some requital. Great thanks were given, and proffers great there were of recompense and service on each side. But lo, a hap that made them speech forbear, for why an armed knight they had espied, 'twas Mandricardo that arrived there, who, as you heard, these many days did ride to seek this Earl, till meeting by the way fair Doralis, a while it made him stay. You heard how Mandricard sought out the track, moved thereunto by envy and disdain, of this fierce knight apparelled all in black, by whom the king of Tremezin was slain, and those Noricians all so put to rack, as few of them unwounded did remain. And now he found him as it came to pass, yet knew he not that this Orlando was. But marking well the signs and tokens, eke to those he heard of such as thence were fled, "You are," quoth he, "the self same man I seek, by whom so many of my friends are dead. I have," he said, "travelled above a week to find you out, and now at last am sped. You are the man that I have sought, I guess, and sure your manly look doth show no less." "Sir," quoth Orlando, "though I want your name, a noble knight you are, it may be guessed, for sure a heart so thirsting after fame is seldom bred in base unnoble breast. But if to see me only now you came, I straight herein will grant you your request, and that you may behold me to your fill, I will put off mine armor if you will. But when you well have viewed me all about, if yet you have a farther mind to try which of us two can prove himself most stout, and first in field can make the t'other fly, attempt it when you list, and make no doubt, but hereunto right soon agree shall I." "That," quoth the pagan, "is my mind indeed." And thus to fight together they agreed. But when Orlando viewed the pagan king, and saw no poleaxe at his saddle bow, no sword by side, no bow, nor dart, nor sling, but even a spear, he needs of him would know, when that were burst, unto what other thing he then would trust to give or bear a blow. "Tush," quoth the pagan prince, "you need not fear, but I will match you only with the spear. I have," quoth he, "an oath most solemn sworn, since first the noble Hector's arms I wan, that by my side should never sword be worn, nor other iron weapon, till I can get Durindana by Orlando born, though how he gate it, well I cannot scan, but since he gat it, great reports do fly, that noble deeds of arms he doth thereby. No less," quoth he, "I fain on him would wreak my father's death, whom falsely he betrayed, for well I wot my sire was not so weak with any Christen to be overlaid." At this Orlando could not choose but speak. "It is a lie," quoth he, "that thou hast said. I am Orlando, and I will not bear it. This sword is Durindan, win it and wear it. And though this sword is justly wholly mine, yet for this time I frankly do agree, a while it shall be neither mine nor thine, and if in combat you can vanquish me, then take't, and thereat I shall not repine." This said, he hanged the sword upon a tree, indifferently between them both to stand, until the strife by combat might be scanned. Now one at t'other ran with couched spear, and on the head piece each the other strake. The staves in sundry pieces rend and tear, but by the blows the men small hurt do take. And now the truncheons only left them were, and at 4 blows the truncheons likewise break. Thus, when they saw all other weapons missed, at last they were enforced to fight with fist. So have I seen two clowns fall at debate about some water course or mark of land, and either clap the t'other on the pate with crabtree staff, or with his crabbed hand. Such of this conflict was the present state, and each of them doth to his tackle stand, and being tired with giving fruitless stripes, at last they flatly fell to handy-gripes. The pagan, part by sleight and part by force, thought to have done as Hercules in time past to fierce Antaeus did, and thirl enforced to yield himself, or leave his horse at last. Orlando, that could surely sit his horse, with all his strength bestrides the saddle fast. Yet did the pagan heave him with such strength, that all his girses broken were at length. Down came the Earl, yet kept his saddle still, nor what had happened was he well aware. But as he fell, intending by his will unto the pagan king to work some care, he meant, but his attempt succeeded ill, to overthrow the horse the pagan bare. But missing hold, the horse unhurt remains, yet off he pulled his headstall and his reins. The horse that had at liberty his head runs over ditch and valley, hedge and wood, as partly fear and partly courage led, for nothing was that his mad course withstood. But Mandricard still beats him on his head, and even as if he speech had understood, he threatens him, except he stay, to beat him, and with fair speech sometime he doth entreat him. But all was won. 3 mile outright he rode, ere he could make the harebrain horse to stay, or cause him once to make a small abode. But more and more he galloped still away. At last, with haste, the horse and eke the load fell down into a ditch, and there they lay, both horse and man all spoiled and rayed with dirt, yet neither horse nor man had any hurt. This while Dame Doralice, that saw her guide thus post away against his will amain, she thought it were not safe behind to bide, and therefore followed him, though with great pain. And seeing that he could no farther ride, because his wilful horse did want of rein, she prays him take her horse's rein and bit, for mine, quoth she, will go though wanting it. Much did the pagan praise her gentle offer, yet did refuse it, as a part too base. To let her want, and take her bridle of her, he thought it were to him a great disgrace. But lo, good chance a better mean did proffer. Cabrina came unwares unto the place, she that betrayed of late the Scottish prince, and heard of like of his delivery since. And therefore, fearing punishment and blame, and clogged with guilty conscience, fled the light, until by hap unwares she thither came, and on this couple fortunate to light. They could not choose but make great sport and game to see so strange and unagreeing sight, as such a withered old ill-favoured hag to ride in purple on an ambling nag. He that of right or wrong did little pass, means with her store his lack there to supply, nor once demanded who or what she was, but takes away her bridle by and by. She screecheth out and weeps and cries, alas! even ready, fearing hurt unhurt, to die. Hereafter shall I tell you what became on her. Now for a farewell do I wish a shame on her. This while Orlando had his girses mended, and new provided what before did lack, and mounting on his horse a while attended to see if so the pagan would come back. But seeing that he came not, he intended to follow him and find him by the track. But first, as one that well good manners knew, he bade Zerbino and his spouse adieu. Fain would Zerbino with this Earl have gone, and take such part of every hap as he, but that the noble Earl hereof would none, and said there could not more dishonour be than for a knight to shun to fight alone, wherefore he would not thereunto agree. Thus Zerbin loth doth from this Earl depart, poor Isbel shedding tears for tender heart. But ere they went, this Earl Zerbino prayed, if first he happed on Mandricard to light, to tell him how long time he for him stayed, and meant to seek him out again to fight, now that his coming was so long delayed. He meant to Parisward to go that night to Charles's camp, and if he sought him there, he should assured be of him to hear. Thus much he prayed, and thence away he went to seek out Mandricard, but found him not. And for the day now more than half was spent, the sun and season waxing somewhat hot, a shady grove he found, and there he meant to take some ease, but found small ease, God wot. He thinks his thirst and heat a while to swage, but found that set him in worse heat and rage.
For looking all about the grove, behold, in sundry places fair engraven he sees her name, whose love he more esteems than gold, by her own hand in barks of divers trees. This was the place wherein before I told Medoro used to pay his surgeon's fees, where she, to boast of that was her shame, used oft to write hers and Medoro's name, and then with true love knots and pretty poses, to show how she to him by love was knit, her inward thoughts by outward words discloses, in her much love to show her little wit. Orlando knew the hand, and yet supposes it was not she that had such posies writ, and to beguile himself, "Tush, tush," quoth he, "there may be more Angelicas than she. Yea, but I know too well that pretty hand. Oft hath she sent me letters of her writing." Then he bethinks how she might understand his name and love by that same new inditing, and how it might be done. Long time he scanned, with this fond thought so fondly him delighting. Thus with small hope, much fear, all malcontent, in these and such conceits the time he spent. And the more he seeks out of his thought to drive this fancy, still it doth increase, even as a bird that is with birdlime caught doth beat her wings, and strives, and doth not cease until she hath herself all overwrought, and quite entangled in the slimy grease. Thus on went he, till him the way did bring unto a shady cave and pleasant spring. This was a place wherein above the rest this loving pair, leaving their homely host, spent time in sports that may not be expressed. Here in the parching heat they tarried most, and here Medore, that thought himself most blessed, wrote certain verses, as in way of boast, which in his language doubtless sounded pretty, and thus I turn them to an English ditty. Ye pleasant plants, green herbs, and waters fair, and cave with smell and grateful shadow mixed, where sweet Angelica, daughter and heir of Gallafrone, on whom in vain were fixed full many hearts, with me did oft repair alone, and naked lay mine arms betwixt. I, poor Medore, can yield but praise and thanks for these great pleasures found amid your banks, and pray each lord whom Cupid holds in pay, each knight, each dame, and every one beside, or gentle or mean sort that pass this way, as fancy or his fortune shall him guide, that to the plants, herbs, spring, and cave he say, long may the sun and moon maintain your pride, and the fair crew of nymphs make such purveyance, as hither come no herds to your annoyance. It written was there in the Arabian tongue, which tongue Orlando perfect understood, as having learned it when he was but young, and oft the skill thereof had done him good. But at this time it him so deeply stung, it had been well that he it never could. And yet we see to know men still are glad, and yet we see much knowledge makes men mad. Twice, thrice, yea 5 times he doth read the rhyme, and though he saw and knew the meaning plain, yet that his love was guilty of such crime, he will not let it sink into his brain. Oft he perused it, and every time it doth increase his sharp tormenting pain, and the more he on the matter mused, the more his wits and senses were confused. Even then was he of wit well nigh bestraught, so quite he was given over unto grief. And sure, if we believe, as proof hath taught, this torture is of all the rest the chief, his sprite was dead, his courage quailed with thought. He doth despair and look for no relief, and sorrow did his senses so surprise, that words his tongue, and tears forsook his eyes. The raging pang remained still within, that would have burst out all at once too fast. Even so we see the water tarry in a bottle little mouthed and big in waste, that though you topsy-turvy turn the brim, the liquor bides behind with too much haste. And with the striving, oft is in such taking, as scant a man can get it out with shaking. At last he comes unto himself anew, and in his mind another way doth frame, that which there was written was not true, but writ of spite his lady to defame, or to that end that he the same might view, and so his heart with jealousy inflame. Well, be to list, quoth he, I see this clearly, he hath her hand resembled passing nearly. With this small hope With this poor little spark he doth some deal revive his troubled sprite, and, for it now was late and waxed dark, he seeks some place where he may lie that night. At last he hears a noise of dogs that bark, he smells some smoke, and sees some candle light. He takes his inn with will to sleep, not eat, as filled with grief, and with none other meat. But lo! his hap was at that house to host, where fair Angelica had lain before, and where her name on every door and post with true love knots was joined to Medore. That knot, his name, whom he detested most, was in his eye and thought still evermore. He dares not ask, nor once the matter touch, for knowing more of that he knows too much. But vain it was himself so to beguile, for why his host, unasked by and by, that saw his guest sit there so sad the while, and thinks to put him from his dumps thereby, beginneth plain without all fraud or guile, without concealing truth or adding lie, to tell that tale to him without regard, which divers had before with pleasure hard. As thus, how at Angelica's request he holp unto his house to bring Medore, who then was sorely wounded in his breast, and she with surgery did heal his sore. But while with her own hands the wound she dressed, blind Cupid wounded her as much or more, that when her skill and herbs had cured her patient, her cureless wound in love made her unpatient. So that, admit she were the greatest queen of fame, and living in those easter parts, yet so with fancy she was overseen to marry with a page of mean desarts. Thus love, quoth he, will have his godhead seen in famous queens and highest princes' hearts. This said, to end the tale, he showed the jewel that she had given him, which Orlando knew well. This tale, and chiefly this same last conclusion, was even a hatchet to cut off all hope, when love had after many a vain collusion now for his farewell lent him such a rope to hang himself and drown him in confusion. Yet fain he would deny his sorrow's scope, and though a while to show it he forbears, it breaketh out at last in sighs and tears, and as it were enforced he gives the rein to raging grief upon his bed alone. His eyes do shed a very shower of rain, with many a scalding sigh and bitter groan. He slept as much as if he had then lain upon a bed of thorns and stuffed with stone, and as he lay thereon and could not rest him, the bed itself gave matter to molest him. Ah, wretch I am, thus to himself he said, shall I once hope to take repose and rest me in that same house? Yea, even in that same bed where my ungrateful love so lewdly dressed me? Nay, let me first 100 times be dead, first wolves devour and vultures shall digest me. Straight up he starts, and on he puts his clothes, and leaves the house, so much the bed he loathes. He leaves his host, nor once doth take his leave, he fared so ill, he bids not them farewell. He leaves the town, his servants he doth leave, he rides, but where he rides he cannot tell, and when alone himself he doth perceive, to weep and wail, nay, even to howl and yell, he doth not cease, to give his grief a vent, that inwardly so sore did him torment. The day, the night to him were both alike. Abroad upon the cold bare earth he lies, no sleep, no food he takes, nor none would seek, all sustenance he to himself denies. Thus he began and ended half the week, and he himself doth marvel whence his eyes are fed so long with such a spring of water, and to himself thus reasons on the matter. No, no, these be no tears that now I shed, these be no tears, nor can tears run so rife, but fire of frenzy draweth up to my head my vital humour, that should keep my life. This stream will never cease till I be dead. Then welcome death, and end my fatal strife. No comfort in this life my woe can minish, but thou who canst both life and sorrow finish. These are not sighs, for sighs some respite have, my gripes, my pangs no respite to permit. The blindfold boy made me a seeing slave, when from my eyes my heart he first did hit. Now all inflamed I burn, I rage and rave, and in the midst of flame consume no whit. Love, sitting in my heart a master cruel, blows with his wings, feeds with his will the fuel. Am not I the man that erst I was? Orlando, he is buried and dead. His most ungrateful love, our foolish lass, hath killed Orlando, and cut off his head. I am his ghost, that up and down must pass in this tormenting hell for ever led, to be a fearful sample and a just to all such fools as put in love their trust. Thus wandering still in ways that have no way, he happed again to light upon the cave where, in remembrance of their pleasant play, Medoro did that epigram engrave, to see the stones again his woes display, and her ill name and his ill hap deprave, did on the sudden all his sense enrage with hate, with fury, with revenge and rage. Straightways he draweth forth his fatal blade, and hews the stones, to heaven the shivers flee. Accursed was that fountain, cave, and shade, the arbor, and the flowers, and every tree. Orlando of all places havoc made, where he those names together joined may see. Yea, to the spring he did perpetual hurt, by filling it with leaves, boughs, stones, and dirt. And having done this foolish frantic feat, he lays him down all weary on the ground, distempered in his body with much heat, in mind with pains that no tongue can expound. 3 days he doth not sleep, nor drink, nor eat, but lay with open eyes as in a sound. The 4th, with rage and not with reason waked, he rents his clothes, and runs about stark naked. His helmet here he flings, his pauldrons there, he casts away his cuirass and his shield. His sword he throws away, he cares not where, he scatters all his armor in the field. No rag about his body he doth bear, as might from cold or might from shame him shield. And save he left behind his fatal blade, no doubt he had therewith great havoc made. But his surpassing force did so exceed all common men, that neither sword nor bill nor any other weapon he did need. Mere strength sufficed him to do what he will. He roots up trees as one would root a weed, and even as birders, laying nets with skill, pare slender thorns away with easy strokes, so he did play with ashes, elms, and oaks. The herdmen and the shepherds that did hear the hideous noise and unacquainted sound, with fear and wonder great approached near, to see and know what was here of the ground. But now I must cut off this treatise here, lest this my book do grow beyond his bound. And if you take some pleasure in this text, I will go forward with it in the next. End of Book 23.
The 24th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico ARIOSTO. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 24.
The argument. The noble Zerbin pardon doth afford to Odric and Gabrina, graceless pair. A Turk with him fights for Orlando's sword. He dies in arms of Isabella fair. Fierce Rhodamont, with sundry passions stirred, doth fight with cruel Agrican his heir. But them in their chief rage their mistress parted, from whence to aid their prince they both departed. Whoso shall set on Cupid's snares his foot, must seek to draw it back, lest it be caught. And madness mere in love to overshoot, the fool hath felt, the wise hath ever taught. And though in all alike it take not root, yet all shall find that love's a thing of naught. For sure it is an open sign of madness, to have another's pleasure breed thy sadness. Now though effects prove not in all alike, yet all are mad in sort, all go astray, as in a wilderness, where men do seek, and more in seeking lose their way. Wherefore let no man this my wish mislike, in whom fond love shall carry long the sway. I wish for due reward such doting dolts, like wilful prisoners, store of iron bolts. Some man perhaps will say, What, soft, my friend, you spy our faults, in your own errors blind. And true it is, yet speak I to this end, to bring us both into a better mind. As for myself, I hope ere long to mend, and from these bands in time myself unwind. Though it hath ta'en in me such root, I prove it, and hard 'tis on the sudden to remove it.
I showed you in the book that went before by what mishap Orlando waxed mad, and lost not only care of virtue's lore, but reason, wit, and all the sense he had. His armour he dispersed, his clothes he tore, the very clothes wherewith his corpse was clad, and though he wandered all unarmed and naked, yet at his presence all the country quaked. The countrymen that heard the noise aloof of trees, that with their fall made no small crack, came near and saw by plain and open proof his monstrous strength by their so monstrous rack. And straight they found it best for their behoof, with all the haste they could to get them back. For those he caught he did this lesson teach, to keep aloof from out a madman's reach. Away they fled, but he pursued so fast that some he caught, and some, surprised with fear, stood still, as oft it happens, all aghast, not knowing how to hide themselves nor where. Some other ploughmen, seeing what had passed, thought it but little wit to tarry there, but climbed for fear their houses and their churches, not trusting strength of elms, of beech, and birches. Among the rest he takes one by his heel, and with his head knocks out another's brain, which caused both of them such pain to feel, as till doomsday they never shall complain. Another with his fist he made to reel, till pain itself made him past sense of pain. And when the men fled all away afeard, then with like rage he set upon their herd. The voice of man, the bellowings of beast, about the country raised so great a sound, as might have well been heard 5 leagues at least. And all the people straight were raised round, each man providing as he could the best, and for the present time might then be found with bows, with bills, with staves and pikes and prongs, to be revenged on these outrageous wrongs. Look how the waves are driven by western blast, and one by one do rise still more and more, until their force so great be, at the last, they sprinkle all the banks and beat the shore. So now these country folk came in so fast, by 2 and 3, a dozen and a score, till at the last they grew so great a number, their very multitude themselves did cumber. But when they saw their force could do no good, and that his skin so strange protection had, that though they smote thereon they drew no blood, they thought that they might worse be thought than mad, to fight with one that all them so withstood. Wherefore they parted home dismayed and sad. The madman went unto the nearest village, although he cared not for spoil or pillage, and finding no man there, nor small nor great, for all were fled away from thence for awe, as famine forced him, he sought out some meat, and were it fine or coarse, the first he saw in greedy sort he doth devour and eat, not caring if it roasted were or raw. And when thus homely he had ta'en repast, about the country bedlam like he passed. He scares both man and beast without regard. He takes swift goats and fallow deer in chase. Sometimes a lion fierce, a boar, a pard, he kills by strength and swiftness of his pace. At last he came whereas a knight did guard the passage of a bridge, and by the place had built a tower of no small work and charge, as shall be showed hereafter more at large. Now I must tell what hap Sir Bino had, who with fair Isabel together rode along that place where this good earl fell mad. But by the way these two made some abode, where they beheld 2 men in armour clad, that drive a horse that bear a woeful load, a knight, a prisoner to Sir Bino known, that had been once a servant of his own. This prisoner, Oderic of Biscayheight, in whom the prince had put so great a trust, he made chief choice of him, as of a knight that of his promise would be firm and just. But he, fond beast, esteeming small delight, and fruitless hope of his unbridled lust, above his sacred oath and promised fealty, would have deflowered her against all lealty. Fair Isabel, by hap, even then was telling how in the boat she desperately was saved, and having scaped the stormy seas and swelling, how treacherously this wretch himself behaved, that had not outlaws thereabout been dwelling, he would have forced her unto that he craved. And even as these or some such word she said, she saw the man she spake of captive led. Those 2 that led the wicked Odric tide well knew their lord, when as they came in view, both by the lady that was by his side, and by the rampant lion red of hue borne by the prince, not for a show of pride, but his as from his predecessors due. They light, and with a curtsy to the ground, and cap in hand, salute their lord thus found. Sir Bino knew and called them both by name, Correbo Tone, Almonio t'other hight, which two with Isabel from Bayonne came, in conduct of that most unworthy wight. And straight Almonio thus his speech doth frame: "My lord," said he, "I shall to you recite some little part of that unpleasant story, that till this hour has made my heart full sorry. Sith, thanked be God, this lady here doth live, who felt these storms, and therein chiefly smarted, I know that she thereof could notice give, and hath ere this to you the same imparted. I only shall declare what did me grieve, and what had happened since from her I parted. What time by this vile wretch's lewd intent, for horse and men to Rochelle I was sent, and as I went, so back I turned in haste, with men and horse as good as I could get. To seek them out, mine eyes about I cast, but yet mine eyes on them I could not set. Their track I found, and following that full fast, it brought me to a wood, whereas I met my fellow Coreb, panting there and groaning, this caitiff cursing, and himself bemoaning. He told me how he, fighting in defence of Isabella, was so sorely wounded that from that place he had not stirred since, and how with bleeding much he oft had sounded. At which report I took so great offence, that in my wits I was well nigh confounded, and to revenge my heart so sharp was whet, that Coreb's danger quite I did forget. But when in vain this wretch I long had sought, to Coreb I returned back again, who was so weak and low by bleeding brought, that scant the life did in his limbs remain. For which his woeful state I took great thought, as one that deemed it fitter to ordain some priests and friars burial to procure him, than surgeons or physicians that might cure him. Yet him unto the town at last I carried, whereby such help our friendly host procured, it pleased God Corebo not miscarried, but of his grievous hurts was soundly cured. Which done, no longer in those parts we tarried, but, being there by sundry men assured that Odric in Alfonso's court was biding, we thither went to hear of him some tiding. And there I challenged Odric face to face, and by the noble justice of the king, and chiefly as I deem by God's great grace, that only rules and governs everything, I took him prisoner in the present place, from whence alive I did him hither bring. For why, that king that heard his great offence did grant us liberty to bring him thence. I might have slain him, as he well deserved, but yet I choosed rather of the twain unto your doom to have his life reserved, that you might point him death with worthy pain. And much I joy that luck so well hath served, that we so safe have found your grace again. And much more I rejoice, if much more may be, at health and welfare of this noble lady. Thus much Almonio said, and then did cease, expecting what Zerbino would reply, who all the while stood still, and held his peace, and viewed the prisoner with an heedful eye. And much it did his grief of mind increase, to think a friend could stray so far awry. Then sighing deep, "What, Odric, is this true, wherewith," quoth he, "Almonio chargeth you?" The caitiff, humbly prostrate on the ground, "Forgive, my lord," said he, "your servant's crime. What wight on earth can void of fault be found? What saint is such as doth not sin sometime? 'Tween good and bad this different soul is found, that good men sinned but sealed, and mend betime. The bad men, making scruple none or question, yields wilfully to every lewd suggestion. If you to me some fortress had committed, and I the same had wittingly betrayed, I grant such fault were not to be remitted. But if I had with force been overlaid, then sure I am my case would have been pitied. At least no sin should to my charge be laid. For when the enemy is once the stronger, 'tis vain to make resistance any longer. Even so, my lord, my faith I ought to guard no other than a fortress or a hold, put in my charge with careful watch and ward, as long as strength will serve me to hold. And so I kept my faith with due regard, nor was I any way to be controlled, until at last I was so strong assailed, that faith gave place, and fancy then prevailed." Thus Odric said. And what he said beside, I doubt it somewhat tedious were to tell, as namely, none so great assault could bide, that love all other passions doth excel. But sure, if it were ever plainly tried that humble speech doth often wrath expel, now Odric found of lowly words the fruit, that hope him to obtain so hard a suit. Zerbino stood a while in mind confused, to punish or to pardon his offence. Sometime his thoughts all clemency refused, sometime the love and service done long since assuaged his wrath, and t'other's fault excused, and moved him with his folly to dispense. And still, as rage did kindle fire of wrath, to quench it mercy store of water hath. Now, while in this same doubt Zerbino stayed, behold, by hap Cabrina there was brought, she that of late had this good prince betrayed, and had to him so great a danger wrought. Her horse, that heard where other horses neighed, came to the noise as nature had them taught, against her will, she wanting force to sway him, and having lost the reins wherewith to stay him. The beastly wretch cried help, and out, alas, while thus her horse ran over fields and lands. But when the Scottish prince saw who she was, and how she thither came he understands, he gave God thanks that so had brought to pass, to give those two at once into his hands, which two, for their misdeeds above the rest, he had great cause to malice and detest. And after he had made a little pause, unto his servants turning, thus he said, Sirs, Odric shall not die, although by laws his fact deserves no less, uprightly weighed. For sith he saith affection was the cause, content I am on love the fault be laid. The sin to which a man by love is driven, so much the rather ought to be forgiven. The force of strong affection hath ere this distempered, yea, and sometime overthrown, a wiser and a staider head than his, as is to me by mine experience known. And that herein he did his duty miss, I must confess the fault was part mine own, that gave to him such charge, and did not know how quickly flaming heat can kindle tow. Then to the caitiff Odric thus he spake, Here I forgive thee, and do thee enlarge, but yet the penance I will have thee take is this, to take this woman in thy charge, and swear to me thou shalt her not forsake for 1 whole year, but this thine oath discharge, and that thou shalt, if any would offend her, do thy devoir, and unto death defend her. This was the punishment on him he laid, and certainly the same had been enow, if so the circumstance were duly weighed, and Odric had right performed his vow. For why so many men she had betrayed, and done such sins, even from her youth till now, that wheresoe'er they had together travelled, in her defence he must at last be gravelled. Thus Zerbin let this wicked couple go, and thinks sufficiently to plague them both, but swears, if ever he did hap to know that he therein should violate his troth, his flesh should serve as feeding for the crow, a fit reward for such as break their oath. Thus went this honest couple thence together, lurking in corners, wandering here and thither. But what in the end of these same two became, I know not, and mine author doth not write. I only heard a speech or flying fame, that when they once were quite from Zerbin's sight, Odric, to shun the quarrels and the shame that by her company on him might light, did hang her up, and after, in short space, Almonio made him run the selfsame race. The prince, that fain some tidings would have heard of that Earl Paladine, who t'other day fought hand to hand with lofty Mandricard, until his reinless horse bare him away, doth travel on his way to Parisward, though fair and soft and lingering by the way, and his 2 servants he doth send before, and kept with him his lady, and no more. They rode not far, but that they found the cave, and that same pleasant arbour, and the spring at which Medoro used such sport to have with that fair daughter of the Indian king, where she their names together did engrave, all tied in true love knots, a wondrous thing. They look and see the stones, the words and letters all cut and mangled in 1,000 fitters. And as they mused hereon, they might espy Orlando's armour, and his famous blade high Durindana on the ground to lie, that sword that first for Hector had been made. They saw where Brigliador was feeding by upon the grass amid the pleasant shade. This sight did make them both exceeding sad, yet little did they deem that Earl was mad. Had they but seen one little drop of blood, they would have surely thought he had been slain. But while in this most careful doubt they stood, behold, there came a country silly swain, that with no little speed ran through the wood, and scaped the madman's fury with great pain. He told them how a man bestraught of senses had done these outrages and great offences, and further gave them perfect information, and told each circumstance at their request. Zerbino standeth still in admiration, and, as the manner is, himself he blessed, and with great grief of mind and lamentation he takes the sword and armour and the rest, and Isabella helpeth them to gather, and so they lay them on an heap together. This while by hap came by fair Fiordilege, who, as I told before, with pensive heart went to seek out her loved lord and liege, I mean Orlando's friend, King Brandimart, who, leaving Paris in the woeful siege, to seek Orlando did from thence depart, till Atlant to that cage him did entice, which he had framed by magical device. The which enchantment being now defeated, by good Astolpho's value and his skill, and all the knights, as I before repeated, at liberty to go which way they will, King Brandimart, though much in mind he freeted to think how long in vain he had stood still, back unto Paris word his course he turned, yet missing her the way that he returned. Thus, as I said, fair Fiordilege by chance saw much of that which happed, and heard the rest, how that same worthy Paladine of France, with inward grief of mind and thought oppressed, or by some other great and strange mischance, went like a man with some ill sprite possessed, and she likewise inquiring of the peasant, heard all the circumstance, a tale unpleasant. Zerbino, being far from any town, hangs all Orlando's armour on a pine, like to a pennon, and lest any clown or peasant vile should take a thing so fine, he writes upon the tree, Let none take down this armour of Orlando Paladine, as who should say, if any man attempt it, Orlando would ere long cause him repent it. And having brought this worthy work to end, and ready now to take his journey hence, fierce Mandricard happed thither to descend, and when he saw the tree, he asked of whence those weapons were, which known, he doth intend to take away good Durindana thence. He steps under the tree, and takes the sword, nor so content, he adds this spiteful word, Ah, sir, quoth he, this hap doth make me glad. My claim unto this sword is not unknown, and though before I no possession had, yet now I lawfully seize on mine own. Alas, poor fool, and doth he feign him mad, and hath away his sword and armour thrown, because he was not able to maintain it, and was afeard that I by force would gain it. Zerbino crieth out, What? Peace, for shame! Take not his sword, or think not I will bear it. If by the coat of Hector so you came, you stale it, and unworthy are to wear it. Tush, quoth the pagan, I will bear that blame. As for your threatening, do not think I fear it. Thus tone's sharp answers, t'other sharp replying, made them to fall to terms of flat defying, and either showing signs of plain hostility, prepares the t'other fiercely to invade. Zerbino, with his skill and great agility, his party good against the pagan made, and voided all the blows with much facility, though having great disvantage in the blade, and in that armour massy so and strong, that in times past to Hector did belong. Look how a ground that finds a sturdy boar amid the field, far straying from the herd, doth run about behind him and before, because of his sharp tusks he is afeard. So Zerbin, that had seen oft heretofore that blade, and of the force thereof had heard, with heedful eye to shun the blows he watched, because he was in weapons overmatched. Thus warily this worthy prince did fight, and though by heedful skill he scaped oft the furious blows of this Tartarian knight, yet lo, at last one blow came from aloft, and Durindan so heavy did alight, as pierced through the hard unto the soft, a finger deep, and went in length a span down from the place where first the wound began. The prince so earnest was, he felt no smart, yet ran the blood out of the breast amain, and of his courets all the former part with crimson stream of blood it did distain. So have I seen her hand, that to mine heart hath been a cause of anguish and much pain, when she a purple seam or flower hath drawn in silver kirtle, or in sleeve of lawn. The wound was great, but yet did greater show, which sight fair Isabella much amated. The Prince, that seemed not the same to know, with force increased rather than abated, upon the pagan's brow gave such a blow, as would no doubt have made him checked and mated, save that, as I to you before rehearsed, his armor was not easy to be pierced. The blow was such as caused him to reel, and on his stirrups staggeringly he stood. Had not his armor been of passing steel, the blow would sure have entered to the blood. The grievous pain that he thereof did feel, did put him in so fierce a raging mood, so that for all Zerbino's skill and sleight, he wounded him in places 7 or 8. Which when his loving Isabella saw, she went to Dorylus, and her doth pray the fury of her husband to withdraw, and join with her to part the bloody fray. Who, both because she was in fear and awe, lest yet the Prince her spouse in danger may, and for of nature kind she was, and meek, of that good motion she doth not mislike. Thus those two ladies this fierce battle parted, in which the Prince received many a wound, though being, as he was, most valiant-hearted, he never gave the pagan inch of ground. From thence each couple presently departed. Fierce Mandricard to pagan camp was bound, to Parisward the Prince, but driven to stay, by reason of his bleeding, by the way. Dame Fiordelege, that stood this while aloof, and saw how Mandricard prevailed had, and how the Prince had fought with evil proof, departed thence all sorrowful and sad, reviling Mandricard with just reproof, that of this evil gotten sword was glad, and wished that her husband Brandimart had present been, to take Zerbino's part. But as she travelled homeward to the camp, she saw the noble Paladine of France, not like himself, but of another stamp, besmeared and naked, as antics wont to dance. Quite was extinguished the shining lamp of virtue bright, that did his name advance. This sight in Fiordelege much sorrow bred. But tell we now how good Zerbino sped, who on his way with painful steps proceeding, with Isabella only and no more, his former taken hurt still freshly bleeding, which now with cold were stiff and waxed sore. And yet this grief in him the rest exceeding, to think that sword of which I spake before should maugre him be by a Turk possessed. I say this grieved him more than all the rest. Now gan the dreadful pangs of death assail him, so great a stream of blood his wound had drained. His eyes were dim, his speech began to fail him, strong heart to yield to weak limbs was constrained. What can poor Isabella do but wail him? She blamed the heavens and fates that had ordained her to escape such dangers and such harms, and now to have her dear die in her arms. Zerbino, though he scant could draw his breath, yet hearing her lamenting in such fashion, doth ope his closed lips, and thus he saith, both showing then and moving much compassion. So mought I, my dear love, even after death, be dear to thee, as I do feel great passion to think, when as my death from hence shall reave me, alone in woe and danger I shall leave thee. Might I have left thee in some safer place, I should esteem my death a blessed hap, and that the heavens had given me special grace to end my life in thy beloved lap. Now grieves it me to think of thy hard case, in what a world of woes I thee shall wrap, when I must die and leave thee here alone, and none to help thy harm or hear thy moan. To this the woeful Isabel replies, with watered eyes, and heart surprised with anguish, her face to his, and joining her fair eyes to his, that like a withered rose did languish. No thought, said she, my dear, in thee arise for me, for no, I neither do nor can wish thee to survive. I will be thine forever. Life could not, and death shall not us dissever. No sooner shall thy breast forsake, but I will follow thee, I care not whether. Grief, or this sword, of me an end shall make, and if some stranger after shall come hither, I hope of us such pity he will take, to lay our bodies in one grave together. This said,
About his neck her arms she clasped, and draws the fainting breath that oft he gasped. The Prince, enforcing his forefeebled voice, said thus: I thee conjure, my sole delight, by that dear love that made me first thy choice, and thee from native soil to take thy flight, if ever in my love thou didst rejoice, if to command thee I have any right, that thou still live as long as God shall grant thee, and not despair, however fortune daunt thee. Th' Almighty God from danger and from ill hath hitherto, and will, I trust, thee save, even as he sent that noble Earl to kill those caitives that did keep thee in their cave, and saved thee from the Biscayns' wicked will, first having thee preserved from salt sea wave. Live then, my dear, and trust in him above, and while you live be mindful of my love. These latter words his lips had scantly passed, when death unto his heart was softly crept. And as the lamp goeth out when oil doth waste, so quietly the noble Zerbin slept. What tongue can tell how sore she was aghast, how she lamented, wailed, mourned, and wept, to her own eyes and fair hair doing force, when as she saw her dear a senseless corse. And grief had set her in so great a rage, with Zerbin's sword she thinks an end to make of her own life, her sorrow to assuage, neglecting those last words Zerbino spake. But lo, a certain saint-like personage that sword from hand, that thought from heart doth take, a certain godly hermit and devout, that was by hap abiding thereabout, who came and said, O damsel, leave despair. Man's nature weak, and women's sex is frail. Fear him that rules both heaven and earth and air, who saith the word, and his word cannot fail, that those that unto him for help repair, and put their trust in him, shall never quail. Then showed he her, to prove his saying true, examples out of Scriptures old and new, of saint-like women, that in time of old their lives in prayer and chastity had spent. And further to the damsel fair he told, and proved, and showed by reasons evident, that worldly things are vain, and have no hold. Alone in God is joy and true content. In fine, he makes to her this godly motion, her future life to spend in true devotion. His godly speech, by help of heavenly grace poured in her heart by high divine infusion, wrought such effect, and found so great a place, she ceased to seek or work her own confusion, but, leaving the profession of her race, professed herself a Christian in conclusion. She gave herself to prayer and pure divinity, and vowed to God her life and her virginity. Yet did she not remove out of her thought the fervent love Zerbino had her borne, but by the hermit's help the course she brought, and thinks it sin to leave it so forlorn, and in some village thereabout she bought sweet balms to fill the flesh all cut and torn. Then in a cypress coffin she doth close it, not being yet resolved where to dispose it. That aged sire, though being wise and staid, yet would not trust in his own stay so well, to carry such a fair and goodly maid to sojourn with him in his little cell. 'Twere peril great, thus to himself he said, that fire and straw should nigh together dwell. Wherefore he means to Provence her to carry, and there to place her in a monastery. But as he thitherward with Isbel went, and by the way devoutly did her teach all things unto religion pertinent, and of the same most learnedly did preach, behold, a pagan fierce with foul intent this purpose and their journey doth impeach, as I shall show more largely afterward. Now back I must return to Mandricard, who, having ended that same cruel fight in which the worthest prince alive was slain, soon after by a shady bank did light, and turned his horse to grazing on the plain. Dame Dorilys, in whom he took delight, alone with him in that place did remain, when, looking suddenly by chance aside, an armed knight come toward them she spied. She guessed, but yet she knew not by the view who it might be, until she spied her page that came with him. Then certainly she knew 'twas Rhodomont, full of revenge and rage. Wherefore unto her knight she nearer drew, and said, My lord, mine honour I dare gage, that yon is Rhodomont, mine ancient lover, who thinks by fight from you me to recover. Look how the falcon in the air doth mount, when she espies a bitter or a hern. So when this prince espied Rhodomont, and by his haste his fury did discern, like one that made of conquest full account, he starteth up with visage grim and stern. Straight armed and horsed he is, his foe to meet, in hand the reins, in stirrups are his feet. When as the tone the t'other came so near, as each might hearken what the other said, fierce Rhodomont spake loud as he might hear, with threatening gesture both of hand and head, and said, Be sure I'll make thee buy it dear, that with a short vain pleasure hast been led to do to one so foul and open wrong, that can and will it wreak on thee ere long. The Tartar prince, that for him little cared, made answer thus, In vain you do me threat. Poor boys with words or women may be scared, not I, that fight as willingly as eat. Prove when you please, I am not unprepared at any time for any warlike feat, on horse, on foot, in field, or in the list. I shall be ready, try me when you list. Thus words bred wrath, and wrath engendered blows, and blows increased their sharp avenging will. Even as the wind that first but calmly blows, but after more and more increasing still, at last it trees and houses overthrows, and seas and lands with tempest it doth fill, so cruel grew the fight, them two between, whose match might hardly in the world be seen. Their hearts were stout, so were their bodies strong, desire to win in both alike was great. One doth maintain, t'other would venge his wrong, and love their fury equally doth whet. In equal pace the fight endured long, nor each of t'other any gain could get, but each of them so firmly kept his ground, as if each inch thereof had cost a pound. Among 100 blows the Tartar smit, of which small hurt to Rhodomont did rise, yet one at last so heavily did hit upon his helmet, over both his eyes, his senses all were so amazed with it, he thought he saw more stars than are in skies, and almost down he was, even in her sight, for whom he first began this cruel fight. But as a strong and justly tempered bow of Plymount steel, the more you do it bend, upon recoil doth give the bigger blow, and doth with greater force the quarrel send, even so the Sarsen king, that stooped so low, as highly to revenge it doth intend, and to acquite himself of this disgrace, he striketh at the Tartar prince's face. So fierce he strake, in this so furious mood, an inch or a little more above his sight, that, save those arms of Hector were so good, no doubt that blow had finished all the fight. But so astonished therewith the Tartar stood, he could not tell if it were noon or night. And while in this amazement he abode, the t'other ceaseth not to lay on load. The Tartar's horse, that saw the glittering blade that Rhodomont about his head so tossed, did start aside, and with a turn he made, rescued his master, sore to his own cost. Down with the blow falls this unlucky jade, and with his starting he his life hath lost. To ward his head he wanted Hector's shield, and therefore dead he tumbleth on the field. Now came his master to himself again, inflamed with greater anger than before, to see his horse so pitifully slain. But Rhodomont forbears him ne'er the more, but spurs on him, and thinks with fury main to bear him down. But he so strongly bore the push, and thrust with all Frontino back, he made his master glad to leave his back. Thus now, with minds more aliened from all peace, in eager sort the combat is renewed. To strike, to thrust, each other doth not cease, in hope with blood their swords to have imbrued. Fell rancor, wrath, and pride do still increase, and death of one or both must have ensued, ere either of them would from thence have started, had not a certain messenger them parted. One that had travelled all about the coast to seek them out, to ask their help and aid, to raise the siege that by the Christian host unto the camp of Agrement was laid. Yet though he came in peace and eke in post, to speak to them at first he was afraid, and though his office were a sufficient warrant, yet to themselves he dares not do his errand. But seeing Doralus, to her he told how Agrement, Marsilio, Stordelan, and others more, like men pent up in hold, were in great danger to be killed or ta'en. Wherefore he wisheth her for to unfold thus much to them that sought each other's bane, and to persuade them to so good accord as they might go and help their sovereign lord. She that a woman was of passing sprite, and knew that neither of them would offend her, stepped them between, and charged them stay the fight, as they their honour and her love did tender, and help their king that is in woeful plight, and end this fray begun of cause so slender, at least defer so long to try this quarrel, till agrement their king were out of peril. When she thus much to them declared had, then doth the messenger declare the rest, and other strong persuasions he doth add, and doth expound to them their king's request, alleging that their absence made him sad, that but they help, the camp would be distressed, and that if they to rescue him neglected, a present ruin were to be expected. With his report, and with her strong persuasion, the hardy knights the combat do defar, till agrement be freed from this invasion, and all the Christian forces moved are. Thus of this friendly truce she is occasion, that first was causer of their deadly war. To her they bind themselves by solemn oath, that until then they will be quiet both. Their discord was in pride, and what they may, they do this league to interrupt and break. But at that time love bare so great a sway, that to withstand him they were both too weak. In vain it was to argue and gainsay, when once Dame Doralus the word did speak. By her persuasion firmly they agreed, like friends upon their journey to proceed. One only want there was that let them sore, which was that Mandricardo's horse was dead. But lo, even then came thither Brillador, that since his master's madness there had fed. Full glad the Prince of Tartar was therefore of such a horse so quickly to be sped. But lest my tale with tediousness molest you, I wish you lay aside the book and rest you.
End of Book 24. The 25th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 25.
The argument. Rogero saveth to his fame and glory his spouse's brother that had else been dead, who doth recount to him the woful story that so great danger unto him had bred. His cousin cheers them, though himself were sorry. Next morn they arm them all from foot to head, good Malagige and Vivian to relieve, whose thraldom did their kinsmen greatly grieve. The strife is great that grows in youthful mind, when honor falls at variance with affection. Nor could it yet be known or well defined, which passion keeps the t'other in subjection. For both allure, both do our judgments blind, and both corrupt the heart with strong infection. Yet lo, sometimes these hurts procure our weal, even as one poison doth another heal. For here you see these princes, that of late strave fiercely ton the t'other to subdue, agreed to respite this their sharp debate, and to repair unto the Turkish crew, to succor Agramant's distressed state, to whom they ought in duty to be true. And yet herein love claimeth half the praise, for she commanded them to go their ways. And on they went without more disagreeing, fair Doralus with these her servants twain, the tone in suit, one in possession being, and yet as then in concord they remain. At last they came unto a place, where seeing 4 knights themselves did solace on a plain, of which 2 were unarmed, 2 armor bare, with them a lady was of beauty rare. With these a while they stayed, but who these were, and what they did, and whither then they went, a little while to tell I do forbear. For to Rogero now my tale is meant, who would no more the shield enchanted bear, but in the well did drown it, with intent that men might know his valiant deeds of arms were done by force of virtue, not of charms. He scant had gone a mile or little more from this same well, but that he met a post from Agrement, of which there went good store the captains to recall unto the host. He told him how the king, besieged sore, and like, if succour come not, to be lost, commanded him as his true lord and liege to come without delay to raise the siege. Much was Rogero with the message moved, and divers passions strave within his mind. He fain would have his prince's siege removed, yet loath he was to leave his love behind. But be his doing praised or reproved, he was so to the present cause inclined. First with his guide he goes to stay the slaughter of him that had deflowered Marsilio's daughter. They came unto the place an hour ere night, where this same execution should be done. A castle that belonged to Charles of right, but late the Spanish king the same had won, and kept it in the midst of France by might, by countenance of the great Trajano's son. Rogero cometh in, and none denied him, because they knew the damsel that did guide him. There first he saw prepared a flaming fire, in which they meant to burn the woeful youth. He thought so small a sin did not require such punishment, no more it doth in truth. But when he marked his face and his attire, and heard and saw the manner of his ruth, "No, sure I know," quoth he, "I am not I, or this is Bradamant that here should die. 'Tis certain she. I see which way it went. Belike, while I at yonder castle stayed, she hither came afore me with intent to bring unto the prisoner some aid, for which, poor soul, herself should now be shent. Yet I am glad and very well apaid that I am hither come in so good season to save her that should die against all reason." And even with that, most furiously he flies with naked sword upon the gazing rout. Whoever standeth in his way, he dies. With so great force he hurls his blade about. Then straight the prisoner's fetters he unties, nor was there one so hardy or so stout that once durst make resistance or forbid it. No, not so much as ask him why he did it. As fearful fowl that in the sunshine bright sit pruning of themselves upon a bank, when as the falcon doth among them light, fly without care of order or of rank, so when these caitiffs saw this noble knight, forthwith they from his manly presence shrank. So did their fearful hearts and courage fail them, when as they felt Rogero once assail them. No marvel though, for why Rogero's force was not as men's that now born later are. The strength of lion, bear, or bull, or horse were nothing, if with his they do compare. And chief, sith now he doth himself enforce to do as much as he or can or dare, hereby from danger thinking to recover her unto whom he was professed lover. Now when the youth from danger quite was freed, and all that sought his death away were fled, he thanks the author of this worthy deed, and thanketh her that had him thither led, then when of help he stood in greatest need, when otherwise he doubtless had been dead, and executed like a malefactor, agonizing him his lord and benefactor. And furthermore he doth Rogero pray to let him understand his name and nation. Rogero, musing to himself, doth say, "What meaneth this so strange congratulation? In face, in shape, in gesture, in array, this is my love. I see no alteration. Yet strange it is her voice should be so changed, more strange that she from me is so estranged. It doubtless is not she, for if it were, could she within 3 hours my name forget?" Wherefore to tell his name he doth forbear, until he may more perfect notice get. And thus he said, "I have, I know not where, seen you ere this, and I bethink me yet where it might be, for sure I know your face, though now I have forgot the time and place." "Most noble sir," said t'other, "I agree, you may have seen me, though I know not when. I rather judge it should my sister be, that fights and carries arms as well as men. My mother at one birth bare her and me, and we be both so like, that now and then our servants, yea, our father and our mother, have ta'en us in exchange the ton for t'other, chiefly since in her head she had a wound, for which she was constrained to cut her hair. 'Twere long the circumstances to expound, how she was hurt and healed, by whom and where. Since that between us difference none is found, save sex, and names that from our birth we bear. She Bradamant, I Richadet am called, she sister, and I brother to Rinald. And further, if you please, I shall you tell, as we do onward on our journey go, a strange mishap that unto me befell, by being ta'en for her not long ago. a hap that at the first I liked well, but after wrought my danger great and woe. Yes, with good will, Rogero said, and then young Ricciardetto thus his tale began. It happened, as in part I touched before, my valiant sister, passing through a wood, was hurt with certain Saracens, so sore as had her cost almost her vital blood, which wound to cure her tresses short she wore, for so as then her surgeon thought it good. The wound once cured, for which her head was polled, abroad to go again she waxed bold, and having travelled till the heat of day, all clad in armour as her manner was, at noon she took occasion to make stay fast by a watery stream as clear as glass, and putting off her helmet, down she lay upon a pleasant bank well clothed with grass, and sleep at last her heavy eyes did close, the place inviting her to take repose. Now while she did there fast asleep remain, there happened to arrive unto that place the daughter of Marsilio, King of Spain, that there by chance was hunting in the chase, and seeing signs of manhood very plain, with that her sweet and amiable face, as horse and sword and target all of steel, a little amorous passion she doth feel. And taking then my sister for a man, as by all circumstances well she might, she offers her all courtesy that she can, and asked her if in hunting she delight. And then to choose a standing they began, and finding one far off from others' sight, she opened more plainly that affection that had her heart already in subjection. And save her maiden modesty forbade, she would the same in words have plainly told, howbeit with sighs, with rueful looks and sad, and silent signs, she doth her grief unfold. And when she thus long time discoursed had, surprised with hope, she could no longer hold, but steps unto her, and gives her such a kiss, as that alone shows what her meaning is. My sister at the first doth think it strange that such a suit should unto her be made, and finding she had ta'en her in exchange, she thinks it best, before she further wade, or let the t'other's humour further range, tell troth. For thus she doth herself persuade, 'tis better to be known a lady gentle, than to be deemed a base man and ungentle. For what could be more cullen like, or base, or fitter for a man were made of straw, than standing in a fair young lady's grace, to show himself a cuckoo or a daw, and lees occasion both of time and place? My sister therefore, that this ill foresaw, and knew she wanted that her should aid, told her by circumstance she was a maid. And thus she told her how the worthy fame Hippolyta and stout Camilla won in deeds of arms moved her mind to frame to do the like, while others sewed and spun, and that she thought it to her sex no shame to do as women of such worth had done. She told her this in hope this would appease her, but this last did so much more disease her. For why the fancy was so firmly fixed, that in her mind she had before conceived, by means of speech had passed them betwixt, that sore it grieved her to be thus deceived. Before her fear with some good hope was mixed, but now even hope itself was her bereaved. And this is one extremest point of grief, still to despair, and hope for no relief. He that had heard her woeful plaint and moan must needs have greatly at the same been grieved. Ah, woe is me, she said, that I alone should live in such despair to be relieved. In passed times I think there hath been none, in time to come it will not be believed, that love should make by such a strong infection one woman bear another such affection. O Cupid, if thou didst my state envy, and that thou hadst a mind me to torment, to send such pains as others more do try at least, methink thou shouldst have been content. Shall in so many ages none but I yield of so uncouth love such precedent? The female with the female doth not witch to couple, nor in beast, nor fowl, nor fish. I sole am found in earth, air, sea, or fire, in whom so strange a wonder thou hast done. On me thou show'st the power of thine ire, and what a mighty conquest thou hast won. The wife of Ninus had a strange desire to join in copulation with her son. Fair Myrrha with her sire was made a mother, and made Adonis both her son and brother.
Pasiphae, except it be a tale, was bold, enclosed in a wooden cow. Yet in all these the female sought the male, but nature doth my fancy disallow. No Daedalus could remedy my bale, nor art can frame, nor sense imagine how. This knot Dame Nature hath so firmly knit, it cannot be dissolved by any wit. Thus Fiordispina fair, so was her name, in piteous sort her woeful state doth wail. My sister unto her speech doth frame, as chiefly to her comfort might avail, and wished her this unbridled will to tame, sith nature could not suffer it prevail, and that she would let that desire be daunted, which possibly by no means could be granted. All this, but all in vain, my sister said, to seek that fancy from her mind to rest. She that for comfort cared not, but for aid, doth more and more herself vex and molest. Now night grew on, as they together stayed, what time all creatures seek repose and rest. The lady praised my sister for her sake a lodging at her castle then to take. To this request doth Bradamant assent, and so together to that place they came, where I, but that you did my harm prevent, should have been cast into the burning flame. She that all kindness to my sister meant, by many outward curtsies showed the same, and caused her to wear a woman's weed, that men might know that she was one indeed. For why the semblance false she saw before of manly shape to her was so pernicious, she would now see her in those weeds no more, the rather eke lest folk should be suspicious, if she had been as showed the weed she wore, lest that they two did live together vicious. She further was by physic rules assured, that contraries by contraries are cured. But naught could salve the sore, nor swage her woes. That night they laid together in one bed, but sundry and unlike was their repose. One quiet slept, the t'other's troubled head still waking. Or, if she her eyes but close, that little sleep strange dreams and fancies bred. She thought the gods and heaven would so assist her into a better sex to change my sister. As men tormented with a burning fever do dream with drink they swage their grievous thirst, but when they wake they feel their thirst persever, and to be greater than it was at first, so she, whose thoughts from love sleep could not sever, did dream of that for which she waked did thirst, but waking felt and found it as before, her hope still less, and her desire still more. How fervently did she to Macon pray! What vows did she unto her prayer annex, if so by mighty miracle he may her bedfellow turn to a better sex? Now near approached the dawning of the day, when she in vain herself doth grieve and vex, and so much more her passion grew the stronger, because my sister now would stay no longer. When Fiordispina saw she would be gone, she caused a gallant jennet to be brought, all richly barbed and furniture thereon, which with her own hand partly she had wrought. This frankly she bestoweth her upon. My sister takes it kindly as she ought, and takes her leave, and on her way doth get. And home she came that night ere sun was set. We that long time of her had heard no tiding, I mean her mother, brothers, and her kin, do welcome her and ask of her abiding, why she so long from us had absent been, who straight from us the troth of nothing hiding, doth tell us how great danger she was in, and opened from the ending to beginning the course of all her leasing and her winning. As namely, first how hardly she had sped, and in a conflict had received a wound, for which she was constrained to pole her head before her health she could recover sound. She told how fortune afterwards her led where that fair huntress had her sleeping found. She told us how the lady did her woo, and all the circumstance that longed thereto. To hear this story I was passing glad, for why at Saragossa I had seen this Fiordispina, and some knowledge had of her likewise when she in France had been, and liked her well. Yet was I not so mad in vain to set my love on such a queen. But now again I gave that fancy scope, when by this tale I had conceived some hope. Love was my counsellor that me advised, my meaning secret I to none impart. This was the stratagem that we devised, this was the plot, the cunning, and the art,
to go in Bradamanta's clothes disguised, and for a while to play the woman's part. I knew my face, my sister so resembling, would be the better help for my dissembling. The day ensuing, ere it yet was light, I took my way, my love and fancy guiding. I there arrived an hour before 'twas night. Such hap I had, such haste I made in riding. No sooner came I in the servants' sight, but well was he of me could carry tiding. They look, as princes oft to give do use, some recompense for bringing so good news. Straight out she came, and met me half the way, and took me fast about the neck, and kissed me, and told me how, in this my little stay, in anguish great and sorrow, she had missed me. Then she did cause me alter mine array, in which with her own hands she doth assist me. A cowl of gold she set upon my crown, and put on me a rich and stately gown. And for my part, to help the matter, I did take great heed to all I did or said. With sober cast I carried still mine eye, and bare my hands before me like a maid. My voice did serve me worse, but yet thereby such heed I used, my sex was not bewrayed. And thus arrayed, my princess led me with her, where many knights and ladies were together. My looks and clothes did all them so beguile, they all had thought I had a woman been, and honor such was done to me that while, as if I were a duchess or a queen. And, that which made me oftentime to smile, some youths there were of years and judgment green, that cast upon me many a wanton look, my sex and quality they so mistook. At last came meat, both store of flesh and fish. What kinds of both to tell I overslip. I maidenly taste here and there a dish, and in the wine I scant to wet my lip. The time seemed long that stayed my wanton wish, and still I doubted taking in some trip. When bedtime came, she told me I must be her bedfellow, the which well pleased me. Now, when the maids and pages all were gone, one only lamp upon the cupboard burning, and all coasts clear, thus I began anon. Fair dame, I think you muse of my returning, and cause you have indeed to muse thereon. For yesterday, when I did leave you mourning, I think both you and I did think as then we should not meet again till God knows when. First let me tell you why from you I went, then why I came hereafter I shall show. Dear lady, thus it was. I did lament your fruitless love on me was placed so, and though I could have been well content to wait on you, and never part you fro, yet since my presence did but make you languish, I thought mine absence minish would your anguish. But riding on my way, I somewhat strayed, as fortune and adventure did me guide, and lo, I heard a voice that cried for aid within the thicket by the river side. A satyr taken had a naked maid, and with a twisted cord her hands had tied, and in his usage seemed so to threaten her, as if
that he would kill her straight and eat her.
I rushed to them with naked sword in hand, and death to him and freedom I did give her, she diving under water out of hand. Unrecompensed thou shalt not me deliver, quoth she, for I will have you understand I am a nymph that dwell here in this river, and for this courtesy I do much regard you, and am well able richly to reward you. Ask of me what you list, and I will give it, for I upon the elements have power. I can with charms bring down the moon, believe it. I can swage storms, and make fair weather lower. What is so hard but my skill can achieve it, to drain the sea, or build in air a tower? Yea, even with simple words, and if I will, I can enforce and make the sun stand still. When as the nymph had made me this great offer, lo, lady, what great love to you I bear, I neither asked with gold to fill my coffer, nor victory, of which some greedy are. This favor only I demanded of her, to make me able to assuage your care. Nor named I any means, for fear of erring, the only way and means to her referring. No sooner this request to her I told, but in the crystal stream again she dived, and sprinkled me with drops of water cold, which to my skin no sooner were arrived, but I was changed from that I was of old, and of my former state I was deprived.
I felt, I saw, yet scant believe I can, that of a woman I was made a man. And saving that even now I am so nigh you, as you may quickly prove my tale not feigned, else you might think I said it but to try you. Now, lo, since I for you this wish obtained, ask what you please, I nothing shall deny you. Enjoy that which my love for you hath gained. When I had pleaded thus, and she had heard it, on sight of evidence she gave her vardet, as one whose state is overwhelmed with debt, by lending or by spending out of measure, that looks each hour when prowling shreves will fet himself to ward, and of his goods make seizure, if some unlooked for gain he hap to get by some man's death, or by some trophy treasure, is so surprised with joy he scant doth know if true it be, or if he dreamed so. So she, that now did see and feel and touch that which she long had longed for in vain, it overfilled her mind with joy so much, it seemed in a trance she did remain. Therein her incredulity was such, as to resolve her I did take much pain. If these be dreams, quoth she, for these dreams' sake I ever wish to dream and never wake. Not sound of drum, of trumpet, or of fife, nor warlike instrument of any sort did sound alarum to our friendly strife, but dove-like billing followed lovely sport. This battle hazards neither limb nor life. Without a ladder I did scale the fort, and stoutly plant my standard on the wall, and under me I made my foe to fall. If that same bed were full the night before of tears, of plaints, of anguish and noise, no doubt but now it had in as great store both smilings, sports, and solaces and joys. No ivy doth embrace the pillar more than she did me, nor apes can find more toys than we young fools did find to make us merry, till joy itself of joy did make us weary. The thing twixt us did secret long remain, and certain months this pleasure did endure, till some had found and told it to my pain, as you well know, that did my life assure. Yet I confess great grief I still sustain, not knowing how her safety to procure. This Ricciardetto to Rogero told, and all the while their journey on they hold. By that time Ricciardetto's tale was done, they gan up to a little hill to mount, and when an hour and more was set the sun, they came unto the castle Agrismount, kept then by Aldiger, the bastard son of Bovo, of the house of Clarimount, a wise and sober man, and of good quality, and bountiful in keeping hospitality. And after he had bid them welcome both, one as his kinsman, t'other as his friend, I hear ill news, quoth he, that I am loath to tell to you, lest it should you offend. But thus it is, to let you know the troth, I hear that Bertolage doth sure intend to buy the prisoners that Ferrat hath ta'en, as namely Malagige and Viviane. Lanfusa taketh upon her to sell them, and, as I hear, tomorrow is the day. Unto your brothers I send one to tell them, but they be absent hence so far away, as ere they come, from hence they may expel them. I am too weak to force, too poor to pay. My love is great to wish all good unto them, but power so small, as good I can none do them. Young Ricciardetto much misliked the news, so did Rogero for the t'other's sake. And when he saw they both were in a muse, nor knew what counsel or what course to take, no fear, quoth he, let me this matter use. On me this enterprise I'll undertake. So I shall handle this affair so handsome, this sword alone shall pay your kinsman's ransom. This spake Rogero, his companions cheering, but notwithstanding Aldiger, his host, gave to those lofty promises such hearing, as if there were great boast and little roast, which unto Ricciardetto plain appearing, who knew his value greater than his host, good cousin, if you knew him well that said it, you would, said he, unto his words give credit. Then Aldiger on better information gave ear and credit to his noble guest, and made him cheer to suit his reputation, and placed him at the board above the rest. And supper done, he was in seemly fashion in chamber lodged, of all the house the best. The master of the house, in nothing scant, his worthy guest will suffer nothing want. Now was the time when all men soundest sleep. Rogero only cannot sleep a wink, for cares and thoughts that him do waking keep, and in his troubled brain profoundly sink. The siege of Agrement doth pierce him deep, and what dishonour men of him may think, and deem his heart but faint, his faith but fickle, to leave his sovereign in so woeful pickle. Had he revolted at some other time, men might have thought that true religion moved him. None could have it imputed as a crime, nor no man probably could have reproved him. Now when his master's fortune did decline, and when to aid him chiefest it behooved him, fear, men will think, his change procured chief, not just remorse, nor zeal of true belief. This troubled him, and little less than this it troubled him to think of his dear heart, whom now by evil fortune he doth miss, nor cannot once salute ere he depart. Wherefore to write to her his purpose is, and so to her at large his mind impart, both that of him she may have certain news, as that he may his sudden going scuse. The chamberlains, both prudent and discreet, upon Rogero quick attendance gave, providing him of needful things and meat, ink, paper, light, and what he else would crave. Then, as the manner is, he doth her greet upon the front, as letters used to have. Thus, after very hearty commendations, or some such phrase of friendly salutations, then he tells her how that the Turkish prince had for his aid by special message sent, who is besieged, and hath been long time since, and how to rescue him is his intent, lest men of cowardice might him convince that he away in time of danger went, and now would leave his lawful lord and liege, then when his enemies did him besiege. He prayeth her to weigh how foul a deed, how full it were of infamy and shame, to yield his prince no aid in such a need, that sent to him of purpose for the same. He wished her for her own sake to take heed, that no such stain might spot her spouse's name, that being she so true and so sincere, she should no blemish in her husband bear. He further doth his zeal to her protest, as erst he had in word, so now in writing, and swears that when his prince were undistressed, the siege quite raised by concord or by fighting, that foolish people might not make a jest to his reproach, that common speech reciting, Rogero loves to take the surer side, and turns his sails as fortune turns her tide. I shall, he writes, when that time doth expire, which in a month I hope will be effected, find some occasion from them to retire, and of no breach of honor be suspected. Then shall I full accomplish your desire, and do as I by you shall be directed. This only for my honor I demand thee, and after this thou ever shalt command me. These things and like to these Rogero rate, as then by hap came in his troubled head, to certify his love of his estate, and of the cause that his departure bred. By that time he had done, it was full late, and then again he caught him to his bed, and closed his eyes when he had closed the letter, and after took his ease a great deal better. Next day they all arose at break of day, with mind to go to set their kinsman free. And though Rogero earnestly did pray that none might take that enterprise but he, yet both the other stiffly said him nay, and thereunto by no means would agree. Unto the place assigned they ride together, and by the time appointed they came thither. The place they came to was a goodly plain, in which no tree nor bush was to be seen. Here Bertolage did point to take them twain, as was agreed Landfus and him between. But first they met, while here they did remain, one that a phoenix bare in field all green, with armor fair embossed and gilt with gold, as in the book that follows shall be told.
End of Book 25. The 26th Book of Orlando Furioso. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Orlando Furioso by Ludovico Ariosto. Translated by Sir John Harrington. Book 26.
The argument. The learned Malagige strange riddles shows to his companions out of Merlin's well. With Mandricard the Saracen thither goes, and each took quarrels new as there befell, for discord seed of strife among them sows. But Dorelis' horse, by fiend of hell affrighted, doth his mistress bear away, which caused the pagans both break off the fray. Right worthy dames there were in times of old, that more esteemed of virtue than of wealth. But now our iron age is all for gold, for bad and worse in sickness and in health. But she that will that elder custom hold, and leave this new, deserves, where'er she dwellth, here in this life to have a happy choice, and in the next for ever to rejoice. Such was the noble Bradamantis' mind, who sought not after wealth and rich ability, nor state nor pomp that many women blind, but after virtue pure, the true nobility. And well deserved he to find her kind that showed in him such proofs of high gentility, and took upon him actions for her sake, which time to come for miracles may take. Rogero, as before I did recite, with Aldiger and Ricciardetto came to rescue those two prisoners, if they might, that should be sold with great reproach and shame. I told you how they met a gallant knight, whose shield had painted that same bird of fame, that still renews itself and never dies, and only one in all the world there flies. Now when this knight was of these three aware, that stood like men new placed in battle ray, he comes to them, and seeing what they are, Will there, quoth he, some one of you assay, if so his value can with mine compare, with staff, with sword, or any other way? If any will, come then, and let us try it. If none, then say so quickly, and deny it. Sir, answered Aldiger, I were content to try myself with you a bout or two, but we three came not here for this intent. We come a greater feat than this to do, and at this time a little time misspent may hinder us, and little pleasure you. We three intend, if God do say amen, to take 2 prisoners from 600 men. Sure, said the other, if you mind indeed so great an enterprise to take in hand, no doubt it doth a valiant mind proceed, and pity were your purpose to withstand. I rather shall assist you in this deed, if you vouchsafe to make me of your band, and by my service I will quickly show good proof if I deserve such grace or no. Perhap that some would know, and if they may, what valiant knight this was that did entreat to take Rogero's part in such a fray, whereas the danger could not be but great. Now she, not he, hereafter I must say, Marphisa was, of whom I did repeat how she both fought and foiled a little since, and with Gabrina charged the Scottish prince. Rogero stout, and they of Clarimount, of her and of her offer well esteemed. She joined with them, they making full account that she had been of that same sex she seemed. Straight ready on their horses' backs they mount. They see a loof, a cornet, as they deemed, of horse and mingled some on foot together, and all of them directly tending thither. Their march, their ensigns, pennons, and their flags did cause for Moors they known were and descried. Amid this crew, upon 2 little nags the prisoners rode, with hands behind them tied, that must be changed for certain golden bags that Bertolage had promised to provide. Come, saith Marphisa to the other 3, now let the feast begin, and follow me. Soft, quoth Rogero, there be wanting some of those that to the banquet must be bidden, and to begin afore the guests be come, in reason and good manners is forbidden. By this the t'other crew had overcome the hill that late before from them were hidden. These were the traitorous wretches of Magance, and now was ready to begin the dance. Maganza men of one side, merchant like, brought laden moils with gold and costly ware. The Moors their prisoners brought with sword and pike, environed round about with heed and care. The captains meet with mind a match to strike. The prisoners present at the bargain are, and now are bought and sold for aught they know to Bertolage, their old and mortal foe. Good Aldiger and noble Ammon's son could hold no longer, seeing Bertolage, but both together at him they do run, with hearts all set on fierce revenge and rage. His force nor fate their fury could not shun, their spears his armor and his breast did gauge.
Down falls the wretch, his wealth him cannot save. Such end I wish all wicked wretches have. Marphisa and Rogero at this sign set out, without expecting trumpets' blast, and with 2 staves of straight well seasoned pine, twice 20 men unto the ground they cast. The captain of the Moors doth much repine, they of Maganza murmur it as fast. For each side deemed, as they might in reason, that this had happened by the t'other's treason. Wherefore each side with wrath and fury kindled, upbraiding ton the t'other with untruth, with swords and bills pell-mell together mingled, do fight, and then a bloody fray ensueth. The Moorish Duke was by Rogero singled, a man even then in prime and strength of youth. But youth, nor strength, nor armor could not save him from such a blow as good Rogero gave him. Marphisa doth as much on t'other side, and in such sort bestirred her with her blade, that look which way soever she did ride, an open lane for her the people made. If any were so stout the brunt to bide, yet soon they found their forces overlaid. Through coats of proof they proved her sword would enter. She sent their souls below the middle center. If you have seen the honey-making bees to leave their hives and going out in swarms, when as their kings and masters disagrees, and they make camps in there like men at arms, straight in among them all the swallow flees, and eats and beats them all unto their harms, so think Rogero and Marphisa then did deal among these bands of armed men. Now Aldeger and Richardet, no less, upon Marganza merchants lay on load, both free to set their kinsmen from distress, and for they hated them like snake or toad. They that the cause nor quarrel could not guess, and saw their captain dead, made short abode. Their plate, their coin, and treasure all they yield, and were the first that faintly left the field. So fly from lions silly herds of goats, that have devoured and spoiled them at their list, and torn their sides, their haunches, and their throats, yet none of them their fellows dare assist. So fled these men, and cast away their coats, and weapons all, and durst no more resist. Nor marvel if these 2 had lions' hearts, that ready find such 2 to take their parts. Whose acts at large to tell I do refrain, at which that age did not a little wonder. And now to tell them men would think I feign, yea, though my words their actions far were under. For at one blow oft horse and man was slain, from head to foot whole bodies cloven in sunder, and either standing on their reputation, bred for their foes a costly emulation. Still ton of them marked t'other's valiant deed, and each of t'other fell in admiration. She deems him Mars, or one of Mars's seed, and far above all human generation. And save he was deceived in her weed, he would have given her equal commendation, and likened her, as well he liken might, unto Bellona for her valiant fight. Thus of 2 bands these 4 the battle won, and all their stuff and carriages they got. The prisoners loosed, their bands were all undone, their foes all foiled. Such is their happy lot. The man was well whose horse could swiftest run. Small count they make of amble or of trot. The ton side leaves their gold on asses loaden, the t'other of their captives are forboden. The noble vanquishers do seize the prey, which was both rich and sumptuous to behold. Of Flanders work, and hanging rich and gay, to hang a stately room, of silk and gold. They also found rich clothing and array, that should have been unto Lanfusa sold, and namely, mong the rest, a gallant gown, embroidered round with cost of many a crown. They further found good victuals and good store, wine bottles cool and fresh, and good of taste, with which, not having ate that day before, they do agree to bait and break their fast, and every one prepares himself therefore, and to that end their curates they unlaced. Now when Marphisa had put off her beaver, to be a woman each one doth perceive her. Her golden hair trussed up with careless art, her forehead fair and full of stately grace, her eye, her lip, and every other part so suiting to her comely shape and face, as bred even then in each beholder's heart a reverend love and wonder in like case. And straight they asked her name, the which she told them, and with as great delight she doth behold them. But she herself far more than all the rest Rogero's shape and person doth regard.
his value great,
his unappalled breast.
before the others all she much preferred. To him alone her speeches she addressed, of him alone she would her speech were hard. Thus she in him, and he delighted in her, the while the other had prepared their dinner. The place they dined in was a pleasant cave, and one of 4 that famous Merlin wrought, where he in milk–white marble did engrave strange stories, which things future strangely taught. The very images seemed life to have, and saving they were dumb, you would have thought both by their looks and by their lively features that they had moved and had been living creatures. From out a desert wood an ugly beast there seemed to come, whose shape was thus defined: an ass's ears, a wolf in head and breast, a carcass all with pinching famine pined, a lion's grisly jaw, but all the rest to fox–like shape did seem to be inclined. In England, France, in Italy, and Spain, yea, all the world, this monster seemed to reign. Where'er this cruel monster set his foot, he killed and spoiled of every sort and state. No height of birth or state with him did boot. He conquered kings and clowns all in a rate. Yea, this beast's power had ta'en so deep a root, it entered in Christ's vicar's sacred gate, and vexed cardinals and bishops chief, and bred a scandal even in our belief. Unto this beast men seemed to bow and bend. This beast brake through each wall and every fence. No city could itself therefrom defend. Strong castles made from it but weak defence. In fine, her power did seem so far extend, that many were so fond and void of sense to think and to believe this monster fell had power of all things, both in heaven and hell. But when this beast had ranged a while, behold, one wearing on his head a laurel crown, with 3 that wore the flower de luce of gold embroidered richly on their purple gown, and with these 3 a stately lion bold did join his force to put the monster down. The titles and the names that then concerned might in their garments plainly be discerned. One that with sword the beast thrusts in the paunch was he whose praise no time shall ever smother, Francis the first of that name, King of France. Of Austria Maximilian is another, then Charles the Fifth, that with a mighty lance smites through the beast from tonside to the t'other. The 4th that in the breast with arrow wounds him was Henry VIII, the writing so expounds him. Leo the 10th, the lion fierce is called, who chased him and fast caught him by the ear, and in the chase the beast so tired and galled, as others took him while he held him there. By this the world seemed freed that erst was thralled. By this men seemed secure and void of fear, seeing that beast whose look late made them tremble, stroyed by the power of this so brave assemble. This story so set forth as I have told, with costly workmanship great pleasure bred in all their minds that did the same behold, and on this sight more than their meat they fed. And chief Marphisa wished to hear it told what men these were, if men already dead, or else a prophecy of things ensuing, by hidden skill laid ope to each man's viewing. Then Malagigi was by them requested, as one in mathematics seen right well, and had the method thereof so digested, as he all hidden mysteries could tell, to show what monster thus the world molested, and who be these that him from earth expel. For though they saw their names, they did not know them, but he, they knew, by his great skill could show them. Know then, quoth he, that these, whose names appear in marble pure, did never live as yet, but long time hence, after 600 year, to their great praise in princely throne shall sit. Merlin, the English prophet, placed them here in Arthur's time, and by his passing wit set here as yet their unperformed deeds, and noted all their names upon their weeds. This beast you saw had first her habitation beneath amongst the wicked fiends of hell, and stayed there till that wicked generation, I mean the Iron Age, on earth did dwell, when none durst trust without an obligation, when fraud first came tween them that buy and sell, and when the mighty, to their great reproach, first on the poor men's livings did encroach. Then first this monster cruel got abroad, and ever since her power doth still increase, and wheresoe'er she maketh her abode,
There is no friendship firm, nor godly peace. Conscience and justice under foot are trod, good government and wholesome laws do cease. That Python Phoebus killed with 1,000 darts was monster less than this by 1,000 parts. Thus Malagigi said, and then he told who those should be that should the monster kill, that should come then when as the world were old, that should renew each good and mend each ill, whose names in sacred style to be enrolled deserve, and to be praised and honored still, that should in time to come, as he did conster, with bounty kill that miserable monster. Those 5 I named, and more by 5 times 5 mine author names that hope to slay the beast. Rogero and the rest the time did drive in such like talk during the present feast. And ere they rose, behold, there did arrive unto this cave unwares another guest, by name that maid from whom of late by force fierce Rhodomont had ta'en Rogero's horse. She, having heard by hap upon the way her mistress' brother was at Merlin's cave, where she had been herself another day, not thinking now Rogero there to have, him when she saw, she not one word doth say to him, nor any show or inkling gave, like one that knew so well to do her arrant, as she durst go sometime beside her warrant. But unto Richardet she frames her tale, yet so as t'other might her speeches hear. How one from her a gallant courser stale, which Bradamant her mistress held full dear. The horse, quoth she, Frontino she did call, and I had led him 30 mile well near Marsilia, toward where she bade me stay, and pointed me to meet me at a day. So fond was I feared no man's force, nor doubted no man's will to do me wrong, when once I should but show them how the horse unto Rinaldo's sister did belong. Yet one fierce pagan, void of all remorse, met me and took him from me, and ere long did meet a foe with whom I fighting left him, that hath I hope by this of life bereft him. Rogero with this tale was so much moved, that scant hereof Hippolca made an end, but Richardetto straight by him was moved, yea, and conjured, as he would be his friend, that this attempt might sole by him be proved, and, but this damsel, none might him attend, that she may bring him to the pagan sight, that took away her horse against all right. Stout Richardet, though thinking too much wrong, so oft to let another undertake those enterprises that to him belong, yet sith so earnestly Rogero spake, he gives consent, and t'other stayed not long, but of the company his leave doth take, and leaves them all in wonder great, to see that such high worth could in a young man be. Now when Hippolca was quite out of sight, she opened to Rogero all the troth, how she, that counts him her beloved knight, and voweth to be his by solemn oath, sent her of purpose to him this last night, which she before concealed, as being loath her mistress' brother should her counsel know, how she that horse upon him did bestow. She told him how that he that took the steed did add these proud and scornful words beside, because it is Rogero's horse indeed, so much the rather on that horse I ride. And if he will be grieved at this my deed, tell him I do not mind myself to hide, for I am Rhodomont, he said, whose name, where'er I pass, filleth the world with fame. One might have seen it in Rogero's face, in how great dudgeon this great wrong he took, both for the gift and giver in like case, and gross abuse for which he did not look. He thinks what infamy and foul disgrace it were to him so great despite to brook, which if he would, then justly everybody might take him for a dastard and a noddy. Wherefore with heart upon revenge full set, he followeth forthwith his female guide, she that did think the fray unparted yet, that Rhodomont and Mandricardo tried. By dark blind ways the nearest she could get unto the place directly she did ride, but, as you heard, they had deferred the quarrel, and hastened thence to help their liege from peril. And, as I touched before, their hap them brought unto the foresaid Merlin's famous cave, there where before good Malagigi taught what secret meaning all the pictures have. Now had Marphisa, by the rest besought, put on a woman's garment passing brave, which lately for Lanfusa had been made, and so attired refreshed her in the shade. When that Tartarian prince had spied this dame, straight in his mind he plots this new-found drift. I will, thought he, by conquest win the same, and give her Rhodomonte as my gift. As though that love were but a sport and game, that might be sold and changed for a shift. For why, he thought, what needs a man complain, if leasing one he do another gain? Wherefore the t'other's damage to repair, and that he might his own in quiet have, and for Marphisa seemly was and fair, as no man need a dame more comely crave, he doth forthwith unto them make repair, denouncing straight the challenge stout and brave, that he with those 4 knights at tilt would run, till they slew him, or he their lady won. Straight stepped out Malagige and Vivian, both pressed in her defence to break a spear, not fearing to encounter man to man with those 2 pagans they saw present there. But when the fray between them now began, fierce Rhodomont stood still, and doth forbear, as coming thither with another mind, and not to change his purpose first assigned. Now of the brothers Vivian was the first, that with great might the pagan did invade, upon whose crest in vain his spear he burst. His blow no hurt it did, no sign it made. His force was least, so was his fortune worst. For Mandricard, more perfect in his trade, with so great strength and skill his spear enforced, that he was overthrown and quite unhorsed. To venge his brother Malagigi thought, but of his thought he quickly was deceived. His force thus overmatched prevailed not, from off his saddle he was quickly heaved. Next Aldiger his coming dearly bought, for in his side a great wound he received, so down upon the grass he fell half dead, his visage waxing pale, his armor red. Then Richardetto came with mighty lance, and proved himself by his great force to be worthy the name of Paladine of France, as oft his foes did feel, his friends did see. But at this time one overthwart mischance did hap, that down among the rest lay he. His horse, wherein he put so great a trust, fell down with him and tumbled in the dust. When as no other champion did appear, but all were overthrown in this late fight, thinking this conquest now obtained clear, without more stay he from his horse doth light, and coming unto her with smiling cheer, "Fair dame," quoth he, "you now are mine by right. You cannot it deny, or once excuse it, for by the laws of battle so we use it." "Indeed," Marphisa said, "it were no wrong, and I were yours, I grant, by law of war, if I were theirs, or did to them belong, that you have foiled in this present jar. But I shall make you know, I hope, ere long, you miss your mark, your aim did greatly are. I am mine own, mine owner is within me. He that will have me, from myself must win me. I handle can," quoth she, "both sword and spear, and have ere this made more than one man bleed." Then called she for her armor which was there, which by a page was brought to her with speed. Off goeth her gown, and, for she still did wear a slender truss beneath her woman's weed, her well-shaped limbs therein were plainly seen, in shape like Mars, in face like Egypt's queen. When at all pieces she was armed round, she vaughteth nimbly up into her seat, and twice or thrice she makes her horse to bound, to bait a little of his furious heat, and makes a turn or 2 above the ground. Then turns she to her foe to do her feat. Such was, I judge, Penthesileia's fight against Achilles, famous Greekish knight. Thus each themselves upon their horse advances, and with their couched spears forthwith they run. Up in 1,000 splinters flies the lances, but unto them no hurt at all is done. The pagan greatly marvels how it chances that she should scape, and curses moon and sun, and she with her success as ill content blasphemeth eke the heavens and firmament. Then they assayed with swords most dreadful dint to wound the ton the t'other, and to kill. Their strokes were such as might have pierced the flint, and to their force was joined passing skill. They lay on load amain, and do not stint. The sound doth all the place with echo fill, but never was it more for their behoof to have their armor of so passing proof.
But while they now did most apply the fray, fierce Rhodamont doth step them both betwixt, and blames him much for making such delay of that which late by him was firmly fixed. And then with courteous speech he doth her pray with lowly words and lofty, quaintly mixed, that she would help to aid Trojano's son, whose tents were in much danger to be won. To this request Marphisa doth assent, as well to help King Agrement thereby, as for she came to France with that intent, the forces of the Paladines to try. This while Rogero, wroth and malcontent, after the stealer of his horse doth hie, and having found of him the perfect track, he sends again his guide Hippolca back. And for he thought that none could do it better, the messenger he makes her of his mind, and sends by her his lately written letter, protesting he will still continue kind, and that he doth himself acknowledge debtor, and would himself to her for ever bind. He only prays her for a time excuse his absence, which he would not, might he choose. With this despatch Hippolca went her way, and came to Mount Albano that same night. Rogero made but very little stay, until he had Frontino in his sight. Which seen and known, forthwith there was no way but he will have his horse again, or fight with him that had with so unnoble force the damsel robbed of the gallant horse. And straight in show of war he couched his spear, and to his face the pagan he defied. But Rhodamont doth patiently forbear, even as a Job, and all his words abide. Not that of him he had one spark of fear, for his great value often had been tried, but that the danger of his lord and king weighed more with him than any other thing. Wherefore he gently tells him for what cause he may not fight, and him exhorted so, what all divine and what all human laws unto his prince commands a man to do. I, said Rogero, am content to pause in this respect, and make a truce with you, so that this horse again to me you render, which so to take your reason was but slender. Now while these two herein do square and brave, the Tartar king doth unto them approach, and when he saw what arms Rogero gave, he set another brabble straight abroach. Mine are, quoth he, these arms that now you have, how dare you on my titles thus encroach? The cause why Mandricardo spake these words was that Rogero gave the king of birds, an eagle argent in a field of blue Rogero gave, while on the crest of Troy, as one that thence derived his pedigree, and did by due descent the same enjoy. But hereof Mandricardo nothing knew, or not believed, and called it but a toy, and took it as an injury and scorn to see the same by any other worn. For he himself did give as for his coat that bird that bare up Ganymede on high, ere since he wan, as I before did note, on Hector's arms, and wan such praise thereby. The good success hereof makes him afloat, so that he did Rogero straight defy. I shall, quoth he, some better manners teach thee, than in such saucy sort to overreach thee. As wood well dried will quickly fall on fire, if so a man a little do it blow, so was Rogero kindled now in ire, to hear the pagan reprehend him so. Thou think'st, quoth he, to have thy fond desire, by charging me now with a double foe. But know that I my party good will make, from him mine horse, from thee mine arms to take. Did not we two about this matter board? And then to take thy life I did abstain, because that by your side I saw no sword. But now, sith you begin this brawl again, this shall be fight indeed that was but word, and that your crest shall turn you to much pain, which unto me descent and propagation hath left, but you do hold by usurpation. Nay, thou usurpst, the t'other straight doth say, and with that word he Durindana drew, that sword that erst Orlando flang away, and then a cruel fray was like ensue, but straight the t'other two did cause them stay, and chiefly Rhodamont did seem to rue that Mandricard of lightness showed such token, that twice by him his promise had been broken. First, when to get Marphisa he had thought, he had conflicted more than twice or thrice, and now with t'other quarrelled for naught, about a bird or some such fond device. Nay then, quoth he, if needs you would have fought,
we two should try the title of our prize, which by consent should stand still undivided, until our prince's safety were provided. Wherefore, for shame, do as you have agreed, and let us cease and lay all quarrels by, and when our prince from danger shall be freed, the first between us two the matter try, and after, if you live, you may proceed to fight it out with him, and so will I, though well I wot, when I have done with you, but little will remain for him to do. Tush, saith the Tartar prince, for him, nor thee, nor all the world beside, I pass one straw. For though you fight, or though you do agree, of neither of you both I stand in awe. As water in a spring, so strength in me shall still supply much more than you can draw. I hope by that time I have done my feat, from head to foot with blood I'll make you sweat. Thus one ill word another doth draw on, and wrathful Mandricard them both defies. Rhodomont would have peace, but they would none. If this speak sharp, then that more sharp replies. If one strife be compounded, yet anon another strife as bad or worse doth rise. In vain Marphisa labours to compound them, for more and more untoward still she found them. Even as the painful husbandman doth think by care to keep the river in his bounds, that swells with rain, ready to pass the brink, and overflow his mowed or sowed grounds, he strengthens every place that seems to shrink, yet more and more the water still abounds, and while he stops one vent, another groweth, till over all perforce at last it floweth. So when the dame, of whom I last made mention, saw how Rogero stout and Mandricard with Rhodomont continued in contention, and each would seem for t'other too hard, she, willing to compound the sharp dissension, persuades them, but they little it regard. For still, as one at her request forbears, the other two are at it by the ears. Whenas she saw their fury still increase, let either us, quoth she, our prince assist, and in the meantime let all quarrels cease, or if you in this fury still persist, then I with Mandricard will have no peace. Do herein, quoth Rogero, as you list, for I resolved am to have my horse, although it be by fair means or by force. Then do, said Rhodomont, your worst and best, for with that horse to part I not agree. But here before you all I do protest, that if our king by this day damaged be, and that for want of aid he be distressed, the cause thereof did not proceed of me. Rogero little weighs his protestation, but firmly holds his first determination. And at the Sarzan furiously he flies, and with his shoulder gave him such a thrust, he lost his stirrups, and so loosed his thighs, that hard he scaped lying in the dust. What? Hold, Rogero, Mandricardo cries, either not fight, or fight with me you must. And in great rage, as that same word he spake, Rogero's beaver with great might he strake. The blow was such as made him forward lean, and ere that he himself again could rear, upon him smote the son of Uliane with so great strength as no strength might it bear, that had his armor been of temper mean, no doubt they had an end made of him there. Rogero's hands fly ope with senseless pain, the ton his sword, the t'other leaves his rein. His horse away bears him about the green, and Balasard his blade is left behind. Marphisa, that had to Rogero been fellow in arms that day, was grieved in mind to see him used so hardly them between, and being strong of limbs and stout by kind, she smiteth Mandricardo on the crown, so hard as wants not much to fell him down. After Rogero, Rhodomont doth get him, and now Frontino had well nigh been won, but by the way stout Richardetto met him, and with him joined his cousin Bovo's son. Tun justles him, and further off doth set him. The t'other, namely Vivian, doth run unto Rogero, that by this was waked, and lends his sword unto his right hand naked. Now back he doth return, enraged with scorn, minding to pay his damage home again, even as a lion whom the bull hath borne upon his head is full of fierce disdain, flies at him still, nor fears his cruel horn, his anger making him forget his pain. And on his beaver with such force he thundered, as though he would his head in twain have sundered.
and sure he had performed it very near, if Balisarda had been in his hand, which he let fall, as you before did hear. Now when as Discord saw how things did stand, she thinks no peace can possibly be here, and taking Pride her sister by the hand, Now, sister, let us turn us to our friars, for here, quoth she, are raised sufficient fires. And so away they went, and let them go. And let me tell you how Rogero sped, who gave to Rhodomont so fierce a blow, that such a great amazement in him bred, that twice or thrice he reeled to and fro. Frontino with this senseless master fled. Also his sword had fallen out of his fist, but that a chain did tie it to his wrist. This while Marphisa held the t'other tack, and yet on either side the conquest swayed. Each had so good an armor on their back, of piercing it they need not be afraid. Yet by a chance Marphisa happed to lack, and likewise happed to have Rogero's aid. For in a turn she made, her horse did trip, and in the dirt upon one side did slip. And as again he labored up to rise, the cruel Tartar justled him so cross, that on his side the horse constrained lies, foundering again upon the slimy moss. Which when Rogero from aloof espies, how near she was to danger great and loss, he steps to Mandricard, fiercely assailing him, while Rhodomont stands mazed, his senses failing him. The Tartar doth as fiercely him resist, but yet Rogero strakes so great a blow, both to avenge himself and her assist, whom Mandricardo happed to overthrow, that sure I think that blow had little missed quite to have cloven him to the saddle bow, save that the Tartar's armor was so hard, and that Rogero wanted Balisard. By this the Sarzen king again did wake, and seeing none but Richardetto near, he calls to mind how for Rogero's sake that youth to him was troublesome whileare. Straight with great rage he toward him doth make, minding to make him buy that curtsy dear. And sure good Richardetto had repented it, but that his cousin with great art prevented it. His cousin Malagige, whose skill was great in all that doth to magic art pertain, with words that he without book could repeat, did conjure up a sprite of hellish train, and by this means he works a passing feat, for though he named no place, he doth ordain this sprite in Dorelis' horse to enter, and bear her thence away at all adventure. The sprite thus conjured quickly doth his part, into the damsel's gentle nag he crept, and so his quiet nature did pervart, that on the sudden 30 foot he leapt, and 10 foot high, yet with so easy start, that Doralice still the saddle kept, yet cried she out in doubt to have miscarried, for in the Divil's name she thence was carried, forthwith to help her Rhodomonte goth, because she fled and cried to him for aid. To stay behind the Tartar is as loath, for fear between them he may be betrayed. He leaves Rogero and Marphisa both, nor in the place so little time he stayed, as to accord with them upon some truce, or make at least some mannerly excuse. This while Marphisa was got up again, and now she means to venge her on her foe, but he was gone. At which in great disdain she frets and chafes that he had served her so. Rogero chafes as much, for all in vain he knew it would be after them to go. They know their steeds, and this doth grieve them more, cannot outrun Frontine and Brilliador. Wherefore, supposing, as it was indeed, that they were gone unto the Turkish host, to follow them forthwith these two agreed, though not to follow as they went in post, not doubting but when agreement were freed, at leisure them to meet, and to their cost. They onward go, but yet Rogero meant to bid his friends farewell afore he went. Down from his horse he gently doth descend, and Richardetto he aside doth take, and promised him for aye to be his friend, and to his noble sister for his sake. To whom, said he, I pray you me commend. Yet in such pretty sort the same he spake, his inward love was not thereby detected, nor her great love to him one whit suspected. Thus solemn leave once ta'en on either side, and proffers of great love and curtsy made to him was hurt, and all the rest beside, as still among great nobles is the trade. Rogero with Marphisa on doth ride. But how they did the Christian camp invade, and what great loss did Charles thereby receive, in next ensuing book you may perceive. End of Book 26.